Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. I'm going to be looking at the patch notes in a bit. Bro, freaking pills, man.
You want water?
Mm-hmm. Wasim? Man, what a good day to be a DPS player. Don't say anything! Don't say anything! Don't say anything! They made a helicopter Orisa real? Dude. Let's go, dude. Don't say anything. We have to do a 30-minute replay review. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. They buffed my Twitch sub count this patch. Nice, guys. Nice, guys. Varashi, I'm not scrolling up. It's fine. I'm not scrolling up, Varashi, so I didn't see it. They on a headshot, they gave Genji. They made your dad come back. Your yellow couch in the back. It's not a couch.
That's a chair.
Orisa have mobility now? Yeah, surely. Clups, thank you for the sub. Misery. Don't say anything! Don't say anything! What's up, guys? Stop watching Red Bar for this, so this better be good. What is Red Bar? Red Bar. Oh, some radio show thing. Ryan can shield and pin now? Yeah, surely. Okay. Let me get my thing here. We had the patch note swipe, or the code swipe. So I had to record. You ever get pills stuck in your throat? You just want to just. There were changes. That's good. Okay, ready? I have the patch notes pulled up here, but I'm purposefully not looking. I will not look. I will not look. I will not look. Commit seppuku? Maybe. Orisa is a helicopter. Disciplined spiral? Yes, I am so disciplined. I am so disciplined. Do I not look disciplined? Is that not the face of a very disciplined person? I'm going to use the YouTube fix. I got a couple of replay codes saved up for this weekend as well, so we'll get the juiced up, you know what I'm saying? What if we all just typed a reset spell for the next 30 minutes? Boy, that would be so funny, guys. What a clever and unique sense of humor. I love that. I love that from you guys. I really do. I'm glad that you guys are witty and clever and have a mature sense of humor. It's just great. The smile was cute. Do it again. I'm just taking the life out of it now. You love SSG? Yes. Do you think having to pee makes you play better? I don't know, actually.
What?
Maybe that's a strategy. Urine limit test. All right. Ready for the call? Okay. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
Going pretty good. Going pretty good. Appreciate your patience.
Of course,
Let's,
I understand.
All right, let's get your form pulled up here. So when we do the replay reviews, usually we don't go too in depth in the on the forum. So
Okay.
we can just kind of skim through and go through any major questions you have and just focus on the gameplay if that works for you.
Okay.
So
Sounds
in
good.
here, you want to learn more in depth about Reinhardt, better decision making, comes to engages, who to engage, when, where, and so on. Your diamond, your console, your Rhine. You play around 5 days a week. You want to hit masters. You want to be able to adapt. What do you feel is holding you back from improving? I struggle mechanically when it comes to double swing fire strike. I mess up or miss shatters sometimes. The main thing that's holding me back is game sense and understanding. Overextending. Big one is dealing with verticality. I struggle with knowing what to do against players who abuse high ground. Okay. Any specific questions? Because I think most of the stuff we'll probably address in the review, but is there any specific questions you wanted to go ask first?
I have 2 specific questions. How do you deal with Diva as Reinhardt? And you already know about this, but like when tanks race each other's backline, right?
Yes.
So when the tank goes for my backline, I go for their backline.
Yes.
What do I do in a situation where I'm racing the enemy tank, but they decide to turn around and shoot me? So now I have
You win.
5 people.
You win.
You win.
You win, in theory, because what you do is you bait more attention and you bait the enemy tank's attention at the same time. Any time that a tank decides to peel you and it's not a good decision for them, like let's say a Winston peels you, right? Not a good decision. Or like let's say the Malga uses his abilities to go back and peel you off. Not a good decision. But your ability to actually secure kills there is a lot weaker. One of the biggest things that you have to be is to be a successful tank is you have to be an armchair psychologist.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? You got, and that means that you have to be able to control your urges to just kill sometimes when the situation doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
But at
I
the
do
same
struggle
time-
with that too. Yeah.
But at the same time, there's a lot of people out there that are very like protection, passive. I have to help my team, shield for my team, and you can't be that either.
Yeah,
you can't be that
coward, you're
either.
right.
Right. You
Yeah.
can't be a coward. You have to be brave, but you also have to be very calculated, right? And so you have to abuse psychology to climb as tank right now. You're big, you're loud, especially when you're playing Reinhardt. And so we'll talk about how to actually utilize that. But yes, if you get the tank to turn around on you too, then now your backline is completely free to do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Now, the second question.
Yeah. The second question was how to deal with Diva.
Diva? Now, why Diva specifically? I know Diva is very popular in console, but what about Diva is challenging for you?
Aside from the fact that she can race better than I do, like she can just dive my Widow or dive my backline with like bursts of damage, and she can access. She has access to a lot of different spots that I can't access.
Yeah.
So in case I want to peel from my backline, that doesn't work. And I feel like when I'm swinging up front against Diva, the one thing I'm looking for is her rockets. And when she uses her rockets, I shield it because I know it hurts.
Yes.
And I do that. And I even get in a pin. But for some reason, it feels like a good Diva will just get out of the way or get healed by her team and will win the 1v1. For some reason, I feel like Ryan loses that 1v1. And that's the only thing he has going for him in that matchup. Because everything else, she trumps him.
Okay. So there's 2 things that you're forgetting here. One is you're right. I actually don't think that Ryan consistently beats Diva in the 1v1.
Yeah.
Unless you land the pin, which, as you said, can be difficult to do and inconsistent. It's kind of more of a skill check of is the Diva paying attention, right? But actually, no, there's 3 things, okay? Number 1, your ultimate's way better. Way better. Maybe not consistently. Maybe there's times where, like, a bomb like just pops off, but your ultimate is way more consistent than Diva Bomb. Even just in terms of forcing CDs and baiting attention, solo shattering, all that kind of stuff. It's just so much better. Diva Bomb really drops off. Number 2, shield is a better matrix. Now, some people are like, what? No, you can peel. For your selfish uses, shield lasts longer than 3 seconds. So if we're talking about you buying time and baiting attention and absorbing attention for longer without bleeding damage, Ryan does that better. Okay? In addition to that, the one other major thing is that even though she has more frequent mobility, your mobility is a lot faster and goes a lot longer. So when you said, oh, I'm way worse at diving Widow, the answer is yes, with an asterisk. Sometimes you're better. Sometimes you're better. Because that's why Winston doesn't just automatically lose to D.Va every time, right? Like D.Va does kind of soft counter Winston, but it's not just automatically you can't play, because Winston's jumps really fast. Reinhardt pin is really fast and goes really far. So you need to be utilizing that versus D.Va. And so what that means is basically if D.Va's tank trading with you, you're not going to do a ton of damage to her, but your team will.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? And you should be taking less damage from her team than she is taking from your team, just because shield versus matrix, okay? In addition, if you see opportunities to go for backline, you will probably more consistently be able to finish them off if you're smart with how you engage. And you'll also have the superior ultimate most of the time.
Okay.
It's not going to be easy, and I think one of the biggest challenges with Reinhardt, and one of his biggest challenges in Overwatch 2, is with the loss of the off-tank, your biggest strength is your threat of swinging your hammer, which means a lot of the time is making people think that you're going to swing your hammer, and instead you just shield.
That's interesting. I've never heard of that before.
And that baiting of attention is really how you play. Like we said, armchair psychology. Okay, so we're going to talk exactly how to do that. So what I'm going to do is, you can look through my stream, but I'm going to make things easy for you. I'm just going to capture my screen, so you're going to have a much easier time. Can you see this?
Give me a second. Let me open it up. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, there will be no audio for you. There will be audio for stream, but sadly, that's just how it's going to have to be. Okay,
that's fine. I can, as long as I can hear you and see the gameplay, I'm fine with it.
Okay, perfect.
I do want to let you know that I do troll a little bit in this game.
I don't think that you can succeed with Reinhardt without at least a little bit of trolling. I think the idea is that I think the idea is that if you're not constantly like calculatedly limit testing a little bit, in other words, I wonder if this would work. What about this approach? What about this strategy? Then you're gonna plateau really hard. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, why did you choose this VOD?
What do you mean? Why did I choose? Oh, why did I choose this? It's because it was a really close game. First of all, so it meant that like I was actually doing something impactful, and until something went wrong, and he switched to D.Va, and when he switched to D.Va, that's when I began to struggle. It's like a common denominator that I want to get rid of, and also it's icon mode. I don't know about all the maps that fit with Ryan, but I despise icon wall just because I don't know what to do on second point. Yeah,
a lot of high ground. Okay, so this is where, again, we'll talk about it when we get there, but you have the capability to clear out. Like, Ryan is one of the best, if not the best. This is a spot on the map, I will take it away from you, tanks in the game. Because there are other tanks that can do more directly, but your ability to shield creates so much value for you and for your team that I would not want another tank to be able to break a choke than Ryan. So for Aishin, you basically could do clear top. You can also do, you ready for this one? Force card.
Force card? Yeah, I do that sometimes. I do turn off my brain and just sit on card, which is not good all the time. But
it's not good all the time, but because you have shield, you just don't take damage. And you can just push and push and push and push and push and push and push. And there's actually a reason why in pro meta, Reinhardt can be actually pretty good on hybrid and escort because of the payload. You could abuse the payload. And we'll talk more about that advanced strategy here. So, okay. Big thing here. What stands out to you in the enemy comp? When you're playing Reinhardt, you need to prioritize one, maybe two targets when it comes to who you're going to kill and who do I need to watch out for in terms of CDs.
I can kill Cassidy and East, and I need to watch out for Orisa and Junkrat.
Okay, so what about Junkrat as a threat to you?
It's his close range burst and his ability to like just disengage with his bombs.
Sure. So can I be honest with you? Close range burst should not be a problem to you.
Okay.
Because your close range burst is a little bit better, proportionally, okay?
Yeah.
The displacement can be annoying, though, for sure. I'm more worried about the Cassidy with Hinder. And I'm worried about the Javelin with Orisa.
course.
But you can
Everything
kill
about-
Junk, you can kill Mercy, you can kill, kind of sort of kill Mercy. Baptiste, like you said, Cassidy, and so on. So what I want to see here is what is your approach going to be to close the distance onto this Cassidy, this Baptiste, this Junkrat without dying? What should you do?
Mostly ignore the Orisa or see when she's distracted. And
Sure.
if they're out of position, I could probably pin in.
So you're already trolling.
Yeah, I'm already trolling. Yeah.
You're already trolling. Now, this you're going to have to be patient with me because this video player skips back like 10 seconds every time we go backwards.
That's fine. That's fine.
But where should you be pinning here? You should absolutely be pinning here. This is great. But where should you be pinning to?
To the right, not to the left.
Why?
Because I need to ignore Orisa because everything she does will just beat me out. And
Yes.
If I pressure their backline, it will be racing.
Yes.
Just like we talked about.
And this is the Ryan cycle, right? It's the threat of swinging your hammer. You pin in. You maybe need to shield like hinder or whatever, or if burst damage comes in. And you just, if you get swings, if you get fire strikes, great. If you don't, what do? You pin backline and then what?
I just hold shield and
just hold shield.
outsustain their tank.
You just hold shield. You hold shield. You hold shield. And meanwhile, this Orisa's going to do one of two things. She's going to try and control your backline, but she's taking damage. You're not. So she'll have to give up space and allow your backline to support you or damage backline. Or she's going to do what you talked about earlier. She's going to go, frick, Reinhardt, I got to help this guy out. And that's even worse. Why? Why is that so bad?
Because then I'm distracting everyone and she's being shot at too.
Exactly. And not only that, your team goes from these positions here to these positions here.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? This is what makes Reinhardt powerful. And what that does is that buys you time for you to get your pin again.
Yeah.
And then you can pin out. You get what I'm saying?
I do want to also mention that I did troll with that pin, but the intention was I did want to get her off the map.
I understand.
I made the angle wrong.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, the theory of pinning her off the map, I mean, obviously, if you can pin a tank off the map, do it. So, yeah, I understand. It's risk. The reason why it's trolling is because it's risky not knowing the status of Fortify fully. You got a little bit lucky with the timing there.
Yeah, that's exactly why I was like caught off guard. I was like,
Nice fire strike. Do it. Let's go. Good stuff.
oh no.
That's okay.
No.
That's okay. But that's okay. That's okay. The only problem here is the mechanics of what you did actually after the pin. You screwed up the pin. Yes, everybody knows. GG's. But where's the damage coming from?
Behind me?
Behind you and in front of you. So where do you need to be angling your shield here?
Maybe like move towards the right or left so I can block
Toward the
both.
right or left. You got it. See, this is the real mechanics of the Reinhardt. It's not just the ability to hit your fire strikes and swing your hammer. It's the ability to manipulate your hitbox and move so that you could get all of the people that are shooting at you in front of you.
Yeah.
Okay? So drop shield, move to your left, and then hold shield this way so that you're able to block both the Orisa and Baptiste damage, because look at the kill feed right now. You're fine. All you need to do is keep these guys busy for another 3 seconds, and then you're going to be cooking. Right?
Yeah.
I like what you did. I'm sad that the pin didn't land, but I'm more sad about your response to being shot at from both directions.
And then I just get, yeah.
And that's it, right? You're going to win this fight off of that, most likely. Oh, disaster. I shouldn't have said anything. I knew I jinxed you, my bad.
And no, it's all good. I should have just pinned off the map, to be honest.
Yeah, true. Okay. Do it again. See, this is where you got to be smart.
Okay.
What should you do right now?
I should go for the Ash.
Okay. Well, not the Ash,
Oh,
but...
sorry, not the Ash, sorry, the Cassidy.
Okay. How would you go for the Cassidy?
Just walk up and then just swing.
Sure. Just walk up and swing. You could also bait, and this is where your mechanics and console are going to be pushed. How do you bait with your pin?
You can pin, cancel, and then shield for the
You
hinder.
got it. You got it. Welcome to Reinhardt. You got to pin, you got to cancel the block hinder, and then you got to keep going. And now you have all 4 things in front of your shield, and that's where Reinhardt's exceptional.
I
Because
see. Yep.
everything is in front of your shield, so your team just walks out of the choke for free. Now, there's one other thing that's happening on the flank here. You may not hear as well because, well, you can't hear it because you have no audio. But there is a Junkrat to your right. There is a
Okay.
Junkrat off screen to your right. Your choices with Reinhardt are either to control these people on a clump here, or you go kill the isolated target, like a dive tank. Your choice. Both are good. Both are good. The only mistake here is that you didn't cancel your pin. I think that you saw like, oh, I can maybe hit it. It's not a big deal that you didn't cancel your pin. It just would have saved you a little bit of HP. That's all.
Yeah, more than a little. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
yeah. But at the very least, look what we got, right?
Boing.
This is what we wanted, right? This is what we wanted. So we're not too unhappy with it.
Yeah.
The problem is why the frick are you giving up space? Where should you go?
I should go to the left into the house,
Or
take cover behind that pillar that Arissa just took.
you got it. Either go to the left or go to the right, to the corner. Don't give up the space. You did a good job. You did a good job. You forced the CDs. You made everyone back up. Use that space. Don't back up. Hold the corner.
I guess I was just scared. Just flat out scared of like just getting bursted down.
Sure. So here's the thing. One of the thing when it comes to safety, this is a general rule, but corners are better than distant proximity. You backing up, not only are you no longer in your effective range, right?
Yeah.
So you're giving up the space. But also they can still shoot your shield. They can still shoot you. When you duck behind a corner, you're able to A, control the space, and B, still reduce the amount of damage that you're going to be taking by a lot. Okay?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So it's not only better offensively, it's just as good, if not better, defensively as well. And by the way, those in Twitch chat, that applies to pretty much every single character. Cover's better than proximity. Backing up is worse than just simply finding cover. But ultimately, like, you backing up there is really screwed you. Like, really screwed you. Because now this has felt so much harder than it needed to. Nice play. Like, I appreciate the pin. But this has felt so bad. Good stuff. Yeah, this is good. Nice job. Nice job. Congratulations, you're playing Reinhardt. Good stuff.
It's the only thing I play, so I have to at least do
Yeah, it's
something.
good. I love the name.
Yeah.
I mean, this is still fine. And then once you have HP, you go back to swinging. Don't chase her. So that is where you need to, if you're playing versus a better team, you need to pin cancel that one. That Orisa will javelin you. 100%.
Yeah.
So just pin cancel, shield, get in her face, and start to swing. This is why I said you have to be an armchair psychologist, because this is not the most rewarding thing in the world. But this is effective. This is effective. Okay, let's keep going here. I love it. I love it. I know some people in chat are like, why are you doing this? The team fight isn't even started yet. You tell me, what does this accomplish?
15-month win
I can stagger them, and since I'm taking 2 people out, I think that's pretty impactful.
It's a stagger. It's a stagger. It's great. Buys your team the exact same amount of time as an actual team fight win would. Maybe you don't completely kill the entire enemy team, but it's great. And like I said, 2 for 1. Let's go. Good stuff. Love to see it. I think with Shatter, it's more about, it's kind of like pulse bomb. You see an opportunity, you do it. You go for it. You just do it. Now, where should you go right now?
High ground.
High ground, why?
Because that's what I struggle with, and if you're rotating, not in a team fight, you could go up high ground. That way I don't get screwed on later in the match or in the team fight.
High ground is just choice. That's all it is. You don't have to stay high ground if the fight happens elsewhere. But if you're up here, you could go anywhere that you want on the map. Anywhere, anytime. You could drop, you could stay, you could drop the card, you could drop the high ground, you could hold the choke, it doesn't matter. High ground just gives you choices.
Yeah.
Where you are now, you have one choice. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You said, I mean, I just have to go on high ground, but
yes.
The route I took was wrong. Yeah.
Right. I thought you said something. Okay, but yeah. Kind of what we talked about with the pin cancel there. I'm going to be changing the video settings here. But yeah, talked about the videos, the pins, just pin cancel, going to be a better option. And shocker, look at where the Baptiste is. Look at where the Orisa just went. This is what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. See, here's a point where I struggle a lot. Because, like, I can make my way up high ground. I'm not sure where my team is at this point, to be honest.
Use your... Okay, so first off, that's inexcusable. You should always know where your team is. When
Okay.
should you know where your team is? Okay, let's ignore this foolishness.
at
But
all
when should you be
times?
checking? Right now. Well, no, not at all times, because that's not possible. Let's be honest. When should you know?
Before I'm about to make a play.
Like now?
Yeah.
Why? Why is now a good time?
Because I have the luxury to check without being shot at.
You got it. Perfect. And so what you would do is, like, let's go back here and check. So your Sombra's dead. You have one person on cart, because you can tell by the one there. Your soldier's taking top. There's one other person up in the tunnel, and the Lucio is with you. So basically the TLDR is that your team's kind of spread out, taking different flanks, and you have somebody in cart. And you have somebody in spawn. So how should you be approaching this fight?
A lot more passive.
A lot more passive or a lot weirder? Like, if you're going to pin here, who should you pin on with what you can see?
Straight ahead instead of going up high
I
ground.
agree. Why would you go for the Widow and not for the rest of the enemy team?
Because it's easier to kill Widow as Reinhardt, and she's isolated.
She's isolated, right? You don't want to really take the fight on the high ground right now because you have somebody on card and somebody in spawn. So it'll be basically like a 1v3, right? So you just kind of need, you could go top and just kind of chill and just distract them. And now, why would that be useful? Why would be like pretending to go top be useful to your team? What would that do?
Just creating space psychologically, as you said, just so they can be distracted with me.
So your team can do what?
Get high ground or rotate to safe positions.
Or.
I'm not sure of the other or. I don't know about that extension. What else?
Push cart.
Okay.
Because if the people on high ground are not looking at you, they will be shooting the guy on cart. Right? So you got choices here. So the big thing here is whatever you do, just be cautious with it. Understand that you're baiting attention, that you're not going to get any help. And that's okay. Like, ironically, Ryan is not Wrecking Ball, but Ryan is pretty self-sufficient if you use your pen well and you play around health packs and so on. So, like, this kind of stuff, just be careful. You're not going to get help. Even this is useful as long as you live. Right? As long as you live. You see that? Fortify, cooldowns used, Mercy. There's the block on the Javelins, and look what just happened to kill feed. You see it?
Yeah, the Sombra's got the Widow.
Samura's got the Widow, and your team is pushing card and contested. Pin out. This is just bad mechanics. You needed to get out of here. You needed to get out of here. It's a why? Okay, why did you need to get out of here?
If I'm in a room with Orisa, I'm screwed.
That's actually wrong. Because Orisa just used Fortify. If you hit the pin here, she dies.
Okay.
But you're not in the room with Orisa. You're in the room with Orisa and a Mercy.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So this is no longer a 2v1 that or a 1v1 that you're like really comfortable taking. It just becomes a 2v1, so your job is to just what?
Just die or stall as long as possible.
Stall as long as you can. Live. Just live. Keep them busy. And this is why your pin was so bad. Because you needed to get out, and you didn't.
Yeah.
So now you're dead. The strategy of what you're doing was not bad. Again, the cart is still moving. Your team is still taking space. The Marissa's still not back on high ground yet. But yeah. And also, by the way, I will say I agree. No comment. I will agree the fact that you probably should have stayed high ground. Worst case scenario, you stay high ground. 4 people in the enemy team come towards you. You drop off the high ground. Gives you options. Okay. Now, where are your targets that you want to dive? Use your spider senses here, okay? Where's that Widow? Where is that Baptiste? Where's that Drunkrat?
I think they're up on the top left.
Okay. So do you want to go here? Do you want to pin underneath and threaten here and try to bait attention? Do you want to go straight to cart and just shield and push cart, and then when you get in trouble, pin out to safety or pin out through underneath? What do you think?
I would much rather go inside the house on the right.
Okay.
To be honest.
Yep.
I don't. I think going main would just be kind of useless. I would walk in with my shield, get shot at, and then have to be forced back. Left
Okay,
side,
so how would you be forced back? So when you go to cart here, like let's say you walk here and you're going to pin to cart and hold shield. What is the enemy team going to do?
and they're just gonna burst down my shield, and then I'm gonna be shieldless.
From where?
From high ground.
Okay.
Up on that bridge.
How quickly will your shield break versus this enemy composition? If you have a good cover usage and you use cart and you use shield. I'm leading you with this question, but you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Probably not that fast. I was just afraid of the Junkrat, but he just died.
I think even if the Junkrat doesn't die, if the entire enemy team is shooting you on cart and you can live and still pressure cart, I think you're okay.
Okay.
Especially considering how many different ways that you can disengage from. You can disengage back down main. You can go underneath. You know where I'm talking about? Underneath through here to underneath.
Yeah.
And you can also go off to the right here, back to this little room here, towards their spawn. You get what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So you have so many ways of disengaging that. And what would that do? And what would that do? You buy time, you push cart, you bait attention, then what?
We get space because of that distraction, and
Exactly.
then they can probably go up high ground and retake that spot.
And I'm gonna give you a little secret, okay? Even in Grandmaster, when people see you pushing cart, the voices are gonna take over, and they're gonna drop. At least some of them are gonna drop.
Yeah, most likely the Orisa.
You know what I'm saying? Now, how is that useful?
Because now that threat is off of high ground, and my team can push.
Oh, not just your team. Not just your team. You ready for this one? Obviously, you have to be careful around Javelin. That's the biggest thing. Pin back this way. Retake high ground. Orisa's stuck on the floor.
And she struggles getting high ground, so that's even
Because
better.
you're faster than she is with Pin. You're faster. She can't take high ground quite as quickly as you can.
Okay.
Consider.
That's
Something to
good.
consider.
Yeah.
Like your limitations with Reinhardt is number one, your ability to read the battlefield and be like, oh, I could pull people towards me, or I can live, I can get out, and I can pin around the map. Your creativity, and then your mechanical capability on being able to execute that creativity.
Oh boy.
Make sense?
You know what this
Yeah.
is?
Give me 1 second. I just got
Trash
raided.
can.
Yeatle, thank you for the raid. We're doing a quick Reinhardt review. Then we're going to look at the patch notes. If you leak the patch notes, I will do physical harm. Okay? I will grasp you by the shoulders and I will go. You'll be deaf for a week. Do not leak the patch notes. I have not looked at them yet. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it, Yeatle. Okay?
Hi, chat.
All right. Let's keep going. Any questions with what I'm saying?
So the I wanted to re-emphasize. So the two plays that you were vouching for is rather I could go on the right side, pressure high ground, or pressure cart,
Yes.
make drop, and then take high ground because, for example, Orisa might drop.
What are the two things Ryan does? He hurts people with his hammer, right?
Mhm.
Or he lives for a long time with his shield. And those are the best two ways to utilize that. The first one is going top and hurting people with your hammer. Great job. Smile, right? The second one is to go to cart and live for a long time on the objective to force people to come to you and then running away and hitting people with your hammer. Again, smile, right?
Yes.
You choose, do I want to be a living distraction or do I want to hit people with my hammer? You get to choose which ways you want to leverage that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, depending on the context. Yeah.
Depending on the context, and sometimes both. Sometimes it starts with pinning high ground, and then everybody looks at you, and then you just smile and hold your hammer. Or hold your shield, rather. But yeah. Okay, let's take a look here. Why are we going so fast? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done?
I think it's just lose your speed boost. Okay, never mind.
Did I just get fitted?
I think it's
I'm such an NPC. Okay. Okay, that was bad. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Widow falls off the map. That's always a good one. Yeah. Okay, force cart. Go, 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 go. Okay, never mind, we're good. Now again, you have choices here. What are your choices? Two choices.
I could stay on cart and just live forever, or go on high ground and make them distracted.
Yep. What do you think?
I think I should just stay on cart.
Okay. Great
I do know
recognition. Great recognition, by the way. I agree with both of your decisions.
I've seen the spoilers of this match, so I kind of just
Nice
get payload.
block. Nice block. I don't mind you going for the Orisa, but I want to make sure that that's always your last choice if there's another target available. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Because she's just not the most lethal thing either, you know? You're not very good versus her, and... oh. Okay, okay, listen. We're going to have a talk. Okay, look. What's the best way to kill this Orisa besides pinning her? Which is, by the way, a total gamble about whether she's just a total NPC or not. What's the best way to kill this Orisa?
Kill her backline first, and then save
let's
her
be
for
honest,
later.
you're not gonna kill her backline. But you might scare her, but you're not gonna kill her backline. Okay. So what are you gonna do?
Punch hearts and just absorb everything, and then my
You got
team
it. You got it. You had the perfect position to either, first off, maybe just pen the soldier, right? Or just take the stairs where you were and drop on top of the Mercy or drop on top of the Batiste. And because there's no CC back there, they can't stop you from pinning out either, right? So you stand there and you swing and you stand there and you swing and you stand there. And there is this screaming at her team, "Where are you guys? Where's my follow-up?" And she dies. You got me?
Yeah.
That's your advantage over Orisa. Is Orisa can't do what you're doing. She's first off, she can't sustain pressure as long as you can. I know people are like, yeah, but fortify. Shield's better than fortify in this particular instance. And the second thing is that she doesn't have the pin to take crazy deep flanks like this and just live for forever.
So I should have taken a deeper flank, is what you're saying.
Yes, 100%. Deeper flank. You were already here, so go for it. Might as well. There's no CC. Now, if there's a sleep dart or a cast hinder, that's when things start to get tricky. And you have to be creative. But even then, it's still the same result. And here, even if you fail the pin, you definitely don't swing this Orisa. What do you do instead?
I just turn her on, then shield.
Right? Remember the goal with your Rhine shield. Get every single person in front of your shield. Nobody to the side. Nobody shooting you in the back. Useless, right? Useless.
Yeah. I have no idea how I survived that.
I mean, we take it. Now, here we go
And then
again.
and I go back to the other side.
Ay.
Yeah.
You're like the opposite of the stereotype that Orisas that just chase Reinhardts around the map.
I chase Orisas.
You chase Orisas. Now, as soon as you get HP here, what should you do? So this is the other thing too. Like, you never want to be like remaining half HP. You want to try to get to full, get your armor back, use cover, right? Then what?
And then I could like pin in
Timothy
or
for my sub gift.
shatter
Sure.
maybe.
Sure. Okay, you ready for this one? You ready for this one? You ready for the sauce? Okay.
Let me hear the sauce.
You could pin in, all right? But consider geometry, okay? What if you pinned in this way? Remember where you were before?
Yeah.
Then what? Be
Uh,
honest with me. What is the enemy team gonna do? Be honest with me.
if I pin in there, so there is a chance Orisa might turn around, but
Oh, don't even give me that. You know she's gonna turn around. You
I
know
know
she
she's
is. Every
know.
single risk is gonna turn around and focus you down. So yes, you need to play around spear. Yeah, Virulence is right. You need to play around spear. You need to wait for spear. You need to see spears, whatever CC is. You pin in on it, not even directly on the backline, but on an off angle. These guys are gonna do this on 100%. Okay, and then what do? You do every Reinhardt's favorite move. You hold shield.
hold shield. Yeah.
You hold shield. But why is that better than pinning in directly?
When I have cover, a lot
Yes,
more cover.
big
go
one.
there.
Yep,
Yeah.
100%.
But I can shield the entire team. If I went to the right, it's a lot more open space, so they can shoot me at different angles.
Yep, and you're pinning directly at the damage as well, whereas this one is more a little bit more safety. Something to consider. So sometimes you don't even. Sometimes, like, oh, by the way, what if they do ignore you? What can you do from here?
I can probably, like, to be honest, I would jump down and pin from the back.
You could do the exact same thing from here, or be honest, you could just walk forward and swing in backline. You've created an off angle, a melee off angle. You see that? Whereas your team is here and you're here, right? It's weird, but it's first-person shooter fundamentals. And notice that you still are able to keep everyone in front of your shield as well. This one is just, I want you to generate some of your HP back.
Yeah, I need to take note of that.
Be a little bit like, because there's a lot of like gray Reinhardt here. You get what I'm saying? There's a lot of like, you're half HP, you're not really doing anything, but you're not really AFKing, you're just kind of living. Good shatter. Really good shatter. I mean, obviously, getting that many targets is great, but just going for the one that you did was good. Mechanics. You were just. I'm ashamed of you.
It's fine. I'll learn.
You'll get it. Remember, what's the goal?
Isolate and just distract.
Right.
live.
So where do you need your threats and where do you need your shield?
Threats all in front of me, in front of
You
the
got
shield.
it. You got it. You got it. Great shatter. Great shatter. And you guys might actually just cap off of that too. Yeah, nice job.
Yeah.
Really, really nice job. Nice job. Nice job. Nice job.
I did
And-
calm that. I just wanted to let you know. I was like 3, 2, 1.
Good. Good for you.
Kind of-
If you're gonna calm anything, that's gonna be the thing. Like when you're engaging and when you're setting up plays and so on. Okay.
Here's where I struggle.
I want you to look at that Diva's HP and I want to look at your HP. Do you see it?
Yeah, I should have pinned in, been more aggressive.
I'm actually no. That's not the point I'm trying to make. I think this would have been too far for your team. I don't think your team can help you over here. But remember what we talked about with the Matrix versus Shield? There it is. You see
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
You see this? You see this? Okay. Something to consider. Okay.
don't worry. Don't worry. I didn't go.
Okay. Remember, your
Don't
goal
worry.
with Reinhardt is to be melee range to do damage, or at least to threaten damage. That's why Ryan on defense can be useful. It's because they have to walk into your melee range. Because they have to cap the point. So you use that by just holding either corner. They have to walk into you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, you ready for some advanced level Reinhardt here? Which side?
I want to
should
hear
you hold?
everything.
What
everything.
side should you hold? Left or right? Assuming that your
Uh,
supports can heal you from both sides.
Okay. Wait, just looking at the comp.
Nah,
think I
don't
should
do it.
leave-
Don't do it. Don't
Okay,
do
okay,
that.
okay.
Don't do that. Because that
Don't-
is relevant. But there's a strategy here I want you to think about. Remember when we talked about the geometry pen?
Yeah.
Remember
So-
why was that potentially useful? Remember this?
Okay. So you want me to pin straight ahead?
I don't want
was
you to
gonna say,
pin. We're asking which corner do you hold?
Probably right side. That way
Why?
I can clear high ground with a single pin.
Sure. You know, there's another reason why you hold right side. It's the same reason why we talked about the geometry pin.
Mm-hmm.
Is used to establish a melee crossfire.
Mm.
Your team is here. You are here. If the enemy team puts attention on your team, you're free. If they put attention on you, they turn their backs, or at least their sides, to the rest of your team. You see that?
Yeah.
Something to consider. A little bit of an advanced strategy there, but little melee crossfires like that are actually really important. Your job, your shield is for you, not for your team. So if you're
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm staying here, I'm holding this choke because my team is behind me, don't do that. Don't do that. Pull the enemy team's attention away. But yeah, this is a little bit risky. You want them to push into you because they have to.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing here. I don't mind you getting the swing. It's not bad, but again, there's no real rush. You could just hold the corner here and make him walk into you.
Mm.
Good fire strike. Again, I don't want you in the open. I want you on cover. And again, you see how much of this is just standing in the open, not holding a corner, not making a decisive push, not doing nothing. You need to do nothing sometimes. This is just absorbing damage. You see that?
Yeah.
I don't want you absorbing damage. All you are is a leech to your healers without actually doing anything. Just hold the corner and do damage. Hold the corner and do damage. That's it. Hold the
Back
corner and do
into
damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold the corner and do damage. That's it. It's sometimes just fine to do absolutely nothing as Reinhardt. The enemy team, that's what you need to punish right here. This is it. You see it? But unfortunately, you know. And I'm not going to lie with you, the Diva so far has had literally zero relevance, whatsoever. Your only problem is that you've been taking too much damage and not doing
Yeah.
enough.
This is troll. Okay.
I don't think it's troll. You actually made a play for once. I don't think that necessarily was necessary for you to pin in, but I would literally rather see this than what you've been doing for the last 30 seconds, which has just been kind of standing there in the open.
Yeah.
Because you had cover. The only problem, and the only reason why this didn't work, was because you didn't have shield and you didn't have HP. And why did you not have shield and why did you not have HP?
Because I was in open space.
And that's it.
Yeah.
This is why doing nothing is so important, because doing nothing is what lets you do something afterwards when you see an opportunity. The play is great. This circumstance is that led to this play, not so great. And I'm freezing there. Okay, there we go. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Downtime for uptime, exactly. Yep, downtime for uptime. Because you could do a whole lot of nothing with Reinhardt. Just kind of sit there and absorb, take damage. I wouldn't even bother recontesting. This point cap's way too fast. I appreciate the effort there, but, you know.
I have PTSD from just randomly dying from Diva bombs, so never again.
So where do you hold? Where do you hold?
I would hold. Why would I not be able to hold this side right here?
Sure, sure, but corner. Not
Okay,
here,
just go for it.
not here. Corner, cover. You need cover. Now, if your team was fully ready, you could also hold here to establish a bit of a melee crossfire. They turn to look at you this way. They turn their butt cheeks to your enemy backline, and they die. It's high risk, high reward, but something to consider.
Okay.
But regardless, the big thing for you, I wouldn't even necessarily think that far. That's just a fun little tidbit. It's the hold cover, hold corner. Good. Hold cover, hold corner, hold corner, hold cover. Don't swing. Don't swing. You see this? Don't swing. You're losing HP. Just even if you lose shield, who cares? Like, what is your backline AFK? No, they're doing stuff. Look what's happening in the kill feed. You see it?
Yeah.
So unless you see an opportunity that you want to push, just keep baiting their attention.
Unlucky.
It's okay. Go back to cover. Go back to cover. Go back to cover. Drop shield. And now you have a choice. What is your choice? What's the passive but effective solution, and what's the aggressive and effective solution?
Shatter the Bastion right off the bat because I hate
just
that.
Get in there. Shatter, pin, ruin them. There's a lot of targets here that you can swing on. Okay?
Yeah.
Do damage. What's the more passive approach that is also effective?
Just stay on, hold cover and just keep cart contested.
Keep them busy. Do not let them walk forward. If they overextend, you'd shatter them. But you don't necessarily go for anything proactive. You play your cover, you play your corner, you play your HP. Right?
I think that's the key. That's the key thing I'm missing here is I need to wait for them to overextend in order to shatter.
Because you're on defense. It's not really on you to necessarily make a play. They have to push the cart. And when you're on attack, you do have to contest their space. You've got to be thinking creatively and proactively. But here, you could just hold. Too much damage. You got to make a decision here. This is fine. But you see, you can't stop her from doing that. That was just more about you finding a new cover. To be honest with you, I would have been okay with you solo shattering the Diva as well. Guarantee the DMAC and the kill. That would have worked. Frozen, frozen, frozen. Okay, where do you need to be? What's the problem with the positioning right now?
I need to be at least right side where I can have cover.
Also, what range are you playing right now?
I'm playing sniper range with Reinhardt right now.
Not going to work. So you got to decide. Either you quickly find cover, or what's the aggressive play?
Probably pin into the left opening as the aggressive play, yeah.
Yep, then what?
And then I'm not sure actually. Well, I don't know what I would do with that.
It's situational. It's situational, right? Are you closer to squishies that you can swing on?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are. That's it. Okay? That's
Okay.
it. If you're going to utilize your pen, get closer to squishies to swing on. And then what you can do is you can read the situation. Is Diva going to peel me off? Okay, then I just shield bot, walk back towards my supports. But I've created space. Does she ignore me? Okay, then I go kill people. Maybe I use my shatter. And then I pin back out again. Right?
Yeah, this is the space where I struggle most in because I usually find myself thinking like, what do I do? What am I
Close
supposed
distance, find cover. Close distance, find cover. And decide if you want to let the voices win or if you're going to be passive. Because both can work.
Yeah, okay.
Do it. Nice combo there. Good mechanics. That was perfect. Nice job.
Thank you.
Really, really nice combo there. And this is creating space. So you don't even you could pin here if you want to, and this is fine. But this Diva's
The
gonna
voices.
die.
Yeah.
But it's fine. It's fine. Just go back. You miss it. She's losing HP. Where do you need to go?
Away
need
from
to do?
window.
What do you need to do, right? Do nothing. Be creative, be creative, be creative, be creative. Do it. Do it. No, no,
No,
no,
no,
no.
no.
Where should you go? Where should you go?
Probably high ground or to the left side of where I
Yes!
was.
Go high ground, go. Ah! Right? Okay? And even
Yeah.
if you do nothing, like at the high ground, maybe you're in a better position for the next fight. I don't know.
Yeah, this was too safe of an approach. Now they just got space.
I mean, congrats. And then now it's like, God. I mean, I appreciate what you're trying to do there, but it just doesn't matter. Instead, it's more of like, oh man, we could have followed up off of that EMP and maybe killed 2, and then maybe we get a chance to recontest and so on and so on and so on. Close the distance, and then make the decision if you want to swing or shield. That's your job.
So I should have probably taken the Mega and then moved to their
got
back
it.
line.
You got it. Heck, even the heal passive would have helped you a little bit. Like, you might not even need to take the Mega. You could have healed maybe 100, 150 healing by then, after like 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is just troll. This is troll, yeah.
I mean, yeah. Where do you need to be?
A bit closer to the corner,
Where?
right where I'm standing.
This is giving too much space. Where do you need to be?
A bit. Okay, so if that's too much, then probably on the left side. Oh no, the left side is bad.
This is aggressive. I'm not gonna lie with you, but where can your team see? Find another corner.
On the right side, the other side.
This side here. Enemy team will
Yeah.
take an off angle and poke you out. You're dead. GG's.
I'm not sure, honestly. I get stuck here too. There. Okay, I would have to do like a pin jump play, right?
It's
to get
too
up
late.
there.
It's too late now. It's too late now. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
It's definitely too late now. But that if you maybe you don't even have the time to go there. But if you did have time, that's where you need to go. Why?
Just for like better space. Giving them too much space right now.
Is there a corner there? Yes.
Is there a corner? Yes.
Can your team see you? Yes. That's
Yes.
it. And no, you can't virulence. There's much better cover to get poked out, so a lot harder. In theory, yes, but yeah, I actually think in hindsight here, I don't think that you could have made this pin here. I think this is too late. But just food for thought, okay? And by the way, it's also that melee crossfire that we're talking about as well, where for them to push you, they walk in front of your back. Okay, this is fine.
I shouldn't have held shield there. Yeah.
Yeah. Questionable.
I don't know. Yeah.
Still another one of the situations where it's a whole lot of nothing and a whole lot of something, but nothing happens. Too much damage taken for a fire strike. Then you're pinning, but I don't know what your prompt is for this pin, and I don't know what you're even pinning on.
I'm not even sure myself.
So you're feeding. You're going to just pin directly into the middle of the enemy backline and create space. How do you do it? When do you do it?
I pin to the back line when the diva pins to my back line.
Or you ready for this one? When they actually get to the corner. Because what can your team to help team do to help you right now?
What can my team do to help me
if
right now?
If you pinned backline right now, what could your team do?
Shoot
Look
them.
Where's them? Where are they?
They're right behind me. So they could probably
But where's the enemy team? Where's the enemy team?
On payload.
Can your team see the payload right now?
No, they cannot.
So why are you doing anything?
Okay. So I shouldn't pin in backline.
No, you shouldn't. Not right now. When should you do it?
When they overextend.
What do you mean overextend? What does overextend mean?
I guess when they push too far forward or they're closer
too far forward.
Yeah. When they're closer to me, when I have cover.
You got it. I don't want you to think overextend. I just ask yourself, can my team do anything off of this? And the answer is no. So don't do it. Instead, don't wait for the enemy team to overextend or feed or the diva to booster, because those things might not happen. Then what do? You ready for this? Wait for them to walk to the corner so that your team can shoot them. Then go. Pin the backline, hold shield, everybody turns around to peel on you, and they get shot in the butt cheeks. And you can pin back out again. That's it. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Just ask yourself, can my team do anything? I don't care if you're forcing cart. I don't care if you're holding shield. I don't care if you're pinning on their backline. I don't care if you're pinning on the front line. Can your team do anything to capitalize off the attention that you're getting? Remember, you are an armchair psychologist.
All right.
you're a psychologist. You're making people look at you and making sure that your team is using that time well. So the reason this pin is so bad is not because you messed up the pin, or it's because even if you did hit the pin, what would have mattered?
Nothing, basically. Yeah.
You know, that's the thing.
Yeah.
And this matters on both the attack and defense. And so again, a whole lot of nothing. Good patience. Honestly, you don't even need to do anything now. Why? Again, right? You see where these guys are?
I'm just contesting for free. Yeah.
Right. You don't even, you know, unless your team is over here, which we know that they're not, don't do anything. Just wait. Freeze, 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 freeze. There we go. Just chill. Don't take damage. Now your team walks forward, so you walk forward too. In fact, I don't even think you needed to back off there. Your team had pushed forward with you, so you could have actually pushed forward too.
Okay, I see the mistake there. Okay.
And then now that you're up one, you are free to walk forward and shift your fight location forward. Right? You have an advantage, walk forward. You can even pen now if you wanted to. Yeah, this is good. That's fine. I mean, it's unfortunate with the pen, but you'll get help. There it is. Okay. I think you kind of failed to push your advantage there, and so... Oh, my days. Okay. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Don't go backwards. You have to go forwards.
Into the window.
Into the window. Because the window is not shooting you. Why?
Because I'm in cover.
No. Because if you're going to pin out of cover. But I promise you the window's not looking at you. Why?
Because it's and probably looking at the Cassidy, or on the Mora that's an open space.
Somebody has to die now. Like right now. You have to go. You have to go.
I have to do something.
You have to go. Otherwise, it's too late. That was your chance.
I should have Hail Married it and just went for it.
You got it. You got it. You got it. You might have killed the BAP there. Let's watch maybe one more fight here. Okay, do you have any questions so far?
No. So far, you're addressing everything like
okay
per play. So I feel like I'm getting the information that I need.
What I want us to do after this fight is I want a very simple system of how we're approaching things. And I think it's going to be something like, do you want to swing? Do you want to hold shield? What's the plan? Right?
Yeah.
Make a play. Yeah. Where's my team? Make it action. Where's my team? Make it action. Over and over and over again.
I think the biggest issue I have is when I'm not doing anything, I feel like it's completely useless or just a waste of time. Yes. But you've mentioned how sometimes doing nothing is good, so you can do plays
right,
later.
So you can get your resources back, and so you can do something really, really impactful. Because what ends up happening right now is you're doing a lot of this and not a lot of this.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? And the reason why this is so bad is you're also forcing your supports to do a lot of healing and a lot of nothing as well. Because you're constantly taking damage. You're constantly living with the DPS passive. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Chill, execute. Right now, you could pin in and go. Your full HP, your full resources, you could go. Or you could be more sequential about it. But do not stand here in this choke. Do not stand here. Find cover. Find cover. Walk forward. She's pinned. Do not turn around. Go. Where do you go?
Backline.
Backline. Go. Go. Missed opportunity to stop res there. That's okay. At least we're here. Beautiful. Keep going. Go.
Oh, I completely lost the Baptiste here.
That's okay. That's okay. Find him again. That's okay. That's okay. Stay on him. Stay on him. Screw the diva.
Yeah, I saw the big
because what ends up happening is the diva turns her back on you, but you turn your back on Baptiste. So look at your HP. You see it?
Yeah, this gets demolished.
He just demolishes you, right? And you don't even end up demacking the diva.
Yeah.
Your target priority has been a minor issue. This review, whether it's been the Orisa or the diva. And the irony is that I think your concern about diva is why you're focusing her so much.
Yeah,
Who cares?
that is it. Yeah.
Yes, who cares? Do your job better than her. I mean, I guarantee you, if you had actually focused the Baptiste here, I would have coached this diva, and she would have been like, bro, how do I play versus Reinhardt? He literally pins my backline. I can't kill him fast enough. He just stands there, holds shield, and my entire team can't kill him, and then he just lives, and then they get all the space every single time. And I have to sit there and be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? I always get this stuff. So just do your job. Don't worry about it. What should you do right now?
Just heal up a little bit, then make a play.
Yes, that's the key thing. Do nothing. Do nothing. Do nothing, 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 nothing. And what do you do when you do nothing?
You chill in a corner
And what should be operating? Your fingers should be standing still, but what should be operating?
my brain.
Your brain. What are you thinking about right now?
Who's isolated? What play can I make that won't kill me straight off the bat?
So with what you could see right now, okay, you just saw boosters to diva up top. What do you think you should do?
Maybe focus their backline. Maybe
where? How? Shoot. From what approach? Where do you do? Where do you go?
Maybe take a right.
Yeah, I love it. Great job. Great job. And what? Swing? Shield?
No, I'd probably walk forward with a shield.
Yeah.
And then have my pin come back on cooldown just in case I need to get myself out.
Yep. You got it. Love it. Let's do it. That's it right there. Just walk forward with shield. Control the backline's attention. Generate your HP back a little bit. And decide what you want to do from there. Let's see what the Junkrat does. Let's see what the Mercy does. Maybe you go to the Baptiste over here. Good. But see, what ends up happening is you don't really think, so you just walk. And you don't know where to go, and you don't know when to go, and you don't know where you're going, and you just take damage, and your supports have to babysit you, and then your DPS die. Watch your Sojourn here. Bam! No healing, no armor packs, no nothing. Why? Because they're all taped to your butt cheeks. So when I say do nothing, in reality, what I'm really saying is I want you to do something. I just want you to think. I just don't want you to necessarily just press random buttons.
Yeah.
Albert says, here's how I would coach Reinhardt. Go to spawn and hit H. What do you think?
What is H? I don't play PC. This is console
Swap
game.
heroes. Swap heroes.
Swap heroes? Hell no. Hell no. What? Then what's the point?
Hit it. Do it.
I tried. It was too hard.
Great. Look, I'm just, hey, it was a good play. And you lift the rip tire. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Hey, you know what? I don't care. Your team wins. GG's. You took one for the team. Well done.
That is probably the only edge I know against D.Va is when she's ulting. I have two free swings.
You do.
Yeah,
you do. Okay, you're doing nothing right now, or you should be doing nothing. I want you. Okay, you can't listen, so we're gonna cheat. You can look through walls. You see Junk, you see Bap, you see D.Va, you see Moira. Now you could argue that you should have to stay card here, but let's pretend this isn't overtime. This is a thinking exercise. It's not overtime. What are your choices?
I could go back into the house for the high ground on the right side.
Mm-hmm. You can pen up there. Yep. What else?
Or I can go to the left side right now where they're at and just distract them.
What else could you do? What's the boring choice that is also sometimes okay?
Just sponge my team and just hold shield on card.
You got it. That's probably going to be the better play during OT. Let's see what you do.
Yeah.
Throw your fire strikes at the squishies, not the D.Va.
Yeah.
Nice fire strike. That's completely bottled off. Good. That was good right there. Totally bottled off the D.Va support. Completely ruined the window value. Anchoring point. And then once you're confident here, what you should be doing? Yes! Go! Nice. This is good. Now what should you do? You have time. There's other people on cart. Where should you go?
High ground.
High ground right now. Keep them distracted. Keep them busy. It's a risk in OT, I understand, but you need to go. You know that their next attack is going to start or potentially go to high ground. Look at the Tracer. You see it? She's already up on the way up.
I see that. Okay.
You know? And then at some point, yeah, you'll probably need to go to cart, an OT especially.
I should have.
You should have been there.
I should have that hole that they were coming from, that exit. I probably should have stood there and swung right there.
Yeah, Yep. Close range. Got a nice little melee crossfire with you and your team. Your team can see it. You got it. See,
Yeah,
you're
they
recognizing
have
these things. You see, you're recognizing these things. I think we'll stop here. I think the most important thing that you need to practice is the skill of do nothing. And when you're doing nothing, think about your next engage. Where's the next choke? What corner? Do I want to go in? Do I want to hold shield? Do I want to pin backline? Think ahead of time.
Okay.
Think ahead of time. I had the pleasure one time, this is a small sample size, but it's a fun little anecdote, of watching LH Cloudy during a particularly mental boomed stream. Probably when he's on his game, maybe the best Reinhardt in the world.
Yeah.
He was mental boomed. Not happy at his Masters teammates. He was playing really, really, really badly. And the thing is when your brain turns off with Reinhardt because you're mentally boomed or frustrated and so on, that's like 60% of the hero. You can't just you just can't just like, especially when you're playing on Eichenwald and to Diva Junkrat on overtime with a Widowmaker and you have a Moira so you don't have range healing. Like there's so many things to think about. You can't afford to turn your brain off. And this is why I think that like Reinhardt's such an honest tank, is that especially in Overwatch 2, you have to be a problem solver constantly, right? And so you cannot be lazy with your thinking. And so when a really, 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 really high level player plays really badly when the brain isn't turned on, that should tell you something. That should tell you something.
Yeah.
So
it's like a mental strain, on the character.
Exactly. So let's take some notes here. What are some habits or what are some specific things that you need to practice with this character?
Just right off the bat, taking unnecessary damage when I'm in open space.
Taking unnecessary damage. Instead, what should you do? So that's, don't do this, so do what instead?
Just get myself full HP in order to make a proper play.
Play cover, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Second thing, avoid taking unnecessary damage. Instead, play cover. What next?
Better target prioritization. So
catching you sometimes getting just overly distracted with tank, with pin, swing, fire strike. Okay, great one. What else? Most important skill of all.
The most important skill of all is to land your shots, but in this case...
Okay, for you, though, for the Reinhardt, what is something that we talked about over and over and over and over and over again?
Pressuring high ground and just distracting them.
Sure. Do nothing so that you could do what?
So I can play aggressive or take more space.
So that you can, remember the habit? Think.
Yeah.
About your engage. Your job is to get close to swing or to get close to shield, distract, game plan your next engage. Fire strikes, I think, could use some priority on squishies a little bit more. I think shatters were okay. I think that's mostly it. I think that's mostly
especially with a diva. I can't really fire strike for free.
Do you have any questions or anything else that you think should be put on your list of habits?
I mean, it's not really a question, but it's a scenario. Like when you just get popped as Reinhardt, when I'm trying to make a play, I'm full HP. I walk into this team fight, and everyone is focused on me, and I feel like I just explode sometimes as Reinhardt. And that's probably the reason why I haven't been taking as aggressive options, and you're seeing me stay on cart a lot. So maybe that could be fixed or at least help.
I put one more thing in there. Check your team's positioning when making engagements or plans as well. Sorry, go ahead.
That is a big thing. That is probably the reason why I'm taking so much damage to begin with.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. And it also needs to be, you have to understand that not all damage is created alike. Discord, Hanzo headshot, Junkrat pipes, Orisa javelin, all of those things are not consistent. They happen in spikes, and you can anticipate them, predict them. Even just turning the corner is right. You can probably predict that there's going to be a lot of damage front-loaded the first time you peek a corner. So
Yeah.
probably peeking a corner with shield, then dropping and pinning is probably the smart way of doing things, right?
Yeah.
And that's just one tiny little way of thinking about it.
I do have a question now that you mentioned is it's kind of a broad question, but like when in terms of dealing with Roadhog or like for example Mauga or specifically Roadhog because I find that more
Yes.
in the games I play, I find like I can't do anything against him unless I can pin his vape.
Yes.
But
But see, you're thinking. You remember, you're armchair psychologist. You Reinhardt cannot directly kill a Roadhog easily, and he can
exactly.
punish your aggressive playmaking. That's just how it is. But remember when we talked about what's better, Matrix, Fortify, or Rein Shield in terms of just absorbing damage and doing so for as long a period of time
Ryan
as possible?
Shields.
Rein
Yeah.
Shield is always better. You don't even have to. You probably know exactly what I'm about to ask you right now. What is
Don't even
better, Roadhog's fat body or Shield?
Shields. I just need to let my team shoot him.
You need to let your team shoot him. You need to do what you normally do and understand that your job is to just be patient, bait resources, wait until your team just starts to. And this is why checking your team's positioning is so important. Because if you pin backline and the entire enemy team turns around and chases you and you live 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 and you eventually die, and you're like, oh, where's my team? Well, where is your team? Where is your
Probably
team?
shooting the Roadhog, probably.
Right. So you need to make sure that they're going to. And that's
Yeah.
all. That's why your timing of these plays is so important. So yeah, I mean, Roadhog. Generally, what you're going to find is that the more that you can't do to the enemy tank, the more that you can actually just play for uptime of your shield and baiting attention and wasting resources. And also remember, one advantage you have over Roadhog is you can avoid him. Not always, but you can. He doesn't have a pin. Okay, he doesn't even have a fly. So if the map opens up those angles where he can go for backline and control backline and force attention, that's something that he can't really do. The only thing that he could do is hook you out of pin, and that's his biggest threat.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's something I look for the most. Like I just shield bait it. I take down my shield, put my shield back up, and usually they fall for it. Yeah.
You got it. And so your biggest weakness is going to be yourself and the developers. And when Reinhardt one day gets more movement speed when he swings, or more movement speed when he shields, or maybe when Fire Strike does 125 damage again, maybe then you can be more of a direct threat and less of a distraction and less of a time waster. But that's just how it is. That's just how it is.
I mean, I am doing this challenge to just hit masters with only Reinhardt, so I'm almost there. Diamond 1. So
You're doing good. Be patient. Don't rush the process. Limit testing and experimenting these things is going to cost you games, but remember, short-term investments mean nothing. Absolutely nothing. Everything is the long term. You got to be patient.
Yeah.
You're doing a good job. I like the creativity in your engages. There were some things that I think you could consistently be doing better. Those are the habits there. Practice this one at a time, but you're doing a great job. There's a very clear reason why you're not plat or gold or even low diamond. You're doing a great job. And your mechanics, I actually think some of the combos that you're doing with your shatters, I didn't look bad to me. I think that you talked about that as potentially being a weak point. Not to me. I think that was good.
Really good. Yeah, I will have to be honest. Like it's because you haven't seen the other games. I do miss those like
everybody does.
Fire strike. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody does. You hit more than your share. Keep up the good work.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. I want you to keep me updated with how practice goes, and if any questions. If you do have like a scenario where like I really don't know what my game plan was supposed to be here, I don't know how easy it is to take a screenshot in console, but do so and send it to me.
Yeah, I can definitely do that. I stream, so I can basically save the video and just send it.
Wait on Twitch?
Yeah.
Link your Twitch.
Sure. I don't know how to link it.
Okay, well, at least tell me what your Twitch tag is, and I'll find you.
Arab Ryan.
Arab Ryan. All right, let me link it in my Twitch chat. Chat, if you guys want to give Arab Ryan a follow.
I greatly appreciate it.
I'll drop a follow myself. There you go, y'all. Arab Ryan. That's such a banger name. Okay, there you go. All right. Well, good luck, mate. You're very welcome. Keep in touch, and I'll chat with you later, all right?
See you. Have a good one.
You too. All right, y'all. That was Arab Ryan. You guys enjoyed that one. We usually don't go as in-depth on replay reviews. I know it's bad stream content because I'm just flat out ignoring most of you guys, but that was asked to jump into voice, so I figured we'd do it, and I think that one was a lot of fun. Ryan reviews are always fun. Smart guy too, so. Okay, thank you for this follows. Thank you for the subs. Again, if Yeedle's still here, I really appreciate the raid as well. Let's do this. Let's change the patch reacts, or the title. Patch notes react time 4:15 p.m. EST or so. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. I'm excited. I'm excited, guys. I'm excited. All right. I have no inkling of what they did besides what Alex said yesterday, which was Orisa. Big Goose, thank you for the gifted subs. Vermilion, Smoker, Angel Blocks, Ghost Runner, and yeah. Thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate it, mate. Wait, why is it only 4 names? Oh, there's a gap. Gadian as well. I appreciate the gifted subs. It's very generous. Okay, I don't know anything. I haven't seen anything. Let's just take a look here. Let's change our rank back to bronze, because we always got to be bronze, mates. Okay. Initial reaction here. Duration of Fortify reduced from 4.5 to 3.5. I'm so excited. I love patch notes. 4.5 to 3.5. Yeah, that's fine. Orisa now moves 20% slower while fortified. Oh, wait. Damage roll passive healing reduction wait, they buffed the roll passive? They buffed the roll passive, guys. Bro, I was actually kind of concerned because I was like, they're going to nerf Orisa, and then Malga's. No, bro, they just buffed it. They just buffed it. Hey, Malga players. Hey, Roadhog players. I can't even do it. Get the frick out of my Twitch stream. Okay. I mean, I actually think this is relatively fair. I am not a proponent of nerfing the roll passive for tanks until they're in a position to where they can also simultaneously nerf Roadhog and Malga. Because the thing is like, you're right, like that, screw tanks, haha. But the problem is that the tanks that get hurt by this the most are the absolute cancer tanks. Right, the absolute cancer. Yeah, Junker Queen definitely struggles with that one, but it's the Malgas and the Roadhogs and so on that are the big nasty ones. Ironically, even Reinhardt is less concerned about the roll passive. So I'm okay with this. I would rather this than for them to nerf it further for tanks right now. I hope that's on the table, though. I hope that's on the table. You guys have to understand. If you've listened to any of Samito's videos, okay, you cannot just give tanks free survive. Like, you can't just make tanks like these unkillable like monoliths just by flat global things. Like, I actually think that like you actually can't even buff the tank passive too much just yet until we actually deal with some of these things, because some of the tanks are already unkillable as it is. You have to be really careful. You can't just go, the DPS passive doesn't like apply to tanks, or even if it's weaker, right? Like, I think that that's ultimately the goal, but sometimes that's the only way to kill some of these things. How's Hog cancer, but Orisa isn't? I mean, they're both cancer. Okay, you guys ready for a spicy take? Are you guys ready for a spicy take? I bet you guys aren't ready. I like Orisa better than Malga or Roadhog. I like playing versus Orisa better than Malga and Roadhog. I like playing with Orisa better than Malga and Roadhog. And I find, I know that Roadhog is very mechanically skillful when played at the highest ceiling, but man, I don't like Orisa. Orisa, but there is still, I think, a tier gap between the worst tanks to play and Orisa. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. That's like you prefer the smell of compost to literal. Yeah, but that's true. But I'm not an Orisa fan either. I let's just be very clear. Azusil, thank you for the sub. Yeah. I think those are like the holy trifecta of tanks that we don't enjoy. But yeah, it is what it is. I think I'm hoping that this is like, this is what we could kind of expect from mid-season patch notes. We're never going to get like this like earth-shattering rework or these crazy things. This sounds like just more like a tweak, which is like whatever, to kind of keep those tanks out of the way, but it is what it is. Now, I hope that they're able to reduce this to like 15% for tanks again in the future, or 10%, once they address things like Malga and Roadhog, and to a lesser extent Orisa, but it is what it is. More gifted subs! Thank you so much, Big Goose. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But yeah, anyway, long story short, I'm actually not as against this as much as I thought I would. I'm kind of like, okay, it mixes things up, and okay, we'll see what it is. The Big Goose, I don't think it's the Big Goose, sadly, but it's the other Big Goose. Okay, now let's talk about these changes here. I am very torn. I don't like this. I don't like, okay. You guys want my take on cooldowns? You guys want my take on cooldowns? I don't think you need buffs that also have downsides. I think you need cooldowns that do two things, and you have to choose which one you want them to do. Jason, too, thank you for the sub. Let me give you guys an analogy. Let's say Fortify increased your damage. Okay. Let's say Fortify reduced your guns over here, right? Like it actually does now, but it actually functioned more. And it meant that Orisa had no fall off. And it meant that Orisa had like a 5% movement speed buff or 10% movement speed buff. And it also had the defensive capabilities. You would have to choose between using your Fortify to actually like proactively make a play or use your Fortify to survive. But that is a terrible analogy in terms of like the way it could be worked out. But you understand what I'm saying. It's like on an aid. You have to choose if you use it offensively. You have to choose if you use it defensively. And you can't necessarily always do both. I know Apolify. I know she already has no fall off, but just bear with me. My point being right now, I actually don't like hero. I don't think in 5v5 you can make tanks that, and I don't think you want cooldowns that limit playmaking ability. I just don't think that you want cooldowns that do one thing and do it really well. I think you want cooldowns that you have to choose what you want to do with them. Like, think about like a Doomfist Slam. Do you go in with Slam or do you go out with Slam? Right, do you use Jungle Queen Shout to live or do you use Jungle Queen Shout to actually make a play? Dash to go in or out. Deflect is another great one. You have to choose how you use deflect. This is going to make Fortify legit only defensive. It's already limited in how it's used right now. It's mostly used defensively as it is, but you literally only can use it defensively. Because if you lose your movement speed, oh, we gave Orisa counterplay. Bro, she's freaking slow already. She doesn't, now she can't even do anything while she's fortified. And this is the thing, is like Javelin Spin, to me, I actually think Javelin Spin is an actually pretty good ability for a tank, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Because Javelin Spin, you can use it strictly defensively, you can use it offensively, the increased movement speed afterwards. I actually think Javelin Spin is actually a great ability and a bad character, personally, is my take. Obviously, if it gave verticality, then you've got my, the full Spilo Cook thing. But I think the problem with Fortify is that it's way too much on the defensive side of things, and the offensive value it provides is so null that you don't even ever want to use it for offensive purposes. And now you're thinking, oh, well, now we're going to have even less playmaking potential. My solution with Orisa, y'all, or not my solution, but one of the things I've always wanted, first off, I think that you should be able to headshot an Orisa during Fortify. Even if you need to buff her damage reduction, I don't care. Buff it during Fortify. By the way, that makes Orisa a lot better versus beam characters, so side note. And I also think that Fortify should provide some sort of offensive buff. So that you actually have to choose if I want to use my Orisa Fortify early to put out some offensive pressure to get a pick, but I'm a lot more vulnerable. So I don't know. That's my general approach to things. I think that like Smido, I don't know if he necessarily agrees with that specific regard, but he definitely agrees in terms of like giving you to have to make a choice about whether you're gonna use it this way or you're gonna use it that way. I think Venture is a great example of that, like whether they're balanced or not. That's definitely like there's a lot of dynamics in that, and I like that. So for me, let's be very clear, guys. This is a monstrous nerf. Like, this is a huge nerf. All of these things are she's going to be garbage, would be my prediction. They literally took the baseball bat to the kneecaps on Orisa. This is a ridiculous cooldown nerf in terms of percentage. This is also, like I said, a significant nerf, which I'm not 100% agreeing on the theory. And this is nuts too. Like, let's be very clear. This is insane. 9 seconds is a big freaking deal. What is that, a 30% increase? So they just freaking chopped the legs out from Orisa entirely. Now, again, I agree with you guys. I'm not an Orisa fan. I would prefer that the character is not meta. But, yeah. See, my thing, though, is like, there must be some sort of pick rate or win rate metric behind this that we're not aware of, because they've never been this mean to Malga. That to my knowledge, maybe I'm misremembering. Have they ever been this mean to Roadhog since like season 5? Roadhog was pretty bad for a while, but like, have they ever been this mean to Roadhog in recent memory? Yeah, there must be something going on behind the scenes. So, yeah. So I think this is good overall. I'm glad that Orisa got the baseball bat. I just wish that they hadn't done this one. I wish they hadn't done this one. I would have even preferred an even shorter fortified, 3 seconds instead. But just let her keep the movement speed, because then there's actually some choice. Just moving slower means that you just actually can't ever make a play with Orisa at all. And honestly, even the javelin spin, man, like that's like your best, most healthy cooldown, and now that's on 9 seconds. I don't know. I think I'm indifferent to Orisa until they actually quote unquote fix the character. She can remain on the side, but let's be very clear: this character is not anywhere close to being fixed, and these changes do nothing to make her a more healthy character at all. Do nothing. OWCS mix-up? Yeah, there's a very high chance that that's the case, Javelin Monkey. There's a very high chance. I don't think that they really factor in pro meta that much, but I do think that's probably a small detail. I think part of the reason why Malga got nerfed so quickly was because he was basically at 100% pick rate and OWCS. So I do think that brings a little bit more visibility to things. I don't think they cared that much, but I think it's a small portion. So anyway, good change for the short term. Does nothing to address the long-term issues with the Orisa at all, and maybe even makes them worse. Okay, Venture, maximum explosion damage decreased. What does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean when they pop out? Wait, what am I? But it was more than 40. Oh, slightly less primary fire damage. Is it 75 now? Is it 75? Okay, 75 instead of 80. Okay. Wow, they just straight up nerfed Venture. Initial impact decreased from 40 to 30. Tectonic Shock ultimate charge increase. This one is fair. I think Tectonic Shock nerfed.
Clown patch honk honk. Who let the angry hard stuck black
again, there
players
has to be
make
some
a
sort of
patch?
metric here that we're going by that we don't know. But the burst damage is a little bit weaker, but this isn't okay, I'm not gonna lie with you guys. I was not expecting this. To just nerf their burst, which is probably, if you guys watch, okay, subtle self-plug here, all right? Subtle self-plug. Actually, it's not a subtle self-plug. Literally throw every single dime that you have into my walls. Every single dime.
In this
okay? We made a video, okay? The complete Overwatch, I got my Venture to Masters, yada. Basically, the TLDR was this. I'm fine with nerfing their burst damage. They don't need the same level of burst to be a functional short-range mobile hero. But to do this without actually addressing any of the many quality of life issues, I think is pretty surprising. I didn't feel like Venture was that oppressive. How many games are you guys seeing Venture in nowadays? Is Venture terrorizing low elo? Maybe. Maybe. I know it's kind of hard to say from a weird sample size, but I did not see Venture that much. I almost never played into a Venture mirror, despite them being the brand new character.
Basically never.
More gifted subs. Thanks, Big Goose. I appreciate it. Every game in plat, lots in silver and plat. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it right there. Maybe it's a low mid-rank thing, which I'm going to be honest with you guys, it definitely matters. We would like to balance for higher ranks, but you do have to factor some things into lower rank as well. I never see them in high rank almost ever in my Masters games. It was like less than 10% besides them being, and I never see them in any of the streams that I watch. Yeah. So, I mean, these are not unfair changes. Let me be very clear. They're just questionable changes in a vacuum, if that makes sense. Whereas in like this deals with the bad part about Venture, the good part about Venture being too good, the burst. This is something that I released in the videos, like the burst damage. Like you don't necessarily need it to be, but I do think that there's too many other quality of life changes that need to be adjusted first. There's a lot of bugs. I'll link my video in chat really quick here, which talks a lot about the quality of life stuff. Has a lot to do with burrow stuff, a lot to do with ultimate. There's a lot of bugs and stuff that really screw you over. Where is it? Okay. I'll drop it in chat. I sent this one to the developers, and I imagine these aren't necessarily going to be like immediate fixes, but you guys can check that out. Yeah, I don't know. It definitely deals with aspects of the character that were too strong, but it doesn't really give anything in return. So I'm going to assume that there was some sort of, again, win rate metric behind closed doors that meant that Venture was doing better than we think they were doing. Can't two-shot Tracer anymore. You couldn't two-shot Tracer anyway, unless you're talking about, like, shoot drill. That must have been shoot drill. Yeah. Names will no longer be revealed and block some of this nice cool quality of life thing. This is a nice quality of life one. They fixed the javelin Rissa punch, Doomfist punch thing where you go flying backwards. Okay, good info flex. What DPS are the biggest winners from the DPS passive buff? Yeah, anything that is more about like sustained pressure. Tracer, Soldier, Ash for sure. Dynamite is useful. Tracer for sure. I think Sombra will benefit a little bit from it as well. I think Genji will benefit a little bit from it as well. Reaper will benefit a little bit from it as well. Anything that's not like a one-shot go. Torbjorn a little bit too. Yeah. Minor stuff though. Minor stuff. I don't think the DPS buff is gonna like, or the DPS buff is gonna be like the difference between a character being meta or not. Really, it's just gonna be smaller stuff. Is this a healthy change? Are you talking about the role passive? I think relatively neutral change. I think this is more targeted towards avoiding a Malga Roadhog meta, but in that case, I would prefer a direct Malga Roadhog nerf. But I don't think it's too bad. You think the passive buff will prevent that? No, but it will discourage that. 5% is not going to be palpable. It's just going to be that little tweak that reduces it slightly. It also, okay, so here's the other thing too. Visibility matters, okay? So this stuff, okay, you know what? It matters so much that I'm going to tell you guys, Roadhog and Malga are dead. Do not pick Roadhog and Malga in your ranked games. Do not pick Roadhog and Malga in your quick play games. Flame every single teammate that picks Roadhog Malga. Even at the expense of getting your accounts banned. I don't care. Anyway, long story short, visibility matters. So this is really not that big of a deal, but people are going to think it's a big deal. And that's going to be enough to change their opinions. That's going to be enough to shift their bias towards thinking that Roadhog and Malga are bad, even if they're not that bad. So the answer is yes, they're terrible. Do not play Roadhog Malga ever. They're terrible. 5% nerf. Oh, dead. Hero's dead. It's over. Yes, I'm using my platform appropriately. Listen, we got to be the Avengers of the Overwatch community, guys. I need your help, please. At the expense of your accounts. I don't care if you get suspended. I don't care if you have to say, the frick word and match chat to let everybody know. But you gotta tell them that Malga and Roadhog are dead. Would Queen also follow with Malga and Hog? Partially, but somebody in chat made a good point that Queen is already a little bit more disciplined when it comes to like cover usage and like selective engagements. Plus, it doesn't affect her overhealth. It definitely will affect Queen, yeah, for sure. There's a cat here. Yes. So I would give this patch like a B minus, you know? Most patches are going to fall somewhere in like the C plus to B plus category, just somewhere in between. I think the environment it will potentially create with these two changes may be a healthier Overwatch, but it doesn't really fix any issues. And same thing with this here. It might make Venture less dominating in low ranks if that's the case. We're totally guessing here. But it doesn't really address some of the characters, the issues that character has. So it's like it's what we'd expect from a mid-season patch. And I'm not even necessarily saying that to criticize the developers. The only thing that I would a little bit criticize is I really don't like this change at all. I would much rather prefer even a more duration nerf. But yeah, it's just kind of like a band-aid until they do something a little bit more dramatic. And that's normal. That's normal. I was not expecting the DPS passive buff. I don't know what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting that. So, yeah. Spiral Cultist, that's right. Yes. How about a thumbnail, guys? You guys know me and my crappy thumbnails, right? Me with like, oh, what would be a good one with Malga and Roadhog? It'd be like me escorting Malga and Roadhog behind the barn holding a shotgun. You get what I'm saying? We're gonna be having some Hawaiian pork for dinner. You get what I'm saying? We're gonna be having a nice Hawaiian barbecue. Okay, it's a luau. All right, get ready. But yeah, yeah. So we'll see. So I mean, it is what it is. I'm always not disappointed, but I'm always like, bummer when there's not like, But it is. Yeah. We're going to go old Yeller? Yeah, exactly. Here, Yeller, come on. Go. Potluck style, yes. What do you think they're cooking with tanks for mid-season patch? I actually don't know. I have no idea. This developer team, I think has done a relatively pretty good job for the most part. It's certainly better than the old devs. But one thing they're consistent with is, man, I can never predict. I really... And that's both a bad and a good thing, but I have no idea. Sometimes stuff happens, I'm like, oh, okay. Well, like Season 9, for example. Like, I remember when those got leaked, and I was like, wait, they're doing what? To what? The what? I didn't, so you never know. At least we didn't get a random change here. These feel very targeted. That was definitely the major criticism for the last patch, is that it just felt like, oh, Life Weaver got buffed. Okay. Idiari got changed, but actually not even really buffed. She just got changed. Okay. This one feels very targeted, which, at least it's a lot easier to kind of draw conclusions from stuff like this. Someone saved Junkrat. How do you think this will affect the pro meta going to the Dallas Major? Great question. I have no freaking idea. I think the real question here is, are teams going to... okay, so we can predict some things. This is going to be pretty much irrelevant for Korea. I think if anything, you're going to lean more into the dive stuff. You're going to probably see more dive. Orisa's gutted, and we're going to see more dive hybrid stuff. The question is going to be the West. Because Orisa was a little bit of a gatekeeper for certain brawl comps like Ramatra stuff, just a little bit. So are the West going to do the things that they typically do and just jump right into Ramatra Brawl or something the equivalent of? Or since they've been putting the time into dive stuff, are they going to just lean further into dive? So I'm not really sure. We could see more dive. We could see more Ram Brawl. I hope it's dive because this is slightly more dive friendly than Ram Brawl friendly, but it's really too hard to say. Yeah, Malga stuff as well, which is good. Yeah, I mean, yeah. What is the Hanamura bug fix? Fix the bug with lighting on Hanamura. The map is now available to play in the Assault Arcade mode and in custom games. I think they had it taken out. Yeah, it was the lighting. Was it the same issue as Petra? Because I think the petrol lighting is just really screwy for a period of time as well. You guys remember? It just looks so ugly. Yeah. Do you think Ryan will be good now? It depends. It depends. Orisa is definitely a major Ryan gatekeeper. It is a soft counter for Ryan, so it can be very difficult to play into. But it's just going to depend. It's going to depend. I think Ryan needs more direct buffs. I think the only character that indirectly helps Ryan is Mei, maybe. But even then, Ram can just as easily capitalize off of Mei buffs. So I think that you would need more like direct Ryan stuff. Like a lot of characters can benefit from indirect stuff, like Orisa nerf enables this, or you know. But Ryan right now he just needs more skillful buffs. But yeah, Orisa's. I think Orisa will still be played in some places in ranked because she's just the feeling of value is just too strong. But again, let's be very clear. This is one of the harshest nerfs that I think I've ever seen in Overwatch 2. I can't think of one since the Malga nerf that equals this one. This is a monstrous nerf. What else? What were some other big nerfs? I'm trying to think. Malga, maybe Roadhog. Symmetra. Yeah, I'm trying not to think about like nerfs of omission because Symmetra and Sojourn lost some stuff. Ana got nerfed pretty hard. Zarya back in season 1, yeah. Sombra rework. Man, I'm not gonna lie. There's not a day that goes by, Gabe, that I wake up and thank the developers for changing Translocator. I sometimes go back and watch old Sombra gameplay and I'm like, bro, what was that ability, man? What was that ability? That was the stupidest, cheesiest thing, I swear. Fight me, Sombra mains, including you, Gabe. That's something you threw in a hiding place and it was just, oh, jeez. You just have no appreciation for skill expression. It's fine. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What did you guys think of Mirror Watch? What did you guys think of Mirror Watch? I saw something on a headshot. Terrible? Oh, boy. Got boring quickly. Loved it. Very fun. Mid. Enjoyed it. It was pretty cool. Not fun. Really fun. Very bad. Loved it. Tracer's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I do wish they had more characters with more synergy. Ryan felt very gimmicky. Zarya felt very gimmicky. Brig as well kind of felt awkward. Well, Brig was okay, I think. Bastion was just really bad, even though he was really fun. Yeah. Anyway, do you guys think that there's a couple of abilities here? I'm convinced that there's a couple of things in there that they're like throwing in there to test. Same thing with the April Fool's patch. So we'll see. Let's put it this way. Out of Overwatch, okay, maybe it's just me. Overwatch PvE, I won't say PvE. Overwatch events are frankly always lame. Like they're just lame. I'm not gonna mince words. The skins are great. The cinematics are great. You know, all that kind of stuff. But it's just lame. They're just always lame. I cannot think of the last time I actually had a lot of fun within it. But I think Mirror Watch has been one of the better ones. I had more fun with Mirror Watch than I have with a lot of the events. Prop Hunt. Yes, Prop Hunt was fun. I agree. Prop Hunt was a good one. What were the other good ones? Prop Hunt was good. What did you think of the Colosseo clip I sent you? Yeah. Yeah, I need to post that on Twitter. The Diablo event. Diablo event was okay. 1v4 asymmetrical deathmatch was super fun. Yeah. Yeah, I think Prop Hunt was all right. The Junker... Oh, good point. Oh, good point. The Junker Queen one was really fun. The Greek God custom game That one was pretty fun. I played that one much more than much of the other events. Do you guys remember that one? With like the Super Lucio. Lucio was kind of broken, I'm not gonna lie. Like honestly, like Lucio was honestly unbeatable if you were good. But the Greek God event was really fun. Spider Queen from April Fools. I thought it had potential. I just don't know that they're gonna give her that much mobility if they ever did. Lucy was done dirty with environmental kills not counting. Oh, I didn't know that. Lucy was so broken that game mode, I don't think it mattered though. Ever play the PvE missions? Yeah, I did. I played a lot of them. I don't know if I played all of them. I honestly don't remember. They were okay. They were okay. Basically, what ends up happening with a lot of the PvE missions is it becomes more of like a cover usage and quickly shooting stuff game mode. There's very little strategy involved a lot of the time. It's just more about like shoot stuff quickly and play cover. And that's like where a lot of the skill curve comes from, which is gets bouldering really fast. Overwatch PvE has always been a major weak point. Which is whatever. Like I don't play it for PvE, but favorite changes in the mirror watch. I think I made a video on this. I need to go back and like check all the changes. Patch notes. I like the Rhine Frenzy passive. I like the increased movement speed on braking. These are things that were not necessarily palpable, but definitely were like, I think, good changes. I like the Bastion. Bastion was fun. Didn't like Echo. Kind of different than the Sombra. I freaking hated the shield, bro. Widow ruined every game she was in. That Silk Shield is so dumb. Ana was fun, but yeah. Ironically, even though they were like the least impactful, I think I like the Rhine changes the most in terms of like the theory. You can get ranks in the subsystem, yeah. Okay, guys, let's do this. Are you guys ready for some sauce? Let's get our ENCE versus SSG stuff cooking. So patch notes, patch got wiped before. Okay, all right. We'll watch this really quick, Erie. And then I gotta make a Reddit post and all that kind of nonsense. Zen's 3 no-nos. Nice. Is this the same map as the other play of the game you sent me? I swear you sent me another one on this map. Oh, nice. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I'll respect it. I'll respect it. Nice job. Okay, guys. Let's... Yeah, I know. He's chilling. ENCE versus SSG versus ENCE analysis. Sorry, guys. Will it work? Will it work? Yes. Nice. It worked. Okay. Let's take a look, y'all. So, sadly, the replay codes got wiped. I know. War crimes and all that kind of stuff. But the good news is that we can still use the YouTube VOD. Wait, is this all in one VOD here? Wait. No, that's not what we wanted. That's not what we wanted. Bye.
Love you.
Love you too. Be safe.
Cutie. Oh,
Thanks.
dang, I didn't realize my whole face is going to show.
No, you're fine.
Sorry.
Okay, wait, chat. We're digging around. We're digging around. I think we found it. Yes, we found it. Okay. So, OWCS. Really, the top teams had kind of already been ironed out at this point in time, but obviously people are playing for pride. and seeding as well. Because the big thing, there might be a better cut of the prize pool as well. Don't quote me on that. But there's definitely better seeding for the actual tournament, which is going to be in Dallas. So you have, what we have are the 2 super teams, ENCE, which you're going to recognize this roster, and SSG, which you're going to recognize that roster as well. Basically, think of it as like Gunba's European super team. Twice as much money for the winner. Wow. Okay, that'll do it. Twice as much money, but yeah, EU super team built by Gunba versus the London Spitfire plus Funny Astro and Psycho. They still have backbone and so on. Now, this was a good game. I watched maybe a third of this game. I was pretty busy. I was out and around. I try to stay off my phone and like try to stay off the computer on Sundays because it's like my one day off. But I did catch a little bit of this, and from what I saw, it seemed like a really exciting game. Yes. So what we'll do is we will look at the VOD. We'll go over big stuff. If you guys have any questions, we'll go from that. Now, on Thursday, we're going to be looking at the Falcons versus Raccoon, the KR finals on Thursday. And big stuff. Saturday, I'm planning on looking at RuPaul Anna, Vega Brig versus Sog, the Soggy Boys. Because I think that they played... Actually, Poop Kip came up with the idea because he was really impressed with their ability to peel off constantly dives. And so I actually recorded both of their POVs. And then also, I would maybe like to look at some Kea Junkrat on Saturday as well. So maybe we'll do some POVs. But yeah. Let's get into it. The big story behind this match is not just the rivalry between these two teams, because there's a lot of respect and friendship between these players, but also a lot of rivalry as well. But the big thing is that Space Station has been cooking up a lot of Ramatra, Symmetra stuff. Now, this was prior to the Orisa nerf, obviously. So that these guys had been kind of utilized to counter Orisa. And what it does is that the beam is consistent pressure onto Orisa, even through Javelin Spin, even through Fortify. And you couple that with the frontline presence of the Ramatra, who could absorb a lot of the pressure that you put onto a Symmetra. Because Symmetra is fragile on the front line. But he will absorb a lot of that pressure that allows the Symmetra to continue to focus the front line while still being a pretty good tanky guy as a result. That's the big thing. And they have butchered teams playing into Orisa playing this. I think the team Peps, they full capped in like 3 minutes. They butchered Orisa teams. Well, Gunba's not going to go down easily. And so what had happened prior to even this match, the match before this match, was that Gunba was already cooking up some counter comps to this. We've seen some Sigma, we've seen some Bastion, we've seen some Symmetra, we've seen some Tracer, we've seen some, not Symmetra, excuse me, we've seen some Mei. And they've been trying a lot of different approaches to try and isolate and weaken the Symmetra and or just take superior off angles. The other thing that's worth pointing out as well is that we've been seeing a little bit more Brigitte. I'm not a fan. I'm going to talk more about why over the course of this VOD, but I'll give you guys the short TLDR. Brigitte is really good at holding space, very bad at moving. Very bad at moving. King of the Hill, push, pull, whatever, she's Tusel. And Lucia is better. And not only that, but Brigitte is not consistent always at holding off angles unless the Brig is really smart, and I don't think Masa knows how to play Brig in these kind of comps as well as he ought to. We'll talk more about that later, but yes. Okay, we'll take a look here. Now, I don't think Psycho is going to play Symmetra here, but I wanted to point that out nonetheless because this has been the strategy that ENCE has been using. Because a lot of times Space Station has been putting backbone in on Symmetra and then rolling out with this composition to beat them. This time, Space Station is going to roll out with Cassidy Tracer, I'd anticipate, but they're still going to roll out with the Ramatra, which ENCE is still going to try and counter with the Bastion. Bastion is really good versus Ramatra because all you do is you have to do this versus Bastion. You can't javelin him, you can't spin him, you can't pin him, you can't fire strike, you can't shatter. Your ultimate's not that good versus a turret Bastion, and so Ramatra struggles into Bastion, and yet Hadi remains playing it. I don't know exactly why. I'm not sure if it's because Hadi likes the Ramatra versus the Sigma, so there's at least threat there. I don't know if because Ramatra can get a lot of value in Omnic form, just with his shooting weapon versus a Bastion. It's hard to say.
So interesting. And you heard that there first.
And we're going to have the comms turned down way down here, just so you guys can hear a little bit, but not too much here. So rotation through here. looking to rotate onto backline. Remember, they have the Lucio. The other team has the Brigitte. They're going to run Soldier instead of Tracer in this map because the angles and the flanks are way longer in Sightlines. So you play like a Tracer. They're rotating on them. They're rotating on them. They're rotating on them. I'm going to put a little bit more emphasis on analyzing SSG. You guys know I always come in with a slight bias towards one team because it's easier to focus a little bit more on one team than it is on both. But we will obviously look at both teams, but I think SSG is going to be more of my emphasis there. So you can already see here, Tracer marking the Soldier angle. Just basically keeping him busy. Ramatra on point, Baptiste here, and what I anticipate is probably Lucio Cassidy going on the far left side. 2v1 flank. And yes, there it is. So there's your Lucio Cassidy off angle maxing. And what this does is this makes it pretty much impossible for Kyr Vestol to walk on the point without being shot. Because the one angle is being contested by Tracer. The other angle is not being contested at all, and it's just Tracer Cassidy. And this is where Bastion is really weak. Because Bastion really is not very... Like you couldn't just go, oh, we'll just have our Bastion Brig push the Cassidy. No, you can't. Because Bastion's just bad versus anything that's not a tank. He gets poked out way too easily. If they tried to 2v2 the 2v2... they would lose 100% of the time, even with Hurt Form. It's too fat, too slow, too hard, too easy to abuse, and so on. And Brig is also too slow as well. So this is where I think the flaws of ENCE's comp starts to really come into play. And there's situations where it might work. I just don't know if this is the map. And as long as Psycho doesn't die here, they should be... oh, wow, that tracking is insane. There's the lamp. Again, do you see the angles here? Do you see the angles here? It's actually insane. Kevster just beat Psycho, though. Kevster has to do work here. Kevster has to not only win that 1v1, and he does. Yes, he does. So this is where I'd say I like the setup from Space Station, but honestly, Psycho just got diffed. He just got absolutely lasered by Kevster there. Huge issue. Can Bastion even effectively take an off angle even with the Brig? Not consistently, no. Now, this is crucial, okay? We saw this on the match before this one on Esperanza. When you're playing Bastion Brig, this duo is so incapable of consistently taking off angles versus you, you could go, oh, let's have more, okay? Even more greed. Because a Ashe Lucio could do the exact same thing and do even more. And the problem with Ashe is that you can rush her, you can push her, you can close the distance, you can make her move. No, you can't. You're playing Brig. You're not. There's no Lucio. There's no Bastion. No. So just go full greed mode. They get full greed mode. So you just greed it up. This is a good swap. So they might try to brute force in this room here, but I actually don't care if SSG even rotates the point. Force the Sigma to move the point. Hey, it's just a little bit of a cooking. They're cooking a little bit. I don't know. I don't like this rotation from SSG. I think it's because they have the Brawl old advantage. They just want to go in with beat. But I actually think that part of your advantage is actually opening up the map more for your Ashe Tracer. So yes, you have Lucio, which is better in those close spaces versus Brig. And yes, you have Ram, which is better in those close spaces versus Sig. But actually, your DPS would much rather prefer you to take the fight in more open space. And I think with the window and with them having a rally, I don't like this fight plan from SSG. So generally, when we look at SSG, we're talking about a team that's very good with systems, generally has a really good fight plan. You're going to find more often than not that SSG makes the right fight plan for the situation. I would say 80% of the time, which is, I think, a really high success rate. That one I don't like. They did force both support ults, but they used the BAP one and a pulse of their own. So I don't like them meeting there. I'd prefer them to pull them the point, set at the greediest Ashe angle that you possibly can, and then BAP window from there. This is a slightly different situation because they don't really have any ults to match them there, so let's see how they set this up. There's the Bastion Brig angle. Now they actually have space to do it because they're on defense. Sigma on here. BAP in the back. There's the Flux. Can they cap the Baptiste? They do. They get Lamp and Beat, and Lannon is still low. Tactical Visor on the off angle here. And I really want to know where Sparker is. Sparker is not on a great angle here. What is this setup here? I honestly feel like... Yeah, Landon just gets caught in rotation here. Landon really needed to play closer to here, ram here. We needed Funny Asser and Sparker like more aggressively angling here. But it ends up that they just catch Landon in a really bad spot. I think this is just an int from Landon. He should not have been there. They should not have been in a position to where beat and lamp was necessary, and Landon dies anyway. That's just poor setup from Landon. He needs to play his cover a lot better. He needs to watch the crossfire. And now this fight has basically been a giant mess. So mechanical play, bad rotation given the fight plan, and then an individual int from Landon. But I do want to give credit to Vistola there to recognize and hit that rotation. Oh, that was a nice play. Nice helix. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Why are the off angles inconsistent on Bash and Brig? Because they're slow. They're very slow. They're bad up close. They're bad from far away. Bastion is a tank buster. He's not a duelist. And deep heroes that are duelists are bad at controlling off angles. Ryan possibly just to get the point faster, but also could be to... it is a little bit ironically better versus the Bastion, because you could just hard shield and disengage. Flank Ash, flank Bob. We love it. I don't know where the Lucio help was. Astro might have been helping on point. There's the swing. Good push there from Hadi. Yeah, Lucio was helping on point. They're trying to touch point. Yeah, this is a mess. Crimzo, both supports are low. Hadi is diving backline right now. And just gets 2. Nice. So the support line was able to anchor point while Hadi cleared the supports, which was good. Really, really nice stuff. Clutch stuff from Hadi and a very nice Bob. What do you suggest instead of Bastion? I just don't like the Bastion. The Bastion's more of a counter cop and ramp. On this map, I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. But it's their, I think it's their, it just feels like their attempt to try and prevent them from playing some of these sem comps and such. Or these anti-ramp comps. And I think like focusing that hard on the ramp is not that good. Definitely not that Brig. Okay, so they're going to go to May now. And now this is like no off-angle control. No off-angle control. Hang on, guys. No off-angle control whatsoever. Force the fight on point. Wall off the Rhine. Kill the Rhine. And they have Rally to help them do it. Now, it shouldn't work because the off-angle control should be pretty weak. A solo May should struggle here. But let's see. There's the rally. Early rally. Hadi's tanking it. The off-angles from the BAP. Off-angle from the Spark. It's odd to me as well. Like, I don't understand Sparker's setup here. Sparker has been angle maxing this entire game, and yet he's here. I don't understand. This is like the second time in a row where I've really questioned the backline setup. Like he's playing so much more passively. And it's really hurting his damage output. Because like look at his sightlines here, right? It's just blocked by drum. So this should be way more damage pressure. I like the angle here from Psycho, but way more damage pressure, and it's not. And then also Psycho, who I would prefer to deepen his angle from far side, to actually wrap around and catch the Bastion Baptiste. He tries to cut the point. I assume to try and help Hadi out to juggle point, but I don't think it's necessary, and he just gets nuked. He just gets nuked. But yeah, Sparker and Baptiste being on the same angle to be shut off by Sig Shield, and this is really, really bad setup from SSG. For both Psycho and Sparker, they're not well played. And now Hadi should be in trouble. I just don't like this, man. Nice catch there from Vistola with the shift. And this should be cooked. Like, ENCE has managed to somehow keep SSG all in the one room. And I'll give credit to Vistola there for setting that up well. But SSG looks totally incompetent right now. So I'm confused. Really, really poor setups there from SSG throughout almost the entire map. Okay, they're going to roll out on the Greed Max because they're probably anticipating Bastion here. This map also has a little bit of verticality to utilize the Coach Gun. That's pretty much all there is to it. Tracer here because the map is a little bit too narrow, not long sightline enough to justify the Soldier. And they probably don't want to really roll out on the May just in case they want to leverage point. Kevster can utilize the off angle and so on. I think this is a fine comp here. Again, with the Brig is a strange choice. I just think the push-pull on Koth is too important with Lucio. But yeah, the way the Brig would work here is Brig would kind of hold a room here, pocket the Tracer better than a Lucio through packs and whip shots and stuff and try to win that 2v2. But I'm not even sure that that's consistent enough because the Lucio could just sit on top of the Tracer and do the exact same thing. Although it's not as effective at healing, at least he could do damage. Yeah, I agree with you, Beagle. I think Sparker really carried this game. No spoilers, but for right now, I think that... Oh, that's just a mistake. And that's why you run the Tracer too. Because if the guy's going to roll out an Ashe, Tracer does pretty well at making Ashe roll around. And that's super unfortunate. Like, that's just a free fight win because of a goof up there. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe? Vestola's low. Vestola should die. Points available. Landon's got a nice little angle there. Ooh, maybe he doesn't have a nice angle. Okay. Kai's going to go Cassidy. I think Kai's given up the Bastion experiment because the Ashe Tracer is just not good enough. I think Hottie needs to get out there. But yeah, you can see exactly like why the Ashe works well there if you're able to keep her alive because there's just so much pressure there. Vestola's going to go Orisa. And there's no more, and that's because there's no more Bastion that you need to necessarily provide that sort of cover for. And so now you can just kind of play eagerly to kind of avoid damage and so on. Play more for the front line.
Psycho has just been getting taken out in so many of these fights so early.
Ashe outclasses Cass in most cases. It depends. Depends on the sight line of the map. Ashe can't take near as aggressive off angles without being pushed. Cassidy's way, way, way beefier in the short to mid ranges. So you'll see probably a lot more creative flanks with the Cassidy than with the Ashe. With the Ashe, it's more about like just holding the sight lane. Last one was bad because there was space to take creative angles and then he didn't take it. Retake there, they're going to disengage the BAP window. They just need the chill. They just need the chill. Vestol tries to push off at the BAP window, gets Fortify forced, and this is a huge opportunity for SSG to push back in. They've seen window, they've seen Fortify. They're close to their own window as well. Brig is isolated, Moss is isolated. They have the high ground now. This should be just, yeah, I was going to say a straight up fight win there. Kiting the point is just GG's. They didn't even need a BAP window there. They just take all the off angles away. Why would Kai not change the Sojourn here? Because generally, the impression is that this is the impression of the Cassidy versus the Sojourn. If you are able to hit your rails, Sojourn's going to be good. But the other thing that people don't talk about enough is that Cassidy just has better neutral pressure if you don't have to move as much. Think about it this way. How many times is Kai going to wish that he had Sojourn slide? Versus this comp. Maybe if he gets dove by Tracer. Not as likely if I also have my Tracer. Not as likely on this map. I will probably be able to manage my space. I don't think I'll need my slide. That's basically all it's been. The reason teams have transitioned to Cassidy is there's more neutral pressure that's not reliant off of the rail. And generally, these comps have more resembled short-range brawl without quite so aggressive, these crazy high mobile isolation kills on dive where you need the Sojourn. And the thing is when Hottie starts to run, that is true. That is true. And I think like this is like what you've seen is you've seen like a real-time evolution of understanding. How many of you guys heard from content creators and pros that Cassidy was bad post season 9? Turns out the projectile changes changed things a lot for Cassidy. And you're hitting a lot more shots. How many of you guys saw the, did you guys see the lip clip from when we were analyzing, I forget what match, it might have been the Crazy Record, I don't remember, on Esperanza? He hit literally like 6 headshots in a row, and they just won. You know, the clip, if you will, yeah. But that, I mean, that's what Cassidy does now. Like, and he does it a lot more. Because you could go, oh, well, he has more HP and his Hinder is good. And so, but all of those things were there before. I think the thing that's changed is Sojourn lost her essential one shot. And Cassidy hits, I think, benefits more from the Season 9 changes than Sojourn. That's what I think is the real difference. That's the real difference. The roll and all the other stuff was already there. And then, yeah, there's stuff like the roll is useful and the damage reduction from High Noon. But pros learn things too. Like they don't, a patch doesn't come out and the pros go, oh, Cassie's broken. It takes experimentation. Like stuff takes time to settle out. Would Castle be good if the meta was more divey? Probably not as good, no. There's the rally, they force it, they beat, and this is the important part. You forced all this frontline push, but chat, where's, you see it? There's the off angle. Frontline pressure, nothing marking this angle. Kai gets probably one shot. Literally one shot. Beat, window, GG's. Now, I will say the beat was a little bit unnecessary there. I'm not going to lie with you guys. Hadi's fine. He could just block. I don't like the speed from Astro at all. But the window push from Hadi is good. And also, it's not a 3-for-1 isn't terrible if it's Rally, because Rally is probably the strongest ultimate that ENCE has.
Was nice over, right? But now you have
Do you think this Castle will shift post-match from today? Maybe. If it shifts heavier into dive, potentially. Yes, I've spoken about the patch. Check the previous VOD. I should make a command. Sorry, chat. Give me 1 second. What do I have here? Okay, they have to make this work. They have basically no ultimates. Psycho's on the flank. Psycho's getting marked. They match them on the choke. Psycho actually blinks through main. And I don't know what happened there. I have no idea. There was lamp available. I think Crimzo Masa just messed up. One of the things that you guys are going to have to kind of keep in mind is that Crimzo Masa are the weak point of this team for sure. Especially when you compare them to Space Station. But I think the general impression from this match is that I think Space Station DPS also looked better this game as well. Yeah, 2 old men, pretty much. So I think this wasn't just, oh, support line bad. I think SSG also played really well DPS-wise as well. Retaking, there's the push. There's the high noon. They don't quite get the boop. Hadi block, Hadi disengage. And now this is important. SSG cannot just stand here. There has to be some sort of a push up through here, or a push up through here, or a retaking of high ground or something. Because you're going to see a BAP window and a pulse here, and it's going to kill everybody if there isn't some attempt to retake space. Oh, yeah. There's the reattempt to retake space. It's good. It might not be enough to win, but it's enough to force window. It's enough to force lamp. It's enough to buy time. It's enough to cause stress. It's enough to call pressure. Pulse bomb almost hits there on Crimzo. Again, Psycho already has another pulse bomb. That's crazy. And notice that they're still alive as well. So SSG does a much better job there, I think, in terms of, like, losing space and then not just giving up, but, like, trying to retake it, even though Funny Aster just got rolled. I don't know what the plan is here. Now they're going to force point with probably window the second they drop, so they'll probably see a BAP window right here. The question is Vestola just going to go 3-2-1 and Orisa ult? The answer is probably yes. Yeah, there's the BAP window and the boop to follow up from Masa. There it is, Masa. Caught Sparker? Wait, what happens with Sparker's nade here? Sparker sticks Kai. Bam, bam. Messy trades. But yeah, Landon got smoked there. Unorthodox retake there from Space Station that obviously had its weak points. I mean, Psycho was good last year, y'all. Nothing has changed, in my opinion. Psycho is just as good as he was last year. He's just on a better team now. That's all. Wow, there you go. Well played by ENCE. Honestly, Space Station trolled first round so badly. And then the second round here is, like, I think the over ult with beat really, really hurt them. I think that's by far the biggest issues from there. Yeah, and ENCE deserves it. I think ENCE's comp was just awful, but SSG was just looked pretty bad. Pretty bad. Okay. We'll do that. We won't take a break for this one. That map is pretty short, so we'll jump right into the next one. But after this one, we'll take a short break. Okay. Now, I was gonna say it. Surely they're gonna swap off of Vermatra into this composition. So this is what I would like to call full on. We do not want you to play Brawl. I don't want you on Ryam. I don't want you on Malga. I don't want you on Ryan. Orisa's pretty good versus this, but even Orisa has a tendency here. This is all ruin your tank's day, and then have the Brigitte hold an off angle and so on. Kev may go Tracer later on, in which case this is okay. The reason why Brig is played a lot here is just because she can kind of hold an off angle, and because it's not king of the hill or push, she doesn't have to move as much. And so the limitations of her movement are a little bit less like a little bit less of a problem. You can kind of have her hold a spot. Like what makes Brig strong is she holds what I like to call a red box. And she makes it really hard to push in on that spot because she knocks you away and so on. Lucio does that too. And in many ways does it better, as well as being able to move around more. But what Lucio can't do is Brig can say, oh, this is my red box, but I can also help you, and I can also help you, and I can also help you with armor packs. That's what makes Brig unique. So if you don't have to move your red box around as much, you're really, really cooking with Brig. And this is where I think Brig makes a little bit more sense. Just because on this map, it's probably not going to be as much moving. A little bit more holding high grounds, holding angles, and stuff like that. This is still kind of sus. I'm not going to lie with you guys. What I would do here if I was Space Station is you could run the Lucio if you want to make easier rotations and so on. I would go Sigma Mirror, and I would slap Sparker on Ashe to outpoke both, really everything. And I think you might be cooking. I have not seen what they swap to here. They go Rein. Okay? Rein works as well because Rein can close the distance with speed on top of these guys and do a lot of hurt. Rein, a lot of you guys need to understand that Rein's value with shielding off the amount of pressure that these kind of guys can put, even for a short period of time, is a big deal.
The shield is just so nice too because I think that they're so quick on the rotations.
All right, let's see what they got. Psycho's probably... I don't think they're going to rotate as 5 here. They might, though. So, yeah, okay, so what they'll do is they'll rotate as 5, and then Psycho will go into their spawn, which I like. I like that rotation. That's a good rotation. Then you set up your flank for backline from there. Shoot shield, shoot shield, shoot shield, shoot shield. Our shield's a little bit bigger, even if your shield breaks pretty good. Because their Bastion won't even want to use turret form here to break shield, because they could just duck behind. So they stand there, shoot shield, force them back, tracer flanks. Why they go top? Because this comp can't match them M top. Because Rein with Lucio will just run them over. Run them over. It's a very rare rotation, but it situationally makes sense. Rein's charging shield, Rein's charging shield, and here we go. There's a tracer. They actually send the tracer off back this way, but again, still off angle, pushing, close the distance, and so on. And this is also, by the way, the other thing too as well, Rein is actually really good versus Brig. Because it's another target to swing on. Basically, there's literally 5 targets that Rein can realistically, with a little support, kill. That can't avoid him. That cannot avoid him. So Brig really struggles into these brawl, like Rein Lucio comps, because they so quickly get on top of her. Remember the red box theory? You can kind of control the box. Yeah, but that's only true if you can keep away the targets. But if there's like 75 different targets with Lucio speed, you can't whip shot that one away. It's too much. And there it is. You see it? They're going for Brig. There's the bash. Now the angle is being set up with the tracer. Now the angle is being set up with the Cassidy. Do you guys see it? They're slowly getting choked out of space here. Now Hottie needs to chill for a little bit here. Yeah, Hottie beefed that one. Hottie beefed that one. What they need to do is Hottie needs to play a little bit more chill. And I want more aggressive rotations from the backline here, to be honest with you guys. Like, I want a lot more. I don't want my backline sitting in here. I think they waited too long. But they do get a trade. Sparker angle. Masa does... I don't know what Masa does. Masa bashes in and then just immediately dies, because that's... I have no idea. And now Kevster tries to bail that out. Sigma is here. This is going to be tough. They need to break the shield immediately. You're going to rotate away? Okay, no, they're going to rotate away. Or try to. Yes, they could have the priest, but Hottie was a little low.
That's crazy. A flux this early?
Yeah, Vistola is just absolutely farming. There's the BAP window. There's the BAP window mirror. There's the turret. Landon dies the Kevster spam. That's just a one-shot. There's the angle maxing that we wanted to see. There's your angle maxing! This is the weakness of this comp. They can't take DPS duels in the flank with any supported pocket. These characters have massive hitboxes. You put Kevster, or Sparker, excuse me, Psycho, with any sort of pocket, and they just immediately die. If you put all of these resources behind a BAP window, yes, anything dies. But as soon as you start taking duels, they're done. They're done. And so look what happens. There's Lamp. Everyone's low. Funny Astro beats. And they angle max. Flank. Bam. Everybody's dead. Everybody's dead. Now, he does get a fat flux. And there's no Lamp. I'm surprised he didn't finish Sparker there. That was weird. And that's it. Okay. Messy. Messy from Space Station. There's the Orisa swap. Gives a little bit more frontline presence versus the Ryan. This is the worst event of your week. Tragic. Sparker goes Ash because the only real angle or flank it could take here is a little bit too close, and so you might as well just take a sight lane and poke out. And that kind of goes back to what I was expecting, but yeah. Honestly, SSG just needs a force card here. Force card. Alright, I'm not gonna lie with you guys. I think Kai's Bastion ults suck. I have not seen this one. Maybe he'll prove me wrong. He will not. Well, okay. Anyway, Sparker picks off Crimzo on the off angle. Torbolt is wasted, and that's a big one, guys. Torbolt is actually probably ENCE's best ult here. Even more so than the rally versus this composition. And he just does jack all. More angle maxing from Sparker. There's just nothing that's going to contest him. Kevster's going to swap. Kevster's going to swap. And I think, honestly, Kai should probably swap, too. Maybe they keep on the Bastion and just throw in a flanker. Maybe a Tracer or something. Okay, no, he's going to go Sojourn. The Sojourn is not a calculated swap, I promise you. It's just like, this character feels bad. Let me try something else. Sparker's the only guy that I've actually liked Bastion as Bastion ults. Oh, that is not the play from Space Station. I think they're like, oh, let's push the Brig, but Moss is baiting with Rally, and this off angle is brutal. Good Shatter, though. They get the Shatter. Oh, this angle is so toxic. Oh, this could go either way. Space Station is dumping the kitchen sink at it, but the positioning was awful. I really don't think the push there. But you could definitely see that SSG wants Brig. They love Brig. They want to give Brig a big fat kiss. They think the Ryan is good versus the Brig, and Moss is dead. And it is. I actually think Masa should probably swap Lucio versus this composition. Even on this map, I think if they're going to commit to the full Lucio, Ram, Tracer, I mean, maybe Masa has to be so careful with judging his distance. Yeah, there's the Lucio swap. Kevster goes Soldier just because Tor bad versus Poke comps. Now, the interesting one here is Hadi goes Ram, and I think that's, again, going back to he just wants to play Ram into Orisa. Doesn't like playing the Ryan at the Orisa.
Oh yeah, we've got the point. No worries. Taking the elevator up. Yeah, I love that. Just being able to grab that.
And I think a lot of it is just being able to maintain constant pressure on Orisa with your Omnic form without taking too much damage. Kevster goes Widow. I actually like this. It's a really, really good character for what Space Station is playing and where Space Station is playing. So if Kevster hits his shots, I think the character's good. And really, for Space Station, they actually just have to force cart. There's not really a whole lot they can do. Their Tracer doesn't even have an angle to set up on. Oof. Am I mewing? I'm always mewing. That's my secret. Mew maxing. Ooh, Astro. They desperately... Okay, this is where Hadi honestly wishes he was on Ryan, because they could actually force point with Ryan. Because of the longer shield. But actually, Ram can't even force point versus this. Sparker will probably play for Bob, but you got to be creative here. ENCE's comp is like actually so toxic in this third point.
Right now with the Widowmaker, and I think Sparker just having the Bob is going to find more value being able to use that ultimate.
Well, I don't have... This is a video, guys.
If they can approach this last
Kefri over Kevster Widow. Honestly, if you're Space Station here, I think you probably just ult dump here. Just use everything. See if you can make it messy. Create some space for your Tracer to close the distance like this, right? And just worst case scenario, you swap. Oh my days. They're still ult dumping though, and they're still getting close. They just need to blow Bob, honestly. They just needed to blow Bob. They needed to blow Beat. They just, I think like if you're operating at a disadvantage with comp, your best bet is just to throw everything at the kitchen sink. Like again, mostly just to close the distance, you know, so you can actually get onto Kevster and get onto Kai.
So they still get to come into this with 4 all.
You guys are awful.
So clinically,
I can't.
Kevster can keep getting these
Yeah, I have nothing to add. You guys are the worst. And this is also something that I guarantee the SSG is not practice versus, so they're real-time problem solving right now. Okay, so they get close. They're able to get Psycho in the flank. There's the Bob on the backline. It hits the window. It will be broken relatively quickly, but it does buy them space. It also forces Fortify, and it allows time for Psycho to isolate. Landon gets smoked. That's just a mistake from Landon. Psycho! No way Psycho lives. No way Psycho lives. Psycho is dead. No, Psycho is not dead. Kevster headshot Psycho. But this is what we want, right? Ult dump just so you can get close. Because even in this mess, like, you're still... Okay, yeah, like, we haven't won this fight by any means. But also, we've at least closed the distance. And with respawns here, like, people actually have space. Like, now the Widow's stuffed in spawn. You see this? And we've skipped the first half to rotate. Like, we're actually here now. I'm really surprised Sparker came back on Ashe. I think that's a mistake. I think Sparker should have gone Widow. Sparker should have gone Widow or, ironically, Cassidy, right? Where, like, okay, we could actually, like, hard flank and set something up. More tank pressure. The Ashe is just, yeah, there's the Cassidy swap. I can't believe the first time message, and you highlight channel points, first time message, and that's what you have to say.
You can't. And that's going to bring Space Station into the last chance that they have to complete this map. Arguably still very difficult.
A little bit of early infocytes from Kevster, I'm not going to lie. That ultimate timing is really important for you to be able to consistently contest Tracer. But SSG has really nothing besides BAP window on point, and they're also going into beat here. I actually think the only thing that SSG can do here is I actually think their best bet would be to 5-man rotate this way and then split off late here. I think you have to shove the Widow, but like I think you got to treat Widow like the nerd in middle school, you know what I'm saying? You got to shove her into a locker. I think this area is way too dangerous for both Cypress hold. I think you have to 5-man rotate. Oh my god. Chris, go do something productive with your life. Like honestly, teach your team how to rotate versus a Widowmaker or something. Or teach Landon to like just not peek Widow. This guy wins one major tournament and it immediately goes to his head. There we go. Stop projecting. I don't even know what Ohio Gia Rizzlers and Skibbity. Chat, honestly, where did Skibbity Toilet come from? I really actually don't know the answer to that question. Pulse bomb's good. I don't think they win this, but like this is not bad considering the ult bank they're going into. Sparker, nice shots. Really, really nice angle here from Sparker. Ooh, Kai hits the rail, but will Sparker win? Scarper is just better. Scarper, I say. Scarper is just better. This chat is filled with Ohio. Okay, Space Station eventually figures it out there with a really messy fight there at the end. And yeah. Okay. Oh, let's hear some comms.
Do we want to play Pepper Break?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, break,
pick or lose, yeah.
I think Bap break.
Think break.
No way, that
Okay.
brig.
Oh, you guys think we run up the stairs? I feel like that's such a fucking troll strat. Like, I feel like
Go through terrain, I don't mind.
What hit scan do you want?
3 for sure into that, I think. Well, I don't know, it's more up to you, I guess.
Okay.
Why
So
did you-
on round, just play Cray, I think.
Yeah.
Alright, let's push him off the train. Like, let's go through the train. Like, push him off.
I'm down, I'm
Fuck
down.
it. Push him off, and then we go down together and make sure we 3-2-1 the corner.
Keep forcing ramp cooldowns. When we play bad bricks, then.
So basically, the brig is going to allow one of the DPS to rotate deeper and then hold the split for a long time and be able to contest the opposing tracer. Now, is Masa going to do that is the question. Because otherwise, there's actually no reason to play. And honestly, even that is risky because with Lucio's speed and Ram and Tracer, you can just potentially squeeze out the brig.
3, 2, 1 the corner. All push at the same time, try and find a pick.
Like, okay, let's talk really quickly about Lucio, okay? Let's talk really quickly about Lucio. What does Lucio do? Everybody knows Lucio speeds you in, or Lucio speeds you out. You kite ultimates. But let's be honest. That's probably not going to happen, at least the kiting out. You might kite in with an ultimate, a beat, a ram ult, high noon, window maybe. You could speed in and rush these guys down. Yes, could. But the other thing that Lucio does is Lucio can +1 work with a DPS on a flank and never die. Never die. He doesn't die. You can't push him. He's just too fast. It also means that if they try to push on your off-angling DPS, like let's say Sparker holds a really ridiculous off-angle, they can't really push him out as easily either, because you could also speed that angle out as well. In fact, there's going to be a very important moment later in this match, on the very last map, where Sparker's going to be able to take whatever angle he wants because they don't have the speed to punish him. So that, and also Astro is insane at Lucio, so play to your character strengths. But a lot of it's just push-pull. It's old economy. And just because you're playing Lucio doesn't mean you can't hold off angles. You absolutely can. You absolutely can. Talked about the red box theory. Lucio's even better at that. The only weakness is that he can't help other people split from it as much.
Especially if they can all play together like this.
There's no way that this is the strategy. There's just no way. I just don't. There's just no way this is the strategy. The javelin is big. The javelin is big. That feels so insanely risky, though. And even if you do, like, you can't really walk out easily. Is the Lucio +1 the cast stronger than the Brig +1? Generally, yes. The Brig is better if she doesn't have to move. The Lucio is better. Well, it depends. It depends. It's a good question. It depends. I think the Brigitte one is better, but riskier. And less dynamic with how you can move. The Brig becomes a target in of herself. The Lucio is better poke, though. Yes, but you're looking at it like from two-dimensional chess. It's funny because I had this exact same conversation with Christopher 2 years ago. Brig is better poke because Brig can enable poke while also holding still. Does that make sense? You're technically right. Lucio has better poke damage. But Brig enables the poke comps better because she can sit with Kev and make Kai do more poke damage and make Kremzu do more poke damage. And Lucio speed allows him to take more aggressive risks than Brig can. He can get up closer, whereas Brig doesn't want to necessarily always get up close. Certainly not versus a brawl comp.
Walk into that vortex, give Hardy some additional ult charge, and obviously chunk everybody down. So they're just going to wait that one out.
Sparker needs the angle max, left side. There needs to be marking in there.
At least the high ground portion of it. But this window from Crimso is super early too, and it's 20% away.
Oh, just a one shot from Kai. Just a one shot. I don't know why there's no angle maxing here. I think what has happened is the Space Station has not cracked down the counter rotations here. So when they've lost the high ground here, they had no other solution. The solution is not easy, right? But I think you have to come up with something. I don't know if that is leaning more into this side. I don't know if it's taking high ground, like putting your backline on the high ground above point, like back here. I don't know if it's something as stupid like speeding your Cassidy around this way, but this isn't it. This isn't it. This is like both teams look so confused. Yeah. But this, like, SSG looks so confused about what to do here. Tracer's marking left side. Cassidy is trying to mark left side, but like, I mean, like Lannon's literally just standing on point. Like that is never the case. That is never the play. That should never be the play.
One of the best bat players we have in EU and Space Station say the world. Just unable.
Some trading happening here because, you know, Brig. This is the weakness of Brig. As these fights get messy, Brig becomes the most fragile character. And that's it. Is it double hits game mirror? What is the purpose of Brig then? Pocket your DPS. Look for situations to push their DPS. Is it too late to ask why ENCE swaps the chase just to still play Orisa? I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea. I can maybe take some guesses when we get there, but I have no idea.
So clean with the shots already. Imagine what he might be able to get done with that Deadeye on an angle.
Yeah, a lot of that additional healing is coming from the fact that Master can't proc Inspire a lot of the time. So when they're pushing high ground, most 99% of the healing is coming from
Cast Lucio angle. BAP window probably going to be coming out relatively soon here. There's the Orisa angle. They're trying to poke out the Orisa angle. There's the high nude. Ram needs to live. They can live. The high nude is kind of bad, honestly. It's way too easy to kite this out from their current positions. It's not like they can actually push in here either. There's the BAP window, there's the beat, there's the Arizal. Vistola should die. Vistola does not die. Rally keeps him up. The trade from Hadi needs to be there, and there it is. So let me draw with you guys what this looks like, okay? Here's what this looks like. I want you guys to imagine a wedge, all right? There's SSG here, SSG in the off angle. What ENCE says is, let's zone with High Noon to drive a wedge between the two targets, okay? Then, because we've isolated these guys here and closed the distance, we'll then use our Orisa ult, our Pulse Bomb, our Rally, whatever, to actually kill this side. We push through, and then we kill. The problem with that is if this side has anything to keep themselves alive, this isolation, which they do, with Lamp, Beat, so on, then they're going to get absolutely smoked from the Forgotten flank, which is this side here, which is the Ramatra Tracer pushing in from behind. So you're going to see it right here. They're going to push through using the High Noon, the zone. Then they Orisa ultimate. Yes, they sandwich themselves. That's exactly what happens. You see the sandwich? You see the sandwich? They push backline, and they've closed the distance. Nice job. But they've closed the distance with a Ramatra and a Tracer shooting them in the back. And then as long as that Beat or Lamp and Lamp are good, they're cooked. And that's exactly what happens. This is why I think Brig is so freaking weak. Because if this plan was going to work, where you just sandwich yourself between two people, you needed to go quickly. You needed to boop you needed to Ajax the Lucio, you needed to speed in, you needed to isolate, you need to suck things down. And this is where Brig just is too slow. She's just too slow. And Landon can even die here. Even if Landon dies, they're going to lose this fight. Because there's so many things that Lucio can provide. Lucio could go High Noon. Okay, guys, let's zone here. Let's speed our Orisa this way and do the exact same play this way. You guys see what I'm saying? Then we're not getting squeezed. Then we're not getting squeezed. Then we're on the back line without getting shot in the back. You guys see what I'm saying? So High Noon main, speed our Orisa this way, and then go from there. That would have worked great. But instead, they go right through main because that takes too long. Yeah, it just takes too long. It takes too long. Really, with Brig, you honestly just have to kind of hold space and poke people out. Poke people out. Armor back, poke people out. You just can't 3-2-1 push with Brig into a Lucio comp consistently. It's a really great response there from Space Station. And you can see how efficient it is, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 ultimates for 2. And it's just a clean team wipe.
I mean, you saw the duel between Psycho and Kevster was decided when Landon
It's a nice setup from SSG.
Over so much healing. So just another example why Landon has been such a big backline force here for Space Station. And ENCE stopped in their
Psycho angle maxing. There's the Lucio swap. Thank goodness. Early pulse bomb angle max from 3 directions. 1, 2, and then from the right side 3. Baggets. Thanks for the sub, mate. 62 months. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Like Space Station, they're playing so aggressively up at this door.
Good question, Stack Baby. I have no idea. I don't have scrimmage insight, so you might be right. It could be. It could be that ENCE is just like throwing random crap at the wall just to mix things up, and the Brig there's some logic behind it. Maybe it plays into what they want to try to play for. I'm sure Gunbuzz definitely cooked something up with it. So yeah. It might be that they just are not competitive in this mirror, so they're just trying something weird. I think that they succeeded with that when it came to trying to play some of the more like Bastion stuff on some of the Koth push. They did pretty good job with that. But yeah, you could be right. You could be right. I mean, there's definitely like let's be honest here. Like I'm being like not insulting, but I'm being like pretty straightforward here. But there is a reason behind why they're doing it. I'm pointing out the reason why it's not working. Now, I will say that sometimes coaches make mistakes. I know I've made mistakes with compositional choices that were there's logic behind it, but it was just bad logic. That might be the case here. It might not. It might be that we're set because I mean this went to a map 7. You know what I'm saying? And obviously like the first I mean you guys saw the first Koth round in Busan, right? I didn't like the comp, and yet SSG looked totally lost, and they lost. So there is a really high chance that they're just mixing things up and hoping that they're going to force as many errors as they're going to make themselves. So, we want to see the range breaks. Yeah, I do think I think it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. Okay, let's keep going here.
Down there's a bit unfortunate.
But the angles from Cassidy have been like the setups from SSG have looked a lot better in second point. Yeah, the brig in the dive stuff is a totally different story. Totally different story. There's the rotation that we were looking for. There's the rotation that we were looking for. Do you guys remember that? Rotate through right side. Don't pincer yourself, right? And they do it quickly before Hadi can even get there. In fact, Astro is not even with his flank there. Nice stuff. Nice stuff. Look at that. Immediately onto the back line, and bam, they're dead. Zone's back line, basically solo. Yeah, they're cooked. They're cooked. Used to do MMA. Used to train MMA, yes, and teach, yes. Not UFC. That was good. That was really well played by ENCE.
They're happy if they're scrappy, and Hadi actually thought about switching over to the Winston, but goes back to the Ramatra.
Hadi goes Winston to jump out of spawn faster. If you guys want the leaks there, he used Winston to jump back faster.
Scrappy, and Hadi actually thought about switching over to the Winston, but goes back to
yes,
the
I trained
Ramatra.
Khabib. Yes. Angle maxing, Sparker from high ground, blam blam, Crimso's dead.
Not after Sparker finds that angle again.
You trained for KFC, well played.
It's crazy.
It's all about
Train.
this
What kind of martial arts? BJJ, boxing, Muay Thai. Kind of a hybrid of all of those. Not officially BJJ, not officially Muay Thai, but I trained.
Or the most damage.
High noon, clear high ground. They're trying to catch somebody off guard. They almost got the tracer. Back window for high. Vestola is isolated. They're going to try and kill an isolated section, and they will. Vestola has ult, though. Beat for response. The layering is perfect from SSG. Sparker dies to beat. Somebody needs to die now. So this is a fail from SSG. This should have killed somebody right here. Vestola goes to 42 HP, and somehow 29 HP and lives. So that's just a fail from SSG. And a good pulse from Kevster. There was nothing wrong from the strategy there. ENCE just executed it better. Still winnable. It's a good kill. Kevster is a big kill. Spinach leaf, exclamation mark, patch. Not the pulse that you wanted. The angle's still there, though. Stay in the angle, sir. Stay in the angle. Stay in the angle.
Defense isn't dead, though, here for Space Station. Do
you think Sparker Backbone is a better sim? Probably Backbone. But it's close. I think Backbone is the planning diff, which I think is really important for Symmetra. Rotating in through right. Again, there's the rotations that we want to see. You see the Orisa dives off of the back window? There's the beat. Can they close the distances? They can. But Hadi has ult to hold his space. He gets lamp. Huge lamp from Landon. Buys just enough time. Even just the time there to force the pincer. Will they touch? Oh my days. Mossy needs to die. Or no, I guess Vestola needs to die. Vestola! Yes! Good stuff. Okay. Honestly, really fine execution from both teams. The speed rotations from ENCE have been good. They've been doing a good job, like not just running it down mid, but like trying to rotate through off angles and then catch the isolated targets. It just kind of come down to mechanics and communication mid-fight. Both teams have been doing a fine job.
No way. I missed any sort of foul clock here, Jaws. They might not be able to finish this map, especially with where that card is.
Yeah, that's insane. That at .01 is insane. I thought for sure that they had C9'd. High noon for zoning. Again, that allows them to make that rotation to high ground for free. Then they actually gives them the high ground because the Orisa goes all the way and takes the space. The key thing here is where's Sparker going to play? Because the high noon is actually a really important ultimate on this portion of the map because of how much space there is. These ultimates in particular are really strong here. I don't think ENCE should win this. It's going to really come down to, can Kev hit a pulse here? Because even with Javelin Spin and Fortify and Suzu and so on, you're just not going to be able to live on point here. So I think ENCE has to do something creative here. I think they probably have to put their Orisa on point, but I think something like a deep Tracer flank with Kiriko, something like that, I don't know that you win this any other way. Like, something has to die. Look at the angle from Hottie. That's pretty funny. Will he get touched, though? Yes, he will. There's the BAP window. There's the beat. It's a little bit too much at once. Where's the high noon from Sparker? I don't like this from Space Station. I think there's way too much panic here. I've seen this, this is now the second time where Astro is panic beat. It's happened on Busan as well, and it's almost cost them the map. Like, Hottie's fine. Hottie has block. Hottie has BAP window pocket. Hottie has a Nemesis form. Hottie's freaking fine. And Lamp. This beat is totally unnecessary. And what ends up happening is Astro goes in, and now he's way too close, gets sucked into Orisa ultimate, and almost dies. And then does die immediately afterwards. This should be a very controlled, patient, mark the off angle, shoot cart, use window, use noon, use the pulse. And the high noon obviously works as predicted. But the fact that this is even close is just because Astro just trolls. Yeah, they pull pulse combo. They pull pulse combo. But even then, you don't need to go in for beat. Astro doesn't need to be going in. Daniel, is Daniel here? Daniel, are you here? Stop trolling, Daniel. Somebody tell Daniel not to troll. Okay, he's not here. Daniel, Skype? Yeah. He needs to stop trolling. This is the second time he's panicked. Will I analyze Crazy Raccoon? Yes, that will be Thursday. He's not here? Son of a gun. Typical. The guy's probably sleeping it off. Wait, what just the frick just happened to my ears? Alright, we're going to listen to this fighting, and then we're going to take like a 60-second break.
Space Station, but let's hear what they've got to say about
It's me,
heading
Daniel.
into
Oh, hey,
this
Daniel.
next map.
Off that.
Hey, Reinforce.
Surely they wouldn't, right?
I would love to.
Alright. Every
Is it Backbone or Hottie saying fighting? It's going to be one of them.
cooldown for the flip.
Happy
out.
Three,
They don't know how to fucking deal with this shit.
one.
Fighting!
Dang.
It's Backbone. I knew it. That guy's so cringe. Okay. I'll be right back. Have I talked about the new patch notes? Exclamation mark patch, mate. We get some water. One sec. So, compared to Busan, that was a much more strategic map overall, which was nice. In terms of the strategy, there's still definitely some messy moments, but I think the level of play there was a little bit higher, especially towards the end, which was good. Do I hear him peeing? Shut up. But yeah, I think it was good. It was good. Relatively decent. I still think that the Brig stuff feels messy at points. And SSG obviously struggled a lot late third, trying to figure out the Widow rotation. Sparker, when he is angling, plays really well. And the ENCE Brig is like causing a lot of issues with like how they're trying to set up engages and so on. But yeah. You sound a bit dehydrated. Oh, thank you. All right, let's take a look here. So I'm gonna. This is weird, guys. This is weird. I'm gonna assume that this is because they know that ENCE is running this. Again, this is the thing. Vestola lives, shields off, provides defensive matrix and not defensive matrix, but provides damage mitigation for these guys to do their work. Shield, matrix, rock, whatever. You basically just this is an anti-ram. This is anti-ram. This is anti-Ramatra, first fight. Now, if this map didn't have glass, you probably wouldn't see this being played. But because there's glass, because this is the death tunnel, this is why this comp is being played. The same reason why we sometimes see NA teams run this Sigma in the mirror here on these first fights. Now, Space Station knows this. They're not idiots. Thus the Ashe, thus the Symmetra. Thus the Symmetra. Well, not the Symmetra. Symmetra's kind of weak to this too. But I want to see Flink Symmetra from Backbone, and I want to see Pokey from Sparker. We'll see what they do.
Go to power flip.
Yeah, bar flip.
You guys see that? Far flip. So they're going to go here. They're going to drop. They're going to teleport up top and take it through here. They might not even teleport. They might just run underneath. We'll see where they go.
If it looks like they've got a fucking setup for it, by the way, Cared top right, just in case they're fucking gladiators.
Oh, they know they're flipping. They know they're flipping.
Looking.
I hear Lucio.
Oh, they're going far right instead.
Yeah, here, Bash is here. Yeah, we need to fight,
You can't fight. You can't fight. You cannot fight. They needed to bail. They needed to bail. This is their
Fight. Bop one, bash one, bop one, bash one, bop one, bash one.
Take off. Blue one. Got it.
Nice. Just live more. You actually only one down. Can you live Spark?
No.
The whole gang is on you, bro.
Okay, both supports.
The whole gang is on you, bro. I love how he's
They
going.
legit get nothing from this, so don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the second that they meet them in the corner, you can't meet. Like that was so well played by ENCE. You literally cannot match that there. You saw it right there. You saw what Sparker could see. It's over.
Hey, by the way, so that's kind of aggression. They only have ID aggression.
What types of maps are Backbone being subbed into? The maps where Tracer's not as good. I think this is gonna be more Brawl Mirror stuff.
Hey, wow.
Cheers, Balto.
Had a game plan. They knew exactly what Space Station are doing there. Nice boot from Master as well. Just pretty much ending the fight, right? Just getting the BAP off the map. Easy does it.
So corridor map. Let's see what Backbone can do.
Yeah, actually, you're so right about that one. What the hell? It was like 10 seconds. It felt
More
like.
pokey. The last moment.
But still fighting over the neutral.
Getting the stream streak and leading. Giga Chad.
Not much to work with on either
They
side.
don't know
either.
they're on
Like,
May.
you
They're
still
right.
get
It's
a
hard to
chance
call
sell
Kai,
for
especially when
the
you ram into
top
Sig.
order, so if
Yes,
it's one of
but
them-
they know that they're on May. No, they definitely know they're on May. The only reason that Sparker is on Ashe is because they know they're rolling out in this composition. Like ENCE has done this multiple times. They did it once this series already, and they did it multiple times in the previous series as well. They know. That's why they're running the Ashe. So as soon as you turn the corner and they meet in the corner, that's why they did the far rotate, is to try to avoid meeting them toe to toe. But ENCE big brain that.
Well,
So
this
yeah.
corner might want to watch out for where Backbone puts down that TP.
Yeah, of course,
There's not
Kai,
going to be any
eventually
TP plays,
we
almost
noticed
certainly.
in their
Not right
series
now.
of the day, Kai
The
doesn't
threat
use
of
their
Maywall
turret
and Bastion
form
turret is
yet,
way
just
too
waits
high.
for them to either go 3-2-1, try and
So they're
make
going
a
to
push,
3-2-1
or
turret
they go for
form.
Space
They don't
Station
get what they
to go
want, so now they got to be
really
really
and
careful
then
because
box
Space
the
Station can
target,
rubber
make a
band it right
respond
back.
with a ton of damage, and then just pile as many resources as they can into Kai. It's very much like protect the president comp, like protect Kai, make sure he can survive and hit a good
There's the
shift.
push.
Oh,
So they're going to try and push. This looks like a
make sure he can
BAP window
survive.
push here. Yeah, this looks like a BAP window push that ENCE just out tempos. Like they were not ready for this. Land just immediately dies.
Oh, speaking of which, yeah,
Yeah.
there's Kai. There's a grenade, and lands their body on the floor.
They get beat in
Avalanche
response.
coming through
That's not a good
from
ult from
Hadi.
Hadi.
But Kai just sits there.
Is
pretty
Hadi
much
gonna swap?
100% HP the entire
That's a
time.
good tempo push there from ENCE. That's really good.
He was right in their face. You saw the sound
How'd he go
barrier on
Sig?
top, and he was just never gonna get killed there.
No, he stays Ram. Okay.
Like,
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
Hadi
its comp is just better in this
You
room,
saw him
so it's
pop
not the end of
down,
the
and he
world
just
there.
instantly
But man, they
died.
definitely
That's
caught
because Kai was
Space
right in
Station
his
off guard
face,
there.
mowing him down with the Bastion turret form.
Okay,
So, and they
space for
actually
Ashe,
started to get
space
some
for
meaningful
Symmetra. This is
progress
where
on this
Space Station
first
should
spot.
win this fight here.
Pistola, Kai, they've got the
The only risk is the
combo of
flux.
grab flex and the mortar strikes.
And they don't have window for it.
So Fasola, he could just hold forward like this.
So you probably see a TP to point side. Yeah, there it is.
There it is. There's the
Flux only hits Ram. Perfect. They try to combo. Doesn't matter. BAP window should happen now. There it is. There's the Blizzard. Simwall maybe needed or Bob. Simwall or Bob. Simwall or Bob. Simwall or Bob. Probably Simwall. Probably Simwall. Backbone. Earth the backbone. Earth the backbone. Earth the backbone!
Unfortunately, Kai's got another nade for him. His name written on it.
So that was perfect, right? We called the layering perfectly. But then there just isn't a follow-up.
Teleporter comes
They did the teleport exactly as predicted because you don't want to go directly into the Flux and Blizzard.
in. There it is.
Ram gets fluxed. Perfect. Only Ram. They try to combo. They dodge the combo because Kai is totally incompetent with Bastion. They Maywall, Blizzard, Ram. Ram's gonna die. That's okay. Ram's expendable. While they're dying, there's flank pressure, which trades the kill. Perfect. Even now, using Simwall to secure the fight win is not only normal, but expected. Sparker and Backbone both have positions where a Bob or a Simwall will win you this fight, and they didn't use it. No, he doesn't lose ult charge because look at when he's doing it. 15. 15. He loses minimal ult charge because the first time he did it, he had 0 ult charge. He had just used his Ramble, so he doesn't lose the ult charge. Not relevant ult charge. There's the Bob. Is it enough? It is. Man, that was so late though. Ryan swap.
Well, here's Hardy. The classic swap. As soon as they see Vestola on the Sigma, they want to.
And remember, the Ryan is just to survive better versus the Bastion turret form and to have an actually relevant ultimate versus this stuff. Vestola goes back to Ram. A little bit better versus the Rhine.
We saw Sparker do this yesterday, though, on Esperanza when the hero plays, because even to shore up a person advantage that the team might be lacking, or even just to be able to play as a tank.
Simwall engage, pin, great Maywall peel. They force the lamp, they force the ice block, they force the BAP window, they force the turret form. Good Simwall. Now you chill. Ult for ult plus all the cooldowns. You're good. Now, next thing we should see is a beat engage. Will spawn with a beat engage, but Space Station should still win because they're going to be able to cleave onto the enemy backline with Rhine. In theory, I like the Rhine much better than the Ram in that situation. Plus, you'll have Shatter here. 3, 2, 1, Daniel. 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 Daniel! There it is. And there's the Shatter combo. Oh, Hottie didn't get beat! This is why we beat engage. This is why we beat engage, so that this doesn't happen. This doesn't happen. You see the problem here? This is why you beat engage. You beat engage. Engage. Frick, man. At least they get the Sparker angle out of it. That's crucial. The Maywall from Kev is really nice though to shut off that angle.
On the sidelines, that passive will kick in, so
and now they're just stealing Robot. This is not well played from Space Station, mate. Like, this is so sloppy. Uncharacteristically sloppy. Good decisive rotation there from Space Station. That was good. I did not watch this map. So, whatever, no spoilers, please.
Time to contest that, because ENCE just snuck it away. But right in the nick of time, but this is kind of where like ENCE start to
early BAP window, now, do it now, do it now. I don't understand. Like, Landon, what are you doing? Like, here's the thing. Your job with this BAP window is not even necessarily to secure kills. It's just to clear this high ground, to create space, to force them into bad positions where you Ash can off-angle from the left and kill them, and just to make that this guy can push cart safely. Use it now. You don't want to walk into melee range when they have Bastion ult, Ram ult, Blizzard. I don't understand the plan here. So Ryan pins in. We walk into melee range. Landon should be dead. I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea. This is so sloppy. There's no urgency even there to push because you also have somebody on cart. So you really don't want to take the hard fight when you have somebody on cart. It's a 4v5 or a 4v4. I don't know, guys. Like, I would love to like get an SSG player in here. Maybe I should grind them about it. I mean, it's too late now. I could message Backbone or whatever afterwards, but like, this is bad. This is really pretty bad. Even the Maywall doesn't matter. You break the Maywall instantly. Right? And remember, you know that the BAP window is just going to force Maywall. That's fine. But then you're going to be able to continue to use the BAP window. Take an off angle. Force the Ram out. Force resources. Like, it's just a zoning ult. Like, this is the team that has used BAP window on that exact same position for zoning. We've done this before. We were the one that came up with that strategy. Oh, that's a great pen. Oh, but he gets killed by the Bastion on the rotation. It was a good pen. It was a good try.
It's going to be a rough retake here for Space Station.
Now they just need to disengage. They just need to fall off. Bob, I don't know where the Bob is. The Bob is good. The Bob is good. Astro needs to live. Astro does live. It's a fine ult. Okay, so this is basically what the Bob does. It causes chaos, which allows someone to maybe get a pick. Right? It also forces the Blizzard. They're all so low. But what kills Landon? Oh, Landon just wide peaks. Landon just wide peaks.
Crimzo falls, but checkpoint garnered here for ENCE.
This is kind of what SSG wants. They just need to actually secure the kills. Will they be able to secure the kills? Should be able to. Should be able to. Oh, no. Okay, they're good. They're good. They're good. Okay, for a second there, I thought that was going to go poorly, but no, they're good.
Kind of messy. I think that's Hardy's third return into the fight.
He has air on Esperanza yesterday, but 3.5 minutes left, and ENCE has been able to a hero push on Esperanza
TP Shatter.
Yesterday, but 3.5 minutes left, and ENCE
it's not perfectly executed. And yeah, it's not perfectly done.
But 3.5 minutes left.
Somehow Crimzo doesn't get shattered as well. I would love to take a look at that in the replay viewer, but it's gone forever. But that's very surprising that it doesn't hit Crimzo there. Maybe he just whiffed. Yeah, I don't know.
ENCE has been able to decisively win all these.
And Landon dies again. Where is Landon? Landon is just... I'm not going to lie with you guys. Landon is just kind of trolling. Landon is just kind of trolling. A lot of these deaths from Landon have just really been undeserved. And then Backbone's too close. Backbone needed to use his teleporter. He doesn't have his teleporter because he's just used for TP Shatter, which means that he needs to take the teleporter to get back here. There's no way that Backbone should die to this when he has an active teleporter still available. So Backbone dies with active teleporter. He might have gotten booped away from it, but not well played from SSG again. There's so many individual mistakes and team mistakes. Oh, Kev Wall's Hottie Shatter, but you can't really see it? Ah, okay, okay.
Scrimming Space Station, I can imagine, a fair bit, and Christopher kind of saying in the interview, tricky walls that Backbone is known to provide.
Yeah, ENCE is dunking on these guys right now.
Are not effective if you've got the amplification matrix to counter it. You're just
beat engage, suffer. The beat engage from Astro is again really bad, honestly. The whole point of your beat engage here needs to be access for backline, but nobody's in position to actually reach backline. I mean, look at this backline here. Like BAP, you got Bastion. These are pushable, but nobody's accessible beyond the ramp. And they don't. I don't even think they get May Wall or May Ice Block. I actually don't even think they get Ice Block out of that. Like, to use beat and not even force May Ice Block is criminal. And then the combo, and then that's it.
Just trapping Hardy in, and then Kai just lays
yeah, it's just ENCE has an answer for everything, and every single engage from Space Station has flopped, with almost without exception. Backbone goes May. Sim's not working.
All right.
And May can work.
If there is another player that could bring the May, it's definitely Backbone, another hero.
Sparker top right, probably, or top left from his perspective.
Over on the side, but
Back window here, honestly, should just be used just to take the high ground here.
And they've all got to be very clean and very
just use. Okay, yeah. There's the Ashe positioning. Yeah, there it is. There's the Ashe from the top left.
Do get a pick as on Master as Crimzo deployed his on the corner here. Hardy's having the most ridiculous 1v1 versus Kevstra and Logan.
Hardy on the back line, Pistol on the back line. Great dynamite. Crimzo should be dead. Crimzo is not dead. 1 HP, but it doesn't matter. Nice angle there from Sparker. And Cav also whiffs on the Blizzard.
So it's not impossible for ultimates to work with.
I think the reason behind greeting the window there is that they didn't think that they had really any reason to do it, because I think that they were confident the Sparker's angle would be good. I probably still would have used window there just to be safe, but I think it was reasonable. Flank Bob.
He's gonna try and go high ground.
It really helped to displace them.
I like this. I like this a lot. You don't really have a lot of good setups here for really anything. So I think going flank here, oh, it's perfect. Crimzo walks right into it. Perfect. And that's it. That should be fight win here. Brilliant.
There's 2 kills for the Bob.
Brilliant.
You need for the comeback.
There's just so much point.
You know, I don't know who wins this map because I only know the final score. But this is actually really winnable for SSG because you have
Presence on the time.
BAP window here. And the reason why that's important is that's good enough to maybe get a pick and or get this from here to here. And this is kind of irrelevant because you can also match it. This is really winnable here. Like, you have an ult bank here, and you only really need to win like 3 fights, which is not unreasonable with the ult bank that you have.
We got the Remacher, there's the Annihilation, the Blizzard.
I like the setup here. Just BAP window when they get close.
Great to be able to push ENCE back.
Like now, probably.
Sound barrier to not respond to any other of the DPS.
Now, the swap... Okay, so there's a couple swaps here, which I didn't really notice here. So first off, Kevser, Tracer. Tracer, good for pressuring BAP, good for pressuring Ashe. Maybe not the strongest map for it. The Sojourn is a little odd. I think it's just like Kevser just wants to get off of Bastion into the Ashe May. But what the Tracer can do is contest Lucio on cart. So what I would like to see is Backbone lean left and off-angle from left side, or Sparker lean left and off-angle from left side, and then have the BAP window with the BAP Ashe, then May supporting cart. If May supporting cart, May plus Astro will prevent Kevser from marking cart. So I think that I don't like either. Somebody needs to be helping Astro on point. Somebody needs to be helping Astro on point. I don't like this. Even without the pressure on point, there's too many people standing on this choke, and that May wall's like meaningless. Yeah, they need to stop the bot. There's 10 seconds left.
10 seconds.
All right, they got this. They bought the bot back. Who stole the bot?
Kev's stolen it again. They need to hit the rotation, but are they going to be quick enough? Landon's lamp's already down. The bot's point away from them. They're not going to be able to. Get it! Oh, this is huge! They're gonna get it to mid before someone can react.
10 seconds!
Okay, Space Station eventually get the bot back, but Kev's stolen it again! They need to hit the rotation, but are they gonna be quick enough? Landon's lamp's already down, the bot's point away from them. They're not gonna be able to get it!
I mean, if you're SSG, that is like the most mentally booming map I've ever seen in my life. That was rough. That was some of the worst play I think I've seen from the London crew in terms of like planning and coordinate. I told you guys, like 80% of the time, this team will make the right plan. That was like they were like 0 for 12. That was awful. That was an awful map all the way through to the end. You got to have a short attention span, I think, for that one. Yeesh, dude. Yeah, that one Sparker Bob was like the only good play of the entire map. Yikes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's kind of hard to know like exactly what went wrong there. Maybe it could have just snowballed from a couple of little things, but man, they just look so flustered that entire map. Every plan, every angle, every setup was just awful. Ouch. Okay, more water. I'll be back in a second. Yo, cheers, Ryoko. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying that was like war crimey to say the least. I mean, you gotta hope with SSG that you have a short short-term memory off of that one. Bad map. Go next. And also, I think like you got to credit ENCE as well. I think ENCE, a lot of their setups, I was really pleased with how Vistola played a lot of those setups, a lot of the rotations, a lot of the ways that they were toying with Cart. They did a great job playing with Cart there. Some key walls from Kev. Some of the burst moments from even Kai there were good. I think you got to give credit where credit is due. Yeah, so yeah. Let's take a look here. More stuff of the same from Space Station. The counter, the ramp comp, and then we're going to play ramp anyway, but we're going to beefing up our weaknesses by playing the pokier Ashe. It's wild because both of these comps would lose to like Sojourn, Tracer, Orisa. Both of these comps. But if you did try to go that comp, Space Station would just put Sparker on Cassidy, and they're confident that this can beat your Orisa, Cassidy, Tracer. So it's like the counter to the counter. No. This is the counter to the Orisa stuff, they think. But then these guys counter that, and so then they go Ashe and trying to counter that. It gets messy. Is EU better than NA? No. Yes. I think so. Yes. But I think that, like, it's hard to say. I think ENCE and SSG and Toronto are kind of like the big three for me. And I think Toronto and SSG are a tier above ENCE by a teeny bit, depending on which version shows up. Because we've seen some ugly Space Station, we've seen some ugly Toronto. I think that like SSG to ENCE is what Toronto is to M80. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? Maybe the gap's a little bit smaller with SSG and ENCE. But I don't know. It's hard to say. I think NA macro is so bad, but with the exception of maybe Toronto. But, you know, you have Happy and Pelican, so like you just never know what's going to happen.
So looking for big TP plays here. And Kevster,
yeah, the thing with ENCE is like Kevster isn't always playing Tracer, and Kai is overrated. Frankly, Kai is a great player, but Kai is overrated. Kai is not the most clever, creative, flexible player ever. So even when he's playing point and click characters, he is not, I would say, like a step above Sparker. I think Sparker is a more intelligent player. Kai just has better aim. So that means that a lot of the times where you're going to see Sparker find just as much success, if not more. I think this match is a great example of that. Vistola, I almost never have problems with Vistola. I think Vistola is probably their best player, second best player, along with Kevster. And everyone knows that ENCE's backline is just a big, not a big step down, but definitely a step down from SSG. So I don't think ENCE is underperforming by any means, especially considering these guys don't have the same level of time together. I think ENCE is performing pretty much par for the course. I think people look at like Crimso and they're like, oh, name value, but these guys are not at their peaks, and honestly, even at their peaks, their Space Station players are better, with the exception of Vistola and Kevster. I think Vistola and Kevster are ENCE's best players. And even then, I don't think the gap between Kevster and Psycho is that big. And I think Vistola and Hottie are pretty much toe for toe, just different hero strengths. So if you're like, ENCE has the worst backline, I think that they have a competitive hit scan depending on the situation. They have a competitive tank. So ENCE really only has like one player in a better position, whereas Space Station has two. So I think like even pound for pound, I think Space Station has the better players, and that's not even including the synergy stuff, which I think does matter with Space Station more so than it does with most teams. And same thing to say, which thing?
The TP2 with the wall, worth keeping in
May I
mind.
had only one bad series entire life? Yeah.
Can stop people going through TP, and you can isolate people like that. So.
You think Claudio will ever get to play the game? No.
Not only that,
why did Gunba get chased? Because Winston.
Available, so it's not the easiest player to have to jump on.
Rough. So, gotta watch out for it.
Not only that, though.
Oh, he got egoed. That's such a crazy boop.
So it's not the easiest player to have to jump on.
Rough. You look at the TP. Oh, there's a sim, and Master's job there is just stand next to the
That
teleport
sucks.
with a
Just
boost.
to lose fight to that. This is like Ash's best point, and they just lost to that. That like actually hurts so much.
Yeah, this is something that SSG struggled with yesterday. Typically, when we see
Oh man, the
teleporters
kite
come
path
back,
is
they're really good at being
bad
able to
as
use
well.
them
They're
to
gonna
just
stagger
get
these
an
things out
aggressive
so
build off
nastily.
The back line of whatever team it is that they're playing against. But ENCE, they're not the type
Hadi
of
does
team
get the
to
trade
take
in
that
Masa,
lightly.
but it
They
doesn't really
have
matter
to
because it's Lucio.
displace any- That's going to be already built up before Space Station can come back in. And they're going to have an Ant Matrix.
Psychology is a powerful thing, Musket. Also, Rissa Nerfs.
And that grenade.
Claudia's a fine Rhine player. Like, let's be clear. Claudia is
My word, you know, that's head and
tier
shoulders.
1 Rhine
Or
player.
an icicle. Or rather, frosty death for Land.
What is happening on my screen?
And that grenade. Landed's gonna
Did they
have
do
to
a
get
flip?
boots online.
Yeah, they do a flip. They wall the flip. Great wall from Kev. And Landon doesn't even get... Because, like, basically, here's the plan here. Is they want to teleport to here. They want to disengage, like, put Landon in a safe spot, and then have an off angle with Ashe here. But Kev just is butchering. Like, they're butchering these teleporters. And this is where I think, like, Ryan is so useful. Because you... I don't know where... Hadi... Okay, this is the problem. This is the problem. Hadi can't shield before they teleport. This is a mistake from Hadi. Hadi, whenever they teleport, they need shield here. Otherwise, this teleporter gets smoked. If that's... Because you can't just teleport Hadi and have him block. Because that's not enough. There's not enough pressure from this angle. There's too many eggs in one basket on the right side. You have to have, like, Bap and Ram and maybe Sem. And then, like, Ashe Lucio on the flank here. Right? The problem is the Hadi doesn't have shield. So great wall from Kev, but also desperately needed Ram shield there from Hadi.
Or rather, frosty death for Landon. Focus firing from ENCE is just sublime. They do end up losing.
Sparker still has the angle though, so they're still able to get trades, but I don't think
Station Gaming do end up finding the flip, but ENCE are still
it should be enough.
man
Yeah,
advantage on the
that's not
point.
enough.
Yeah, with fun. That's
Yeah,
what's
I think this is such a tragic first
So many
round because
different
SSG
DPS
needs
heroes
to
in
win
this
this
matchup
point with the
already.
Ashe comp.
May
Because
just
the
one
rest
of
of these
the many
points,
things
not the
that
rest
you
of them,
can
but
bring out in
a
order
lot of
to
these points don't
just
feel
get
quite
the
as
team
good.
to find that success. But this May
Particularly
is so
this side of the
crazy
map. It's
because,
not
you
quite as
not only
comfy.
do you have the wall, like you were
What's
saying,
up,
with the
Vonksy? Doing
teleporter,
well,
but
thank
the
you.
ice block as well, so you're not
Ult
as
game
easily
is
able to
disastrous.
get walked
Space
on,
Station has
then with
nothing
the
but Bob
freeze,
essentially this fight, or Ram ult,
anybody
which
that's
are
stepping up to that
fine,
May,
but
like,
Ram ult
it's so
especially is
much
not
easier to
particularly
take them
useful.
out because they don't have the same escape mechanism.
Bap
Their
window
mobility
probably going
is
to be
getting
used here.
locked.
SSG does get set up early, and they actually have the time to set up their split, which is, you can't say that. SSG has had literally 0 fights up to this point. Like, 0 real fights. Now they actually have a setup here. Lucio, Ashe angle. Ram shield is there. They're going to give up point. That's fine. Bap window for giving up point is fine. Don't get one shot by grenade. Okay, we're good. And then now we'll probably see a re-engage with a Bob flank here, and then maybe Ram on an angle. There's the Ram. They're checking flank. There's the Bap window, or the Bap window, I say. The May wall. And now we need to see Bob here from Sparker. We see Beat. We see Bob. We see Ram ult. The Blizzard is pretty fast. Yeah. Good trade. Good trades from SSG. Very messy ult fight, but that's totally fine. Very messy fight from everybody.
Good turnaround for a space station there. Kev's managing to take out Landon
Good stuff.
again.
Now you're very vulnerable to Flux here, so it's going to be all about placing your Ashe Baptiste cleverly so that you don't get smoked. So we need Hadi to absorb the Flux, then we can Bap window Hadi to keep him alive.
To be able to react
Or
to
Sybil.
that than somebody who also knows that away. So you got the Bob set up.
So how are ENCE going to rotate? Maybe they're going to try to close the distance a little bit with backline here. This was such a good finals. Yeah, I didn't see this map either, but from the couple maps I ended up,
which is not fun, but just back away, right?
Maywall is pretty good. Good catch there from... Ooh, Sparker gets caught. Sparker's dead. Very strange Bap window. I think Landon chokes it. Yeah, Landon chokes it. Well, maybe Landon doesn't choke it. Maybe this is intentional for the people on point can use it. But yeah, this is such a good flux from Pistola. He catches Sparker just barely, instantly kills. And then also kills Astro, who... Does Astro get Flux as well? He does. Oh, man. That is such a... That is actually highway robbery from Pistola. He just walks down main and fluxes 2 people. and kills both of them. That is actually insane.
That's straight on top of the back line now.
That's such a free fight win.
Doesn't get hit directly with one of those mortars, but has to try and awkwardly play around this window now as Vestola is off angling.
Just trying to mirror every time? Yeah.
The rest of the team landed not in a position where he can heal him. Hence with a
I think counter picking is a little bit underrated. I think it's overrated in ranked and it's underrated in pro play. I think the advantage that you can get by just doing something a little bit out of the ordinary, and I don't think people try it enough. Like, again, this is all started because Space Station was playing Ram, Symmetra, into Orisa comps. And so then ENCE says, oh yeah, well, screw you, we're going to counter that. And then Space Station said, oh yeah, screw you, well, we're going to counter that, right? It's not even tank, rock, paper, scissors. It's strategy, you know? This isn't just, oh, pick the tank to counter your tank, right? Otherwise, we'd be swapping off a Sigma. But then then does Ramatra counter Sigma when the Sigma is also playing Bastion? And the answer is, not really, no. You know? And now what we have is we kind of have this non-mirror where there's levels of counterplay from both teams. It just comes down to execution. You know? I respect it. I respect it. I think when coaches and players start to realize that there's more than one solution to a problem besides just mirroring, then I think that we're going to start seeing more of this. And I honestly want to give a lot of credit to both teams for like having the guts to do this, because it's just like, it's not even like fun, it's just good strategy. Like you're not gonna have like Backbone is crazy at Sim. Sparker is really good at Ashe. I wouldn't necessarily say Kai is a great Bastion, but Cav is fine in May. Vestola is a disgusting Sigma. So what could we do to like put these characters on this? And like there's like levels of detail here and nuance and like this is so much more interesting here. It's because it's coach led, Vonxy. It's coach led, and I don't know. I think Western players are slowly starting to develop a little bit of a swagger that started, I think, with a little bit of like what London was doing when it comes to that. It's a lot more fun to watch. Even the whole Cassidy thing, you know, like people said Cassidy was bad, you know, and then all of a sudden we were like, oh wait, maybe this guy isn't so bad, you know.
It's really nice just to have that big shield. You don't have to have any fear of being able to walk up to that point and contest it. The problem is that Crimso has kept this amplification
TP to top.
To respond to that. He's done
probably just a sim wall here. Bap window will be in here soon, but that's a great isolation. And the sim wall basically denies the Bastion from punishing the Symmetra and the Ram. And so there's the sim wall broken, but wall has been used, shift has been used. That was pretty good. The only thing there is that obviously like we needed to kill the Sigma. We didn't kill the Sigma. And Masa also hits the boot. That's unfortunate. It was a good play from both teams. ENCE just has the better of the two. I told you guys, Ashe is not good on this map. Like, it is really, really easy to shut off Ashe sightlines on a lot of these points.
The Bob's going to come in, does knock up the May, but a small little boot from
okay, we'll take that, I guess. I respect the gumption there from Sparker. It's actually not a bad trade.
Here comes the Astro dead, Hardy hitting the reset, and ENCE, they're looking good. One more round and they'll see.
Meta develops because the teams have tried everything. That is like the biggest cap I've ever heard in my life. It's impossible. Like it's almost impossible to try everything. There have been very few times in the past, since Overwatch, in the last year, where people have tried everything. That is such cap.
Just such a big turnaround from what we saw yesterday.
That is the biggest cap.
Really cleaning up their counters to this space station comp. Even
all right, where are we playing? Okay, this point is pretty good for Ashe. There's a little bit more space.
And just have those answers.
Yeah, I saw it, Turtaka. It's insane.
Holding on to those ant matrices for these photon barriers has been huge to mitigate.
They meet them, they TP away. That's actually pretty clever from Space Station to give them time. Now watch what Space Station did here. Watch this. Calyx, thanks for the sub, man.
Have a nice
Watch this.
Man less than 3.
I appreciate the sub, mate. Watch this. They're gonna meet them here, right? Yo, look at these guys. They're meeting us in the choke. Watch this. Then teleport. Blam. And now they actually get to go to point for free. If they had just gone to point, ENCE would have had a setup ready to beat them on point. But they bait them here, then TP to point. Now, ENCE would not have necessarily met them toe-to-toe because they do have the beat advantage, but it's a cute little way to get a little bit more space to set up your Ashe there.
been huge to mitigate the amount of advantage that can give over to Space Station. Even when they have this.
Well, the thing is like, I think that one thing the developers have done like relatively well, I disagree with Gunbo on this, is I think the developers have given options, right? Like Sojourn isn't a must pick right now. Cassidy is not a must pick. Tracer is not a must pick. Ash has been situationally been playable. Shogun Apple, thank you for the sub.
Thank you for everything you do.
I appreciate it. Tracer, whatever we already talked about. Bat, Curie, Lucio, a lot of the higher skill stuff. I think the only problem that we've seen is that some of this, so even the On and Brig on points, right? I don't know. I think that there's a lot of characters that you could toy with. Even Echo, we've seen, and KR, right? There's options here. Genji as well.
Symmetra TP to try to get to the point a little bit faster.
So if you're Space Station, you really don't want to beat here. I think you just try to BAP window, frankly. I would just BAP window whenever they commit.
Then, I don't know,
Wait for it. Wait for it. Now.
Right now.
There it is. I think it's just a little close. Like, this is a consistent theme with Landon's windows recently. It's just too close. It's too close. With May, BAP, it's just too close. So what ends up happening is the BAP window's too close. He gets shot once, immediately disengages. And also Sparker, I really don't like Sparker shooting through the BAP window. Like, look at that. Instantly, just totally 2v1's backline, forces beat, and kills Landon anyway. Landon's been trolling this. Landon has not had a strong series. Landon has not had a good series. No, I think the Soldier's only better than Ash when you need to take flanks, like adjust your flanks. But I don't think you need to adjust your flanks here. I think you can kind of hold. More valid with Sem? No. No, you're not windowing for Sem at all.
Yeah. And Funny Astro used the Annihilation.
Backbone gives up, goes May.
They can live through it's here to just
Oh, Astro gets naded, then gets headshot.
And they kill Funny Astro. Percent ticks so quickly. That might be
like this is last
1.5 fights worth. Yeah.
They touch, they force turret, they use wall, but they don't get wall. That's the dangerous part. So here comes May wall and BAP window. There's Flux. Flux is not great, but they have so many ults that it doesn't even matter. I mean, this is it, guys. There's nothing to say. ENCE just looks lost, man. Or SSG just looks lost. Like, the old economy has been messy. There's been a lot of individual mistakes. ENCE is just outplaying them. Big Goose, thank you for the subs. Again, oh my gosh, thank you for the gifted subs. Yeah, I mean, SSG looks totally lost. ENCE is completely outplaying them in every single way. Completely outplaying them. And I will say as well, like, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I think ENCE's comp is, if not better, it's certainly easier. At least on the points that they were playing. Like, you're going to notice that, like, Sparker and Backbone have been really quiet the last 2 rounds. Like, with very few exceptions. Because the way that they're using this rotates, and the way that they're using Maywall, and the way Vistola's playing, is there just isn't any opportunity for them to do anything. Now, those guys probably certainly were not playing optimally here. But the way, at least from what we're seeing here, it's giving me the impression that maybe ENCE's comp is better. And that the Ash swap isn't enough to deal with the composition. The other thing that you probably noticed is that Hadi has been really quiet as well. Well, the problem is that Hadi can play to live with Ram into the Bastion stuff, but he needs his DPS to take advantage of the attention that he's getting. And so far, that hasn't been happening. And I just don't know that if there is a solution to that. I think you might just have to swap. I agree. I don't think Ash is a strong point in that map. I do think that Ash would have been a solid pick for the first point, which is why I was putting so much emphasis on they need to win that first point, but they just crapped the bed. They made stupid mistakes and then just lose first point instantly. And so the one point where maybe Ash is a standout, oh, there's another one, but one of the 2 points, they just lose, right? So they're clearly, the Symmetra has been doing jack all. The Ash has not been deploying as well either. I would argue that on Busan, it was more Sparker's fault. Now it feels more like Sparker's trying to take the angles. It's just not, it's not working. Yeah, I would be surprised to see if this happens again with SSG. I would be surprised if we never see the Sim Ashe comp again versus what ENCE is playing. I don't know if we'll ever see the opportunity to do that. Maybe the meta is going to completely shift, but I think after this, the SSG will never play this again. I think it has not looked good. It's a good idea. It's a good strategy, but the maps that they were rolling out on it did not work.
Ready to kind of go back to spawn and swap, and Hardy on the Winston.
Dive time.
Well, as we were
Did they do comms here? Oh yeah, they do
ahead
comms.
of this 5th map.
Well, like once we get card fired
I
up.
think you guys can take top left.
Yeah, top left.
Okay.
No, I think we stack
Yeah.
underneath. What do they do if we stack underneath? I feel like that's so good.
Yeah, but they can fucking rotate. They can fucking rotate. Both are fine.
Hey, Monkey's in the fucking spot on the top right.
Let's stack under. Let's stack under.
I'll get a kill.
Yep, stack under and we can then swing from there together. Yeah, Monkey Bob.
Yeah, we swing wide angles. I'm going top left. I mean,
Stacking under is you're cooked. Stacking under is you're cooked. Typical NA brain, respectfully. Stacking under. Well, let's see what DPS they go first.
Kai taking a little quick peek there on the.
So
Oh.
the reason that you stack under is you play where the off angles can't bother you by playing underneath where the off angles go. The problem is that once you commit to under, you're stuck and you can't get out. Even things like Flux, Rally, whatever, you're going to get traded pushing out. My opinion is that you should probably put Tracer on cart with some sort of high ground pocket, hold top left, push from main, rotate to left, take high. From there, you can actually pocket cart and clear the high ground, and you force the dive to do weird things. Yeah, I don't think that you can fully avoid the dive here. I don't think with this comp. This is a very Atlanta Reign strategy. The only reason that works is if you have this more brawl sustain pressure. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think this is going to work. I mean, maybe they'll hit something, but I would be surprised. Don't spoil. I would be surprised if this works. I mean, we know SSG wins this map, and it makes sense.
Marsa on Brig as well, so the dive here from Space Station is going to be quite tough, Rose.
This is a good setup to start.
It's so hard because who do you dive? Kai is just so.
But a Space Station, if they go underneath, literally gets every angle that they want. Literally every angle. So even if they're able to punish Hadi, which they should be able to punish Hadi a lot, the DPS will have so much space to do what they want.
Maybe you want to jump Crimso, but even still, like Crimso and Moss are going to stick to each other like
Good.
glue.
I mean, honestly, you could play main here for a while. Oh, and by the way, you don't even necessarily need to go here. You could sit main here, push cart to like here for free, and just like what you do is, okay, so here's what you do. You have your Brig like here, and then your BAP like here, your Sigma like here, Tracer here, and your Bastion just kind of hovering here. You honestly could also play this with Sojourn too, but yeah, I think Bastion's okay. And then what you do is you get the cart to like here-ish, and you have Superior Pocket. And then you could even find a way to rotate through right side. So for some CDs, look for the rotation through right side, clear them off the top with turret form and shield. And then what you do is you just then take the top. And then by that point, geez, guys. Sorry. You have the opportunity to be able to rotate safely because you will have 4 CDs, and then you could take the top, and then from here, you could then look to leverage cart from underneath, and you kind of force a dive. Now, they can stall cart from underneath, but it gives you space to punish mistakes. I don't like this rotation. Oh, that's a huge nade, though. Oh, my days. But you see what I'm saying? Like, look at this jump from Hadi. Hadi just zaps and forces lamp. He just zaps and forces lamp. Sparker probably shouldn't drop there. That was silly from SSG. They should not have dropped there. But look at Hadi's ult charge. So much cleave. Okay. So 2 big mistakes from the SSG DPS, but they really need to get Masa off of cart. Kev needs to be on cart. Oh, Masa, what are you doing? Masa. Masa, what are you doing, my friend? Get off the cart. You need to be here. You need to be here. Okay, guys. All right, buddy. All right. Am I gonna have to put stream in slow mode? Anyway, so anyway, long story short, they really need to put Masa here. Thank you, Gabe. They need to put Masa here, and then just if you get pressured, you could always disengage out this way, but you can't put Masa on cart.
Yeah, but they're walking into a window.
Yeah, especially with Kai.
Like where's the body? Your Briggs on cart.
Land doing a little bit of damage to Kai, but yeah, thinks better of it. Jumps down to low ground.
A little bit questionable from Landon there.
This movement looking too clean.
But there's just no space control whatsoever. The Winston jump gets way too much space because there's no brig. There's no brig. Where's the whip shot? Masa's on cart.
Doing a little bit of damage to Kai, but yeah, thinks better of it. Jumps down to low ground, but couldn't quite spot Kevster.
Now,
this movement looking too clean.
Yeah.
For the Tracer.
Still winnable though. Will Hardy primal? Yes, Hardy will primal. Will Masa live? All Masa needs to do is live. And I think they're okay.
Still trying to push it as far as
No, he bashes in. Masa.
They make their re-engagement quite successful. 5 meters to go.
right when the.
Are you seeing that, Gabe? Okay, thank you.
There from ENCE. Space station?
I'm telling you guys, you have to control space. You cannot cave to dive and hide. You cannot have 2 people on cart when you have a tracer.
Now get a chance to actually set up to be able to go for the dive defense. Where do you go, or even just like Kevster going on a flank?
See, the problem is now it's like you've blown your ult bank. You've blown your BAP window. You've blown your rally, which is like 90% of your value here. And now it's like now you're in trouble. Like now you have double support ult, you have Cassidy, you could have a Winston that's gonna build ultimate soon again. And so like they're gonna go top left now, and they will get Hadi. Hadi's disengager should have been to high ground. I don't know why he jumps here. That was a strange jump from Hadi. He needed to be out there a little bit faster. But they still have space control. Like, they've still lost space. I also don't like Vistola dropping either. Guys, stop! Please! It's not the play. Even versus the Kitsune. Like, you can very simply put your Tracer on cart. Put your Bastion Brig here. Leave your BAP in the back corner window. And just, again, leverage cart. You don't have to peek this Kitsune Cassidy. And when you do, you can poke him out pretty easily. They just lose the Winston and immediately go, oh, well, I guess we give up the high ground. And now look now Kai kind of has to drop because there's no control of high ground here. They're voluntarily giving up the map over and over and over again, man. The EU NA hive mind is kicking in, man. And so this feels very stallable. Maybe, yeah, and there it is. Gosh, man, it's so bad. There's the beat. And they just perma half high ground. Perma.
But it's a swing and a miss. Hits the little bit of rock there.
Compositions dive. And
there's the Orisa. So yeah, Diva's okay here, but the problem would be like
really competitive.
Diva's not the most competitive hero in terms of strengths, and this map is a little bit open for Diva. There's the Bastion. Hadi gets out. Yes. Baits the turret form. They're back on cart again, which makes a little bit more sense with the Orisa, but still, I don't like 2 people on cart here. What's up, Coco? They have BAP window. I don't like this here. So let me explain to you what the setup should look like, okay? Let me explain this setup really simply. BAP probably stays here. Brig probably stays here. So you got little B and big B, okay? To deal with the Winston jump, okay? You put your Bastion here, maybe even your Bastion all stacked with 3 here. But this is too naked. And then what you do is you force cart. You can honestly actually have your Orisa here. I think this would be the best bet. So B, 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 B. Tracer here. Pocket cart, Orisa here. Orisa off angles and spams. Okay? You could pocket your Orisa, you could pocket point. They dive here. Your Tracer deals with cart. You BAP window. The second anything gets crazy. All right. Then your Orisa is able to continue. Let's see this hiding here. This doesn't hide if the Orisa is here. Okay? You got me? Pocket here. Poke here. Poke here. Tracer cart. And then you BAP window, Bastional, whatever you're cooking. I really don't understand why Vestal keeps going cart. And also, there's no way for them to live the dive there. It's just so naked. Yeah, I mean, this is just a joke. Well, SSG... Oh, listening? SSG had their map, and now ENCE has theirs.
Ahead of this next round.
Attack, I really don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go Genji or Ashe or Sojourn. Any of those that you can just like any of those three.
Genji or Ashe is my vote. I don't think Sojourn was be good. You have static, long sightlines. ENCE will probably run something similar. Ashe should be free. Ashe should be free. Genji should be free as well. Genji's really good versus what ENCE was running because you can close the distance really easily in those guys and really ruin their day. But I don't think Sparker or Genji very good. But Ashe would be good. Not Sojourn. Ashe would be good.
What are you feeling, bro? What are you feeling?
I mean, just fuck it, guys. Genji.
Yeah, fuck it. If we go out playing Spengy, we can fucking go out playing Spengy.
Yeah, it's London.
Fuck it, dude.
Let's get it, boys.
That's all we need.
Get it.
Still take space slowly.
Yeah, just take it slowly. Shoot Tracer. If they don't have a Tracer, just fucking move point, okay? For
Guys,
a long time,
sync,
till they make a move and we kill them, okay?
Even if they have trade, we can shoot point till
yes.
He can die. Some triple ding shuriken or something.
Fuck him up.
Bro. Let's fucking go, boys.
Pretty positive sounding words there. Things are.
Yeah, I mean, we hate his choice in Genji skin, frankly, but I mean, it works. Yeah, I mean, you could force cart with the Tracer, with the Curie, Lucio, whatever. Hottie just needs to be super disciplined, like basically what Hottie said. Like, this is the difference in this map, and we know that SSG wins this, obviously, is Hottie's plan strategy is good. ENCE's plan from the comms was bad, and that's it. Force point with your higher mobility, right? Not playing an open, like, long sightlines where you're going to get poked out. Force point, pull them the cart, then immediately dive at anything that overextends. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good plan. The Genji's really good at that. Genji can push cart, like Tracer. Genji can dive high ground. It's good. I don't have a lot of faith at the Sparker Genji, but the strategy is there.
That's why we let them.
Exactly. We can get away with it if they do it. It's all good. Still, they obviously
Sparker
feeling pretty good coming out the gates. Yeah, they're like, Sparker!
So yeah, ENCE needs to try and find a way. Man, I don't know. This is why the weakness of the Bastion is such a problem. Because, like, it, like, 3, 2, 1 deny the Winston, but you really don't have anything to deny the cart push. I mean, the only thing I can maybe say is that, like, you really have your supports peeking over the edge aggressively to try and either mark the Genji or pocket the Tracer, but it's hard. It's hard. Yeah, PJ must be fuming.
Look at how many meters we need to get. And a blade, Rose. I mean, that forces out support always pretty readily. That rally.
So force cart. It can be very difficult to force cart here, but as soon as it gets to here, it's very easy because you can force cart from underneath the building.
If the dive is good enough, because that
Psycho needs help from somebody. Yeah, there it is, from Landon. That's good.
Well, especially if you miss the shield bash 2 or something. Very small window to make sure.
And by the way, you can stall point from this corner here, so they really need, like, break shield. There's the boop there from Astro. They get a little bit more push. A little bit more push. Good. Now shoot. Look at that. Off-angle threat, distracts, buys more cart push. Do it again, Sparker. Do it again, Sparker. Good. Now do it again.
Annoying, harassing the sidelines, going to force ENCE to look a couple of different ways.
Good. Do it. Do it again. Oh, this is a deep angle here. There's the Winston jump. There's the soft dive. This looks pretty good as long as Sparker can dash out.
Oh, nice rock onto Sparker. Perfectly timed Crimzo.
It's a good idea. I just needs to get out of there sooner. Because, like, Hottie is not really hard committing here. He's just distracting for the more cart push. He just needed to get out sooner. He tried to, but yeah. That's a great rock from Vestola. They need to disengage. Can they disengage? Can they disengage?
Tank away as well. He's going to make sure the payload gets a few extra meters. The Lamper and insurance spots see as Hardy ends up failing that jump. Hardy takes
Masa! Masa! How are you dead?
as possible.
Please! That's actually a big deal. He's slow, man. He's slow. They're gonna be able to be back. He's not even back yet.
That rally's gonna be offline, and you don't have a sound barrier to be able
It's not
to
that big of a deal, but they are gonna be able to get a little extra cart push here.
Amplification matrices and get set back up on this high ground.
Pulse from Psycho, pressures the point. Crim's over the window, ready and waiting to use it. Look how far he's playing back. He knows Space Station have got ults to use.
Yeah, they're anticipating the push here.
You can see him creeping.
Keep pushing cart, y'all. I actually think if I'm SSG here, I think if your support's here, I know they're leaning for like the back dive, but as soon as I see this setup here, I think the smarter play for SSG is to shoot cart more. Maybe threaten it with Winston, but put Lucio and Tracer like really aggressively, because you could boop Kevster back and force recall, then they're gonna have to start to put resources here, and then you go for your dive, you know? Like, because cart is like actually so free right now with the setup. Like, there's like zero punishing cart. Maybe a little bit too. Like, they're probably gonna. What are they gonna do? What were they gonna do? Probably beat engage here. I think if you're playing for one fight here and they don't have rally because Masa was dead, I think you beat engage. I think you either kill one of the supports or Bastion. Probably Bastion. Probably Bastion. Although Bastion might be tricky because of the reinforcement. Oh, the pulse farm is big. Oh, dude, they're all so low. Where is everybody? Where's the follow up? Okay, that's actually tragic. Where's the follow-up? That they needed to die. They needed to die. Astro dies. Sparker also doesn't blade. Oh, he doesn't have it yet. Kitsune rushes late as well. Primal, white man's primal. Hottie just became just a little bit less white there. Nice juggle. Flux and rally use, that's a huge win. Huge win there for SSG. Because now this fight can be lost, and you... Oh, that's an early Flux. That's a really early Suzu from Landon. Was he low? I think you just have to hope that he misses those shots. Because I think he dies there, but yeah, I mean, I don't know.
It's good for him to escape. He's half HP.
I mean, rally being forced there is huge. Okay, they over... Well, he's just gonna blade? Okay. He needs to deflect there. Oh my gosh, what a shot.
Here comes the blade, though. A super late one for a spot.
Blade, tempo blade there is good. Look at his HP. Bam! Oh, he almost gets him too. Did they get him? Yeah, the blade's not bad. Blade's not bad. Does the job. That might be it, guys. They need to shoot Cav. They need to shoot Cav. Shoot the Tracer. Get out of the choke. Go, 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 go. Masa bashes into the wall. Masa dies. Typical. Gosh, dude, there's so many. Bastion, 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 Bastion. Suzu's early. Bastion dies. That's it, guys. Yeah, SSG played it pretty well. They played it pretty well. They played it pretty well. Good patience, good cart focus. I think they could have gotten more cart focus in general. I think the timing of that beat push was tragic. They needed more punish than that. They had the punish, but they didn't quite have the damage. The blade was late. The Kitsune was late. And also, Funny Aster should not have been the first one to die there. But I think that they were just people might have just missed shots, honestly. But yeah, that was good. I'm sorry. Can we just enjoy Jaws' hands? Watch Jaws' hands. Ready? I'm sorry, can we just... This is great. Watch this. Watch this. Check this out. Dun, 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 dun. He's feeling kind of... Dude, this guy's feeling... He's feeling good with it. You know what I'm saying? Look at Jaws. Look at him go. Look at him go. Look at him go. Jaws is... Look at this. Why is this so funny? Oh, that was great. That was super funny.
Wow. Like, I think...
All right. Well, there you go.
That you can play the dive.
I mean, the Brig is really, really good at pocketing the Tracer, and I think Brig was fine there. You know, you're holding a spot, you're denying off angles, you're denying dive. The Brig wasn't the problem. Masa just didn't play very well in the Brig. That's all. That's all. Masa's Brig just... And it's not just Masa's fault either. I think, like, overall, it's like there's, like, some beef stuff from there as well. The way you were? That's funny. Wait, really? Where did it? Oh, let's listen.
Commit brick, cat and bash next turret, guys. Play it slow. We win. Play above.
Shoot point, shoot point, shoot point.
Yeah, pulse in a second.
Bastion one, bastion one.
That's one.
Bastion one. Kill me, kill me.
No pulse, no pulse.
Do one, do one.
Okay.
Play
one,
one.
Play one bar, play one bar.
Do one.
Nice, good job.
Spengy!
Good
fucking good, guys.
Yeah, the Sparkle Genji, Freudian slip. The Sparker Genji was he had the right idea. You know, what he was doing was the correct thing. It just wasn't always done super well. You know what I'm saying?
How many May walls can we fit in this choke point? One? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is back to the usual here, because whatever the frick was going on earlier with the space station, big brain himself wasn't working. Yeah, I think this is a skill matchup. I think the Bastion stuff is a big deal because it is going to be tough for the Ramatra, but obviously this is just going to mean that Cassidy and Tracer are really, really free. I think I like Space Station games comp more. I think the difference between this and like the previous stuff, the Ash Sim, is I think with Cass and Tracer, I actually think that if Hottie is going to get focused down and burned, I actually think that there's like actual punishment here. Because I think the Cassidy value is a lot more consistent than the Ash value, at least on this map, right? There's like, he doesn't have to rely on these like super long sightlines. And also Tracer is just an additional angle that's just going to avoid the Mei wall entirely. Nice, dude. Nice, Soren. Congrats, dude.
One. Okay. Two. Here's one. Here's one more.
I actually don't like ENCE's comp all that much.
Especially for Hardy.
But I guess like if you're ENCE, maybe like you don't win the mirror here. So there's the kite, there's the Lucio angle, there's the Tracer angle, almost kills Masa. There's the lamp, angle maxing, angle maxing, angle maxing, angle maxing, rotates out to the other angle.
Sparker's still on that angle though. Look at how high up Crimzo is. I was to drop down a little bit, knowing that
they're going to be able to get point first, which is good. There's the block, there's the block. Tracer on the flank. Kev's just trying to mark. You notice that Kev walls hot ram, and it just pretty much just looks at the Tracer.
Still dicing with Kev, so by the looks of it, here comes another wall.
I think Sparker's having a hard time finding space here. There's the space for Sparker. There it is. There it is. That's what we needed.
Two baps going down. Same with Kai. A good pulse bomb from Psycho.
Nice Hender there. Nice kill from Psycho. Oh, Kevser?
Nice headshot through the window. It's a very scrappy fight.
This is probably ENCE's best map for their comp. ENCE's best map for their comp. Because there's going to be fewer angles for Cassidy and Tracer to play.
Probably going to lamp him too if they really need it, but they might not even. Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, lamp comes in. They can't even cut the point.
There's Bastion turret. There's wall.
Wow, even the wall.
Hottie's free. Hottie could even use ult here if he sees an opportunity. He might not even need to.
Pick on
That's two block rotations.
Zoning. And there you go. Pretty good from ENCE, all things considered. Again, like this is probably going to be your best map for your comp. There's fewer options here.
A blizzard? Think again.
Sparker on the angle. You got to be creative here.
That's a funny asterisk for.
Ah! Nice play. Plus for the beat engage. Maybe a little bit of an overinvestment there.
Use that sound barrier.
Because when you have that deep of a flank, you really don't need a lot of ults. It's either going to work or it's not going to work. So I would prefer probably just the window or the beat. Probably not both. What's up, Epic? Good to see you, mate.
Yeah.
Combo V2.
And so now Sensation probably has to play.
It doesn't feel good either, though.
I mean, Psycho has to hold an angle for Pulse, but I don't. You have to gotta keep your distance here.
Too, but the fact that Funny Astra used the sound barrier in that last engagement means that they don't have that now. They just have to use the immortality field and just raw healing.
Not going to be able to survive it.
So they're playing bait. They're playing bait. Where's Psycho? There's Psycho. Big pulse bomb. Big pulse bomb. Big combo with Hottie there. Where does Kev see here? What does Kev see? Maybe it's kind of just a zoning blizzard, which isn't too bad, but yeah. I think they're expecting Hottie to go backwards because they had beat, but the pulse push combo just instantly kills. And then also, Kai doesn't get beat. Ouch. Really nice angle, Max. I'm telling you guys, the angles here from Psycho and such, really popping off. That one hurts for ENCE, man. Okay, there's the Cassidy swap. There's the Tracer swap. They give up. Yeah, this is the old patch.
Certain
This was
damage if you're
Sunday.
looking at Kai's Cassidy, and you can also just maybe play with this Annihilation a little bit better, being a little bit more survivable next to like Crimzo and Masa. But it's starting to run away from them. 90% here for Space Station as they could close it out here with a Deadeye from Sparker.
It's been so good with them so far. And
Can we just take a moment to be pessimistic? Let's take a moment to be pessimistic for just a negative for just a second, because we've been so positive this entire stream. Can we just admire Hinder? The ability that simultaneously ruins the lives of thousands of players, Balls and Doomfists and Bronze Tracer players and Plat Genji players and every venture under the sun. It just ruins them. And yet, in higher level play, and honestly even lower level play versus certain compositions, is literally ornamental. Such so that professional players use the ability like this. That is a real use of Hinder. And that's not even the exception. That's the norm of how this ability is used at this level. What a beautifully designed ability. Look at that. It's so impactful that it makes people want to not play Overwatch anymore. And so unimpactful that people use it like this. You have to be kidding me, man. You have to be kidding me. No nuance, no dynamics, no offensive versus defensive. You just throw it at whatever sneezes near you and just pray that it hits. Actually, disaster, man. What a disaster. What an absolute disaster of ability. What an absolute disaster of an ability.
It out here with a Deadeye from Sparker.
it's been so good with them so far.
Look at that. Look at that. Look how impactful that ability was.
Normal kills, vanilla kills. All right, there's the Vortex in the back line. Forces the Lamb. Crimzo. Vanilla kills. All right, there's the Vortex in the back line.
Ooh, the Vortex catch from Vestola there. Check this out, y'all. Vortex, bam. That's such a cute little push there from Vestola. I think Vestola's had a pretty good game. I'm not going to lie with you guys.
The Vortex in the back line. Forces the Lamb. Crimzo in a good angle to use this window.
Good refresh of the armor. Angle maxes. I think Vestola's played well. I think Vestola's probably played the best out of all of ENCE here.
A couple of kills, which on Crimzo and Kai is quite frustrating. Space Station Gaming with Lucio spawning, or one of the first ones to spawn Space Station, are going to be able to regroup pretty quickly.
Nice, Epic.
Only now coming up, but Hardy kind of
Back into the Puizos, but Kai's the one with the Deadeye that's going to be able to play on that angle with Crimzo's amp. But Kai.
Flashbang would unironically be better than Hinder, because Flashbang, you could actually do offensive things with it. I didn't like Flash either, but it actually, you could be used proactively. Hinder cannot almost at all be used proactively. It doesn't do enough. You can't make plays with it. It's only almost exclusively used to deny the enemy team from taking action on you. Which Flash could do that as well, but it was harder to. And that's it.
I think it's important that Landon has this amplification matrix to match that of Crimzo.
I don't want flashback either, but yeah.
He's the one with the Deadeye.
There's a rotation. Bap window on high. Oh, they caught an isolate. They caught an isolation. They caught an isolation. Oh, Landon is honestly, Landon's kind of had a rough match. I think part of it is just due to like what SSG is trying to do, but I don't know. Some of this stuff from Landon is kind of messy. The lamp, he doesn't even get lamp out there. He doesn't even get lamp out there.
There's the window, and whatever direction you choose to come from, Sparker, it always manages to come up with kills. Vestola does end up killing two in the front line. I mean, Sparker's still here. They're going to
Masa! Why are you peeking that? Masa! Masa!
But not before he kills Masa as well. There's two people left. Overtime, little boot in if they can get the touch. Looks like they're going to be able to with finding Astro. A nice little boot. And
such a good Suzu. Like, yeah, honestly, such a good Suzu. Psycho just destroys Kevster, who doesn't have recall. Even Vestola's little juggling there is super cute. Nice pulls from Psycho. Crazy clutch there. Landon makes up for it with that Suzu right there, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that's actually insane. That's actually such an insane sequence. Right? That Suzu that allows Astro to touch and then get the beat off safely is actually absurd. He throws it. I saw the OBS Sojourn tweet about this one. He throws it from like here, the Suzu, from like here while Astro's here. He just like yeets it across the map and it hits at the perfect time. That's insane. Yeah, like I said, a bit of messy old economy from Space Station. Astro needs to be investigated for some of these beats. But long story short is I think that like this was ENCE's best map for their comp, and they didn't get it. So now we're gonna have like probably something resembling Mir, and I'm gonna assume that Space Station is just gonna be better than Mir.
On the Cass. Mirror compositions pretty much apart from Hardy.
Psycho did fine last year, bro. I don't know what everyone's freaking out over Psycho. I think Psycho was clearly New York Excelsior's best player. And the best part about New York Excelsior is that it was such a team diff that one of the considered better tank players, who was Kellen, I think, was somebody that people thought was trash too. And I think Kellen is generally considered to be like above, like a fairly good tank player, but just New York Excelsior. Psycho was fine. Who else was on New York Excelsior last year? What was their roster? What was their roster? I'll just look at like qualifiers or whatever. Fitz had a terrible season. Shockwave's overrated. OG's not good. Anion's not that good. I mean, Anion is fine. She's fine, but like for the level of competition. Creative, I don't think had a particularly great season either. I think Psycho and Kellen were like probably two of their better players. Kellen, Psycho, and Fitz were fine. Maybe the team didn't have the synergy. I don't know, but like individually, they had some decent players. Yeah, so I don't know. This is that Suzu? Yeah, I like this tweet. Let's check it out.
Like a gentle rain.
Yeah. I mean, he dies there if he doesn't do it.
And Festola doing the Orisa Ram head-to-head.
I don't think Lethal was good, though. Like, I think Lethal was just... I think London definitely had some of the same struggles with, like, confidence and execution the first half of the season, for sure. And Lethal, I think, is a good player. Lethal is somebody that I've worked with for a long time back in the day, and I really like Lethal a lot as a player and as a person. But at that point in time, he objectively was not playing well. So I think I disagree. I think Psycho played okay, but I think Lethal really did have a bad season. Well, I've talked with Chris about that, and he said that Lethal apparently was doing really well in trials and scrimmages on Tracer, and at least initially on, and then just didn't put it out in the matches, and then also didn't progress as well. But yeah, clearly once Sauna came in, but at that point, I think the damage had been done. I think London's issues, like the last stage, stage one, is like they didn't have a great Sombra player. They definitely did not have a great Tracer player. Hottie and Winston is like average. It's not bad. It's not good. It just is. His communication is good. Admiral, same thing, is fine on Brig. Land is fine on Ana. And I think the worst part is that they never really got better. You know, like they didn't really have the confidence, and they just didn't get better over the course of the season. They just totally plateaued. I think a lot of people put a lot of blame on like Hottie and Lethal, and I think Lethal this definitely did not play as well as he could have. But if you guys watched backlines, like Landon just didn't land sleep darts, man. Landon just did not land nades. Admiral hit whip shots on occasion, but the backline was very weak, which is funny because like not hitting the whip shot is not just about you not dying. You actually won't even not necessarily die if you miss the whip shot. You'll still live, but you'll be zoned out and pressured for too long, which really hurts your front line. And so like watching London's backline in the dive was tragic last year, really tragic. I just don't think that they progressed, which is a shame because I feel like we made a lot of progress in 2022 with our dive execution. Ana, Brig, whatever. I just feel like they just reverted, which to me tells that there was probably some like lack of confidence or whatever. Something along those lines. But yeah, they just didn't have it. They just didn't have it.
Oh, Masa on the Brig.
Well, Massa's on the Brig
not quite
too.
mirror comps there.
Yeah,
Not
so
near
you
enough
just get to
angles.
Play with the Orisa a little bit closer.
Okay,
Inspired
speaking of
Duel
angles,
could
let's
be
see how this
really
goes.
Big in order to just make these duels a little bit better for your own team.
What's up, Mapley?
But I think that the fact that Funny Astro's on Lucio, the sound barrier just feels like a better supportive ultimate to have when you.
There's
look
the
at
cast
Ray versus
flank.
The
And again, I just don't understand the brig stuff. I just don't understand the brig stuff. Like, even in a more open map like this, like, if you're gonna play the brig, you're gonna put the brig with the cast on the angle here, pack him, bait the ram to chase, bash away, and so on, right? And then obviously, if anybody tries to mark you on the angle, you can hold that space. I don't understand why Moss is playing butt buddy to the Orisa. Literally just riding on the Orisa's butt the entire time. Or sitting on the Baptiste, who is in zero threat at all because the Cassidy and the Tracer and the Orisa are the one taking the risks. I just think Moss's brig is just tragic. Actually tragic. What do you mean, pause? Cheers, Palito.
The sound barrier in these matchups.
So I like the angle here. But the difference is that now, like, Kai, there's the support. But where was that support 10 seconds ago?
Not doing anything too crazy right now, just checking.
And why is the Baptiste going to rotate to here? Why is it not Bap and Orisa here, and then Cass here, and then Tracer here?
Kai on the
You notice the difference in the way that it's like, look at the angles here, and here, and here, right? It's just so much better set up from Space Station. And I think one of the things that, oh, that's unfortunate. That's a nice clip from Kevster. One of the differences between Ram and Orisa is Orisa can move around a little bit more, maybe. But I think Ram can sustain absorb pressure for longer.
Although Psycho going down to a headshot of Kai isn't good.
Still a point capture for Space Station. Sparker is a Deadeye almost, too.
Double heady.
Please heal him.
Kai doesn't want to mess with that. Doesn't want to mess with that either.
Great ability.
As soon as he peeks, Sparker
Ram lives, Ram lives, Ram lives. I would still, again, want to emphasize that Masa should be here and not here. Whipping here, then holding shield and packing Kevster is the way to go. Not standing in front of Ramatra, because let's find out what forces Crimso to lamp. It's Masa. It's Masa. Masa is forcing Crimso to lamp. Why? Because he's standing in front of a Ramatra. Yes, I do, Brady.
Yes, you are right. Good stick. Oh, the
good pulse.
Even like a full clip from the
they have the absorb. Vistola gets run over. What happens to Vistola here?
Yes, you are right. As soon as he peeks, Sparker clicks his head. Psycho pretty low.
You know, it's funny because what Vistola is doing is not even bad. Vistola, the problem with Vistola is he's playing like he has a functioning backline. This here is great. He has Javelin Spin. He has Javelin. He also has Fortify. If his Lucio is able to actually trade and move in, then this is a traded backline right here. This is a killed backline. Now, did Vistola mess up something mechanically? Maybe.
Yes, you are right. Good.
But like that's good. The problem is Masa is purely ornamental.
From the Tracer couldn't take down the Cassidy, and the Vistola falls down yet again first.
And so all the space that Masa's creating, this is like Masa's like the silver support player that you have that just lives in the backline. And I want to be very clear, guys. I know I'm being tough on Masa, and I think Masa's made mistakes, but I think it's the hero pick is just doing him no favors. His hero pick is doing him no favors.
Remember, they still control the point here. It's his time,
right? Masa is or was, and I'm sure Masa makes a lot of great calls, and he's a good man support. Is he the best? Is he the weak point? Maybe, but he's fine. But this is just a huge problem. This is a huge problem. Because like your advantage there is your ability to hold off angles and to sustain a red box for your DPS, and Masa's just not doing it, man. He's just not doing it, and then he's getting his own BAP's lamp force because he's mispositioned. A lamp that would have been really nice for Vistola, and then Vistola goes in like, hey, we have an opportunity to actually pressure backline to push, but no, we're playing brick. All of ENCE looks totally lost when they're playing this brick stuff. High Noon for zoning.
Forcing back the members of Space Station up onto that high ground, but Hardy is going to pop Nemesis form in order to stay.
Ornamental, nice grenade out. BAP window being used. I want to see some off angles. We're getting some off angles here. Pulse is a little early. Oh, maybe not. I actually might have called it right there. There's just so little proactivity from ENCE. So little proactivity here. So little. Kai is on the flank here. But I don't know where. There's just no support from. I really think it comes down the brig. It really comes down. Like, I actually see the DPS on angles, but there's just nothing there.
use the sound barrier, unable to get the annihilation off, but it might not matter. Master's the target for Space Station as Landon also falls to Kevster over time in a couple of percentage points, but it's all
Still winnable.
Eventually, the
They did blow their whole old economy here, so this is winnable here. Hottie dies there. I think that was the mistake. I don't know if Hottie had his... Hottie might have gotten bashed out of his Nemesis form. Yeah, he just got murked. Okay. What is the beat from Astro as well? Let's check this beat. Ah! Daniel! You fraud!
Here comes through from Vestola. Hits the Terror Surge just to stay alive.
This beat is totally unnecessary. You do not beat engage into an active rally when everyone's basically full. You wait, you shoot, Hottie gets low, you beat then, or you wait for the rally to get close expiring, then beat engage then. Hottie, Astra's been doing like these tempo beats or stacked beats, and they've been really bad. Bad reads. And a lot of them are when Hottie's like half HP. It's not good. This is just beat on main support day, I think. You know what? They deserve it. Imagine picking main support. Main support.
Doofus for a full 5v5. Vestola, I'm sure, is going to be able to help dislodge a couple of these members.
Testosterone check.
That has the agency, the annihilation in his pocket.
Listen, we don't do anything but toxic masculinity here, okay? There's a very specific set of guidelines for you to be a part of this Overwatch community. This is kind of a weird play here. Kind of a weird play here. I feel like this would be like fine here, but then again, I'd like to see some more of a threat here. But yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, actually, you could honestly just hold here in high noon to zone point, but yeah. Every day is beat on main support day. That's good. That's good. Yes, 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 yes. Ah! I mean, it's set up by Hottie's push there, but yeah. Okay, nice job. Okay, is this it, guys? Guys, how are we already on last map? Oh, wait a second. It's almost 7. Holy cow. I like open my mouth and then I check and I'm like, oh, it's late. Okay. Now, Sparker is about to dial it up. And so much so that we might do a Sparker POV analysis at some point in the future. I'm not sure if I'll do it on stream or not. Yeah, so, yeah, it's been good. Time flies when you're having fun, yeah, I guess so. Or yelling into a microphone. You know, I'm disappointed. This mic doesn't peak enough, which is really sad. We need the peaking, so it is what it is. I'm gonna stretch my legs for like 30 seconds, and we'll get to this last map here. Spoilers: I did watch this one. It is a pretty good. It is a pretty good one. It's a banger. There's some nice angle maxing here. And spoilers, we have more Brigitte trolling as well from Masa. And we're gonna talk more about like what Brig can and needs to be doing in this composition, because it's actually not totally trash on this map, because there is so much more space, but the way it is played is totally trash. So Chase was swapped in. Gumba essentially said Vestola was tilted. Really? Bro, I would be tilted too. I'm not going to lie with you guys. I feel like Vestola has been playing relatively well. There just has not been the same level of support, whether indirectly or directly too. They play Chase in this map in scrims too? Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Good to know. I mean, I think Vestola's had a really solid series so far. I've been very pleased with Vestola's gameplay on both Sigma and Ram. Even the Orisa has been fairly reasonable from at least what little we could see from the overhead, which is not much, but yeah, it could. I imagine what Batnet says about like the monkey stuff is probably more reasonable. He didn't regret bringing him in. Yeah, I mean, I mean, we'll take a look here, but I don't think like Chase is gonna be like the reason they lost this map. You know what I'm saying? I think Chase has done fine on Orisa from when we've seen him. So, you know, if you're gonna end up playing Orisa here, it's not like Vestola has not been enough, you know. So I think the major issues has just been, I don't love the comps that ENCE has been playing, and I think that like Space Station's better than Mirror, but Masa doesn't know what he's doing on Brig. Yeah. I mean, Apollo 5, we've already seen this. We go back to Route 66. ENCE is allergic to taking space. ENCE looks like freaking Timeless half the time. Especially the supports. I'm telling you guys, like, Overwatch is taking angles in space, man. It's angles. Everyone, I know it's like, I know I'm self-deprecatory humor in terms of like Spilo and angle maxing, and he's always talking about angles. Been talking about angles since 2019. But there's a reason why. It is why the Koreans have been beating on the Western players for 4 freaking years, or 5 freaking years, or 6 freaking years. They're just better at understanding map control because they've been playing dive for so much longer. You know, so it is what it is. I think the level of understanding is catching up eventually, but obviously at this point, the problem is that you can understand this stuff, but actually doing it's the difference, you know? So, okay, I'm gonna stretch my legs for just a second, and then we'll take a look here. Okay. Should we all play more dive? Okay, so let's talk about the Brig. One more time, just to be very clear. This is what the Brig does. Brig says, let's actually wait until we can see a little setup here. Let me actually skip in a little bit. So here's what Brig can do. Let me give you guys a quick drawing about what the Brig does. So what Brig does, right here. Ah, frick! Hang on. Hang tight. Hang tight. There. Okay. Orisa here. Okay. Sojourn here. Bap here. Brig here plus Tracer. And what the Brig does is she's able to control an angle. Like she's able to hold a spot on the map and pocket somebody there while still being able to threaten the ability to push somebody while still being able to pocket her BAP without actually physically being on top of them. The difference between Brig and Lucio is that Lucio could do this too. Do the pocket, the DPS, the push thing, all that, right? But what Lucio can't do is he can't pocket his BAP at the same time. A Brig can. A Brig can stay on an angle, pocket an off angle across the map, not literally, but close, and then also help somebody else as she's being here. So in a map this open, it's going to be difficult to move your Lucio around a lot. So the range of armor packs is really, really helpful. Really, really helpful. So what you do is you'd have your Tracer mirror up here, mark their Tracer, but this Tracer gets Brig help. So what ends up happening is you have a Lucio plus Tracer mirroring a Brig plus Tracer, but the difference is that Brig can pack the BAP while also taking the 2v2. You get what I'm saying? And unless you actually push the Brig, which can be very difficult to do in an open map, then the Brig's going to get more value than you. The problem with Brig is when there's a lot of movement. Like let's say this little group here, this Lucio plus Tracer wants to move to a different angle, they can do it quickly. Brig cannot. She's slow. I don't mind the Brig. I mind how it's being played. So the problem here already is that if you look at the setup here, Brig is standing behind BAP. BAP doesn't need help. BAP isn't being proactive and taking an off angle. He doesn't need the support. Tracer will be. Tracer needs to support. And also, I don't like the angle that Kev is taking here either. Does that make sense? Now, there's also worlds where sometimes you'll see Brig being played closer to frontline, and that's specifically usually in the Sig mirror. Or not in the mirror, but like in the Sig. Because Brig can actually do damage on the front line to a Sigma. Because it's a target that you could block his damage, you could block his rock, and he doesn't just run you over like some of the other tanks do. The problem is here is that you can already see the problem is that I like the Sojourn angle here. This is good from Kai. But we have Masa's basically just kind of swinging and holding this space here, which isn't terrible. Like, you see that? That's not terrible here. But this has to be done consistently. So what I want to see is Sojourn poking here. This is actually not even too bad here. I don't like Kevster's angle, though. I would prefer Kev's to be wrapping this way or even going from here again. And then Masa needs to pretty much save whip to deny the hit scan off of the high ground. You need to hold this space versus the squishies. You need to knock, but he's already used his whip, and so now he's unable to stop the Cassidy from taking top, at least consistently. He's not able to poke it out. And then as the fight evolves, the Brigitte needs to continue to mark and control off angles. A Sojourn just more range here. Like, this map is a little bit more broad. You'll play outside of fall off range. So basically, essentially what the Cassidy does is you have more, like what Sarah is saying, well, there's more pick potential in short to medium range and a little bit more, I wouldn't say more tank pressure, but yeah. But Sojourn, there's a little bit more open space. Sparker just is more comfortable on the Cassidy. That's why they're playing the Cassidy. Now, I don't mind this setup here. 1, 2, 3, 4. But Masa needs to be really careful. And the problem here is watch what Masa's attention is on. Watch this really carefully. Do you see Masa's attention? This is where Masa fails. Do you guys see it? Where is that shield facing? Where should the shield face? Techie, think of the sub, mate.
Hi, I love taking a crap on company time, smile.
I appreciate the sub. And so what ends up happening is Landon, off of Hadi's push, takes the opportunity to push high ground, but Masa is distracted by Hadi instead of controlling the angle. And so instead of actually forcing Lamp himself on Landon, because this is crazy from Landon, he turns away and goes, oh crap, almost dies, and ends up forcing Lamp himself from Crimso. Instead of looking at the angle, he's looking at the tank trade, which then means that he doesn't control the angle and forces Crimso's Lamp. This is Masa Brigitte. And this is what goes wrong for ENCE so many times this series. And so now we've used Lamp, we've lost space, and Masa again. Like, what is Masa doing? Okay, chat. What should the rotation be from Masa here? I'm picking on Masa because Masa's the one throwing this fight. But I don't think it's fair to say that Masa may not have the experience here. Yes, walk top. So Masa needs to go here. We've rotated this way. Masa could even bash across to here and hold the angle here. Distract backline, harass backline, and crucially, assist Kevster in harassing from this angle here. Right? Not this way, not here. Stay on the flank. Control the angle. Do not let Psycho stand there. Get a better sight line for Pax. Instead, what does he do? He drops right in main into the Orisa, bashes out, and probably should die, but either way, forces resources. He's more of a hindrance than he's a help half the time. So the packs on the DPS have been continually useful from Masa. But there are major problems here in terms of how this is being played. Sparker rotating left on the angle.
Is Sparker on the flank though? Can't let him get on the high ground. Missed a couple of shots on Kevster, but here comes the first ult.
Dap window. Thank you.
From Crimso on the point as Hadi in a whole world of hurt. Pulse bomb
Wish we had Lamp. I also wish my Brigitte was doing her job. What should Brig's job be here? What should Brig's job be during BAP window? Think about it. Look at the situation here. What should Brig's job? What can you do through a BAP window? Yep. You can't shoot through it. You can't shoot through it. So the only thing you got to watch out for is where is Psycho? Where is Psycho? Where's the flank that's going to try and deny the BAP window, right? So your team needs to relax and focus on shooting through window, right? So the only thing that can disrupt that is Mr. Psycho. Where's my Brigitte? My Brig is trying to fish for a whip shot on Hottie. And yeah. And misses it, by the way, as well, because, you know. And then we die to pulse bomb. And we're still dying. Oh, gosh. Jordan Will, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Cheers. You see what I'm saying? Do you understand why we're putting so much emphasis on the Masa Brig here? This is why. This is why. You have to control the off angle. You have to control the flank. You have to control, and that is the one reason that you play the Brigitte plus the packs. It's not, you can't win. You can't win like that. This is the worst point for Lucio as well. Or, yeah, I mean, this is just lost, so.
I think it makes fine. But then how do you very important cooldowns to be
flanking, flank maxing. Astro should be with us. I'm not sure where Astro. Maybe Astro's in cart. Yeah, landed's here. Okay, so Astro's in cart.
For Psycho to be able to come in and just take out your
or no, Astro's not in cart. Tracer's in cart. I like that.
Mortality field, and you can burst through a lot of that healing thanks to the damage passive now.
So Briggs playing with Sojourn now.
And with so many ultimates to spare.
Chase and Crimzo can't afford to be split off the rest of their team down that little choke point there. That pulse bomb goes wide. Chase and Crimzo can't afford to...
So let's see here. What is Space Station going to do in terms of setup here? I honestly think they just need to kind of chill. They try to push. They high noon. It's honestly more for zoning, and Sparker gets destroyed.
That pulse bomb goes wide. Landon's just jumped to be split off the rest of their team down that little choke point there.
Masa goes, I want to push with Rally. I want to push with Rally. They pulse. Sparker gets honestly a little too close with high noon. And there must have been some sort of a mess up with either Lamp or Javelin Spin or something, because Sparker gets railed. Astro beats late. Pulse goes wide. Yeah, that's just a very messy ult trade there from SSG. Great angle there from Kevster there. Great angle there from Kevster. That really enabled that entire play to work. Yeah, exactly, Warblip. Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna lie, I almost said that as a word libido, and I hope that's not what it's supposed to be like. Yeah, Kester does a good job that one. Even though he doesn't hit the pulse. So really what you kind of need to do here for your SSG is force point for a little bit further, and then right from here, try to find a way to rotate on the top. And then there's a couple of ways that you can rotate here. So one thing that people will do is you can Javelin Spin, Amp Speed, maybe even Lamp Rotate through here. That's pretty risky. Probably not going to happen. The other thing you do, you can force point, get an angle on cart with your Cassidy, and just shoot Kevster back until the cart's here. Then take the time to rotate up to top, but then this choke is really nice to get out of. So what ends up happening a lot of the time, honestly, is you kind of have to brute force top with either ultimates or just force cart for a long time. The problem here is that Space Station just blew their entire ult bank, or a lot of their ult bank, and now they don't really have anything to push top with. So I actually think that now SSG kind of has to force cart.
Pressure on Kevster right now. Magne going a little crazy.
And I think they have to force cart through the Mega Room.
Just both traces just jostling over the point, but Sparker is in the wings, ready and waiting for Kevster to make a mistake. And then they can take him out after that hint nade lands. Kai trying to search for some heads. Disrupt a shot.
You see, this is the problem, right? These angles are brutal.
And now with this overclock, they're thinking, they're sensing, they're coming up these stairs, and they're right to think.
I would honestly even just consider rotating back to point again. Try and set up a different flank. Yeah, that's what they do. Okay.
Space Station, though,
They're going to try and rotate, but I don't know if I like this rotation. Yeah, I don't think you should try and rotate here. Like, honestly, guys, what my thought process here is I actually think you still have to... I think they're trying to javelin backline and then force the rotation, but Chase just demolishes them. Drops in Orisa ults. I actually think the Space Station still has to, like, keep poking. I think they actually have to keep poking. I don't think there's any good solution there. I mean, obviously, ENCE does use 3 ults, so it's not the end of the world there. But that's tough for SSG. Okay. My Eastern Orthodox? No. How do teams practice for teams they don't get to play regularly? You don't really. You kind of talk about like the theory of how you'd approach it, but you really just have to show up and just play your thing. The good news now is that we actually have more tools to force high now. If we could get like a high noon or whatever, there's Tracer forcing point. The problem is that Tracer gets full pocket. There's the rotation. Do they get the rotation? They lamp for the rotation. It's fine. The lamp for that. You're good. Okay. Now you can high noon out top. Oh, that's unfortunate. All that work and then Psycho just gets picked. Ouch. Because you could actually high noon with this here. Yeah. And then that allows you to close the distance onto the backline if you can find them. Masa's on the flank. And the Sparker drops, but that's a huge error there. Sparker should not have dropped. Sparker needed to stay top so they could actually rotate this way with Lucio's speed. So uncharacteristically poor positional choice there from Sparker. And obviously starting with losing Psycho there really makes that tough.
Able to heal himself back up, but still no ultimates being used on either side. Kai's the half.
So they're going to try and beat out the choke. That should not work, but maybe they can close the distance there. They don't hit the pulse either. Orisa ult is used. They're trying, man. That pulse had to hit, though. That pulse really had to hit. And then also, Astro really needed to stay on top. I think he's trying to help Cart. But honestly, Astro needed to either... Man, I don't know. It's tough. Like, Astro needed to try and maybe even... Honestly, even being here would be okay. Like, they kind of need some sort of presence on top because they're not actually controlling top with this. And then Sparker just gets rolled because... Where is Sparker? Where Sparker's in Mega and 1 HP. He does not quite get to Mega. He gets isolated and picked. Yeah, Astro, I think, is out of position there. I think forcing point with Tracer was not the play for Lucio. I think that's going to be it, yeah. Yeah, so SSG has some solutions with how to break this high ground because I think it's really, really hard too with their comp, but they just weren't quite able to execute on them. A couple, like a Sparker getting picked and the Psycho getting picked, the beefed, the forced rotation that I didn't really love all that much, and then I think Astro being out of position there. But I don't think the idea of what they were doing was bad. It just felt like it was hard to do the rotations. No, K10, that is not the case. I think there was a legitimate strategy for it. They just weren't able to execute on it. Okay, same thing here with this, the Brigitte. You know, you force point, you use your Brig to control the high ground, control the off angle, harass backline, control space for your DPS. Let's see how they approach it. Now, one of the weaknesses of the Brig is that you can pocket your DPS to control off angles, but you can't really speed to punish the enemy team taking their own off angles. You have to match their off angles, but you can't really push them because you're too slow. You can't even push their tank if they take a flank. Like, let's say there's a flank over here, and you're like, oh, the tank is isolated. Let's push the tank. You can't do that either. And that's very important here. So watch carefully. I think it was. I was watching this on my phone, so I only got a general impression, but I'm pretty sure that's important. Hey, what's up? Nice, really risky stuff from SSG there, but good denial there from Kai. Now, let's wait until everything gets cooking here, and let's talk about what this needs to be. You're going to have Orisa pressure here, Tracer pressure here. Brig sits here, whatever. Sojourn can peek wherever she wants. If they do this flip rotation, you need to disengage out this way and control space here and control space here. Let's see what ENCE does. So SSG does not fake rotate. They need to open up the Kai angle. They do. Masa
as long as he's not doing too much and they're able to at least subdue him for the
Masa needs to disengage, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Masa needed to leave a long time ago because remember, you can only hold the angle when there's not a tank there. When Hadi's here, and they're still here, Masa needed to disengage and disengage a long time ago, bashing out this direction or even towards their spawn. Again, another lamp is forced because Masa is slow to rotate. Okay, not the end of the world. Cassidy on the deep flank. Not the end of the world. Not the end of the world here. So chat. Where should Brig go? How should ENCE setup go right now?
and they're just kind of corralling them behind these cars. Here's the window from Crimzo. And a rotation from Kai. This is really nice stuff. They gotta find a pick though. This is the big thing.
Do you see the problem? Do you see the problem with what's happening right now? I think SSG wins this fight, and you can already see why. When I could draw a hot dog around your players, you've messed up. Chase, there has to... Kai, Kevs, somebody has to be dueling Sparker here. You could have Brig here, plus a DPS, and Sparker, Astro, or Cooked. No angle maxing at all. And Masa is, again, looking this direction. And this time, it's not just Masa. There's also actually zero attention given to this side of the map at all. Look at this. Look at this. Nobody... Look at where Sparker is. Look at where Sparker is. And that one is actually less on Masa. The late rotation was bad. That one is a DPS diff. Kevs Kai, really poor. Way too much attention given to Orisa there. And Orisa just lives. Hadi just pops Fortify, gets Lamp, and every healing resource, while his DPS just do whatever the frick they want.
Perfect time for Sparker to finish out that rotation, stay behind.
That is so free.
The sound barrier is going to feel so nice to have for Chase's Terror Surge. You also have so many buildings to play around for Kai's Sojourn Overclock. Love the little rework that they did on this first point. Feels a little bit nicer to have that extra cover. But
nice little Javelin there. There's the pressure. There's Orisa's speed. There's the Javelin spin. Crimzo should be dead. See, here's the other thing too. You're going into Orisa and beat here. So in terms of setup here from backline, I'm really not pleased that I see the Bat Brig on the floor. Bat Brig should be rolling out here and honestly even taking the time to rotate to here to take this high ground here. You're playing into a brawl backline. This is way too close. So this is a failed backline rotation. Bat Brig should have been here, here, whatever, and even disengage this direction.
Sound barriers, Terror Surge and Chase come out at any moment, but this Kai is the first to fall. Whoa, that was a quick fight.
And again, Sparker's literally on the hard flank here.
Got two really big ultimates out of the way.
Now, surely.
Which, I guess saying that, that's still a lot to worry about. Sparker.
Like, I just don't understand. Do you see the problem here again? Why would my Brig not go here? Immediately force that Tracer out. Let your Sojourn walk forward at whatever angle she wants. Walk I don't understand. You have the most. I know it's a rally push. I know rally's on the play here, but again, you just look at that. You have no speed. You cannot engage with rally. You cannot rally push any competent team because you're just going to walk into a fortified Orisa. They're going to be. You have no speed for your rally push. They have to engage on you. And so look at that. Both BAP window and rally used, and nothing is done. Nothing happens. Yeah, the window is goofed up. And once again, Sparker's on the flank. And once again, we have a little happy group here, all in a huddle. Bro, Kai is actually ulting on the flank, and Moss is not anywhere even close. That was a good mark on the Tracer there. Man, he dies. Alright, what happens here? What happens to Landon? Oh, Kevster just clips him. Oh, Uno gets railed, and then, yeah, that was a little bit cheeky, I'm not gonna lie. That BAP window was too soon. That was honestly a big troll from Landon. That's actually why they lose this. That's actually why they lose this, is Landon kind of beefs that.
30 seconds to go. There's still a retouch.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay. Why the Brig? Check to the start of this map. We talk a lot about it in depth. So, and there's the Lucio swap. They give up. All right.
Here we go. How does ENCE do this dance now? Of course, they were expertly led Space Station.
So, wait. Mousa goes back Brig. Okay.
Space Station weren't able to kind of get on top of them.
So, again, it's really hard to take high here, but you can do it. You can do it, especially if you have BAP window or Sojourn ult. You could take high. I want to see what ENCE did earlier, or what SSG did earlier, with a lot of forcing cart and then finding times with which to go top. Because the good news is that there's a chance that maybe you just catch somebody like the Tracer with rail. Yeah, the Lucio swap was probably because he thought the fight was still going and wanted to get back fast. So let's see what happens here.
Body is a terror surge. Psycho is working up to another pulse bomb as well.
I don't like the position that they're supporting cart from. They really need to rotate to underneath. Ironically, when they probably should be playing underneath. There we go.
Kai's looking over there.
Okay, we have rail. We're still forcing cart. Now we should probably rotate.
Jostling on the payload again. It's just both races. Here comes the Jostling on the payload again. It's just both races. Here comes the push. Sparker in trouble, but it's actually Masa that goes down. A bash onto the high ground.
You know, it's actually not even a bad play. It's just executed poorly. The idea is not bad. The problem is that Masa needs to be way more cautious with his shield, because you don't need to shield your Sojourn. You just need to AFK. You don't even need to proc your Inspire. You wait till your shield's full. 3, 2, 1, BAP window top. Push top left with Sojourn and rail and bash. The problem is when Masa bashes in, he has no shield. You see it's already broken? And then in addition to that, he probably shouldn't whip here. He probably should just hold the shield and then whip. So yeah, he's not full HP. He's not full shield. He misplays the micro a little bit because this play works. Like this works. Like this does what they want it to do. If Moss had full shield, full HP, not only does he live, but they actually there's a chance that they win this 2v2. And it's well timed as well. Because you see this thing's getting messy. Things getting messy here. This could have been a one fight from ENCE. So it's like even when the play's right, Moss is not a good enough Brig to make it work. It's the first it's like 50 minutes in, right after the Ryan review. You will look at the Twitch VOD and you will see me talking about it. You could skip through it. Super simple. Alright. So they're going to force point again. I don't think that they have the capability to take top yet. Maybe with Sojourn ult. Maybe with Sojourn ult they do. They don't quite get the javelin they need. They need to wait for Sojourn ult. They need to force card a little bit more. Oh, this is not the rotation. This is not going to happen with Lucio. Or without Lucio. And also, Kevster just doesn't get healed. It just gets picked.
Okay, rotation down to the lower again.
So here's the funny thing. You guys want to hear something funny? Check this out. How would you do this rotation with Bat Brig? Yeah, I saw Crimson got away, yeah. Check this out. Javelin spin your Orisa to here. Leave your BAP Sojourn, Brig even here? Let the Orisa go by herself and grab Mega. Then... Oh, frick, what would you do? Then maybe have your back... Actually, your BAP could maybe meet the Orisa in here by using the verticality here. You get what I'm saying? So your BAP comes from here, your Orisa Javelin spins across and goes up top. You get what I'm saying? Because the Orisa's here. They can't kill the Orisa fast enough. Then the BAP meets here. Kree's on Mega, though, doesn't matter. If your BAP meets him there, it's fine. It's better than your whole team going there. This will never work. This will never work. Look at that. Lamp is already done. Then the beat. Like, especially not in the beat. That will never work. That is such a terrible rotation. You could have forced top with Sojourn ult as well, I think, there at that point.
Ultimates more. Activism is so big to help keep Space Station in these fights.
This is it.
This is it, Jaws. It's coming down to the final seconds. It's now or never.
Kevster gets the touch. Here comes the overclock from Kai.
Oh, that's super overclocked. Super early overclocked. They're not really getting any space out of it. I would have preferred them to wait a full second or two if you actually utilize this. Because you notice that they're not getting any real space out of this here, right? Like, they've basically stayed in the exact same position, so now they're back on cart. So what you do here is you'd force cart with your core here. Then you'd have your BAP go top with your Sojourn, like now. Because then you could get the cart to here. Then we could actually take that time to take the space. Right? You need to wait. Yeah, Chase is just melted. And the Rat Brig is so useless here. So useless. There's not even, it's not even like Omasa's bad. There's just actually nowhere for Masa to go here. Yeah, the SSG just destroys it. Yeah, I mean, it's a good match. It's a great match. Very enjoyable. A lot of really heavy swings from like really high level play to really low level play. I think definitely a big step down from like what we'd expect from the highest level, but this is OWCS. There's just the level plays, I think, just dropped a little bit. Big questions around some of the compositional choices and compositional execution from the support backline. Kevster and Kai, I think, as well, had weak moments as well. I think Sparker and Psycho just played really, really well when they needed to. They definitely cost some maps as well. There's some hiccups with the backbone substitution as well. I think, generally, Space Station Gaming looked their weakest when trying to outbrain with the Sim Ash stuff. It was either poor execution or it just wasn't. I just don't think it was good enough to make it work. Vestola, I think, had a good game. I think Kevster Kevster was Kevster. Maybe not his greatest game, but it was fine. Sparker had a good game. I think Landon actually had a fairly weak game. And Aster had a couple of funny beats. But, yeah. Higher or lower than Stage 1 finals? I don't remember. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I mean, a very enjoyable series, though. How good is Mas on a scale from Schmungus to Cheer? It's really hard to say because, like, a lot of Mas's boo-boos were on the Brig, which it's just, like, you know, it's hard to, like, really... It's hard to really compare because, obviously, he's not as comfortable on that character, and I think there was so many issues with that, like, it's also just hard to say. But yeah, enjoyable series. Enjoyable series. The team wasn't coming off to play some of the main maps. Yeah, I think that there was just there was a lot of issues with the sim execution. The team just didn't look like they had the crackdown they needed for the Symmetra to work. They counter comp to the counter comp wasn't quite a counter comp. Between NA, EMEA, and Korea, I mean, besides the hero choices, not really. I mean, I think that obviously the Korean level of play is generally a little bit higher, and certainly the Korean individual level of play is a lot higher. Like, to me, that's like the biggest thing is like Korea definitely has their messy moments as well. I think if you guys were there for the POV review from was it FTG or whatever, it was the Violet team versus what team was it? The Clear team on New Junction State. It was like some pretty bad macro execution, but like the level of individual play is just a lot higher. Yeah, so. I think that's always been the key thing with Korea is like when they're not the best team play, they have the best individual players just from mechanics. So DAF versus FTG. Yeah, that New Junk City was something else from FTG. But yeah, big kudos to SSG coming back from that. I think a couple of those maps, like Colosseo, super mental booming. I think also Suravasa was just super ugly as well. But yeah, I'm going to toss the raid over to Sushi. I'm going to be coaching her next week. So tell her I said hello. And I will see you guys on Thursday. We'll be back with the Korean Grand Finals on Thursday and a lot more juice on Saturday as well. Love you guys. Loves and kisses. Loves and kisses. Loves and kisses. Loves and kisses. See you guys on Thursday. Cheers.